listening to a London Review of Books podcast.
The London Review has published Alan Bennett's diary every year since 1984. Here he reads extracts from his diary for 2011, which appears in full in the issue of the LRB dated 5th of January 2012.
6th of January 2011. The alterations we've been having done are now pretty much finished, thanks to Max, a young Latvian who's unsmiling but an excellent carpenter, and Eugene, much jollier and from New Zealand, who supervised it all. Walking round the job this evening, Rupert is shocked to discover in the bathroom above the bath a crudely made wooden cross. He takes this to be the work of Max, who, scarcely out of his teens, already has 2 children and is, I imagine, Catholic. Rupert, whose feelings about religion are more uncompromising than mine, finds the cross disturbing and is determined to ask Eugene to tell Max to take it down. I'm less exercised by it, seeing it as some sort of dedication, the sort of thing, though more crude, that a medieval workman might have put up at the completion of a job. We are both of us wrong, as when Eugene is approached, he explains it's not a cross at all, but a makeshift coat hanger he's rigged up over the bath in order to dry his anorak. 15th of April. Seeing a banana skin on the pavement reminds me how, when I first read the Dandy and the Beano, the presence of a banana skin meant that inevitably it was going to be slipped on. No matter that at that time, in the early 1940s, few children had seen, let alone eaten, a banana, the skin was still shorthand for calamity. Other comic clichés were a fish, almost certain to be stolen by a cat, and always represented as a perfect skeleton devoid of flesh, but still with the head on, a string of sausages, destined to be grabbed by a dog, the sausages trailing from the dog's mouth like a scarf in the wind, a bull, beware of, in a field, a billy goat similarly, with a ladder, another portent of disaster. The bump on the head, which might be the consequence of one of these mishaps, was generally described as being as big as a pigeon's egg, something else which, like the banana, I had never seen. 21st of May. A plumpish young man gets off the train at Leeds just behind me. "Aren't you famous?" "Well, I can't be, can I, if you don't know my name?" "It's Alan something." "Yes." "From Scarborough?" "No." "So which Alan are you?" "I'm another Alan." "Are you just a look-alike?" "Well, you could say so." He pats my arm consolingly. "Be happy with that." 24th of May. Tim Lott collects me at 6:30 and we drive over to Kensal Rise, where I'm to do an evening to raise funds to help pay for a legal challenge to Brent Council's plans to close Kensal Rise Library and 5 others. Tim is pessimistic about their chances. Libraries for him as much a haven in his childhood as they were for me, though he's 30 years or so younger. The church is full, with Newsnight in attendance, for which I give a rather scrappy interview before doing the reading, which goes well. Back home I'm in time to watch Newsnight, and am depressed to see how scraggy I look, my neck in particular, with every shirt these days looking like a horse collar. There's a studio discussion between Tim Lott and some clown, Underwood I think his name, from the Institute of Economic Affairs. He's an almost comical baddie, shifty and spivilly suited, and may be picked out by Newsnight because he's so unprepossessing. He ridicules my assertion that closing libraries is child abuse, in the course of which he describes me as this highly successful millionaire, and suggests I should buy the library myself. He also claims, as did Eamon Butler back in 1996, that there is nowadays no need for libraries for which other uses should be found, describing them as prime retail opportunities, which says it all. 8th of August. It's the day after the Tottenham riots, and waiting for a prescription in the pharmacy in Camden High Street, I find that though it's only 4 o'clock, it's already closing, with boards being put up against the windows, and the nice young counter-assistant, the daughter of the pharmacist who did talking heads for her O-levels, hopes that I will be going straight home. For my part, I've been looking round the shop to see what would come to hand should rioters burst in from the utterly peaceful High Street, deciding that something from a tub of walking sticks and fancy umbrellas would make the best weapon. Meanwhile, a couple of addicts, indifferent to these adjustments to their routine, wait patiently for their daily ration of methadone, as I wait for my glucophage, which now comes. The door is unlocked, and I'm again told to go straight home, which I don't think anyone has said to me since I was a child. 26th of October. In bed with a cold, I'm rung by a television company putting together an obituary of Mrs. Thatcher. I've not much to offer, though mention the trip I made around 1990 along the M62 from Hull to Liverpool, a trail of devastation, decay and manufacturing slump that stretched from coast to coast, much of it the doing of the Iron Lady. It struck me then that no one had done such systematic damage to the north since William the Conqueror. This produces squeals of delight, but they're not enough to persuade me to say it on TV. Deaf with, and these days even without, my cold, I hear a mention of the Stone Roses on the radio as Cold Moses, which, as the name of a group, would serve just as well. 20th of November. Though he was ultimately headed for Scarborough, like Queen Eleanor, the wife of Edward I, Jimmy Savile's journey to the grave was marked by several resting places, one of which was the foyer of the Queen's Hotel in City Square in Leeds. I am in there regularly myself, generally waiting for Rupert off the London train, but though I've seen Sir Jimmy in the hotel, as I have Eddie Waring and Don Revie, all of them celebrities of a similar sort, I missed the lying-in state. This evening I head for the corner where I generally sit, but am unsurprised to find an adjacent chaise longue occupied by a half-naked young man with his chest festooned in wires and electrodes. Not giving this another thought, I sit elsewhere, the foyers and function rooms of large hotels regularly taken over by displays of orthodontic equipment, investment opportunities in Qatar, or, as in this case I imagine, demonstrations of resuscitation techniques. The wired-up young man is obviously promoting something. Later, the manager passes, who points me out the exact spot where the Savile beer rested, and I inquire about the cardiological demonstration. It turns out not to be a demonstration at all, the man having come in complaining of chest pains. Whether it was then an "is there a doctor in the house" situation, or that the hotel makes cardiograms available on request, I don't ask, and in any case the pain has since abated and the young man has left. Rupert's train is now imminent, and with the foyer about to be taken over by a posse of middle-aged men in curly wigs and flares, plus a couple of Alma Cogan lookalikes, I leave too.
Thank you for listening. For more, including Bennett's essay about libraries, go to lrb.co.uk. You're listening to a London Review of Books podcast.
3rd of January 2012, Yorkshire. En route to Leeds, we have lunch at Betty's in Ilkley, packed with people stir-crazy after the holiday. We're sitting facing the car park and the row of shops beyond. Me, What is that shop called? Rupert, which? Me. It looks to me like hot feces. Rupert, it's Fat Face. Between a shop calling itself Fat Face and one called Hot Feces seems a difference of degree only, with both equally mysterious. Is it a shop where one gets a fat face, hence sweets and confectionery, or an outsize shop? Neither, apparently, just a well-known fashion outlet. Still, the name seems quite odd to me, if not nearly as unlikely as what I thought it was. Keep up, I suppose, the message. 24th of January. Well, love, the call's going on, is what my mother used to say in the early 1960s when I phoned from London, meaning that telephoning to them was still a luxury. On the rare occasions when I was at home and wanted to make a private call, it had to be on the shop phone, which was mounted on the wall with a separate mouth and earpiece. So some of one's intimate moments were played out amid sawdust and blood. 2nd of February. An environmentally sensitive bus is named after me in Leeds. I just wish it could have been a tram. 25th of April. At 5, a car comes to take me down to Silk Studios on Berwick Street to record a voiceover of my own voice for an episode of Family Guy. The story being that Brian, the dog, has written a play premiering at Quayhog, which all the playwrights, that is, Yasmina Reza, David Mamet and me, duly go and see. And rubbish. They'd first of all asked if they could use me as a cartoon character, to which I graciously agreed, not saying that I felt it was the highlight of my career. It was then they asked if I would voice myself. Yasmina and David had apparently not been tempted, but I went for this too, and it was only as I was signing the clearance afterwards that I realised Family Guy is a Fox, i.e. a Murdoch programme, and so not something I would normally do. Today was the day Murdoch Senior was on the stand at the Leveson inquiry, and en route to the studio I asked the driver who has been his most famous passenger. Without hesitation he says Muhammad Ali, but then reels off a list of other celebrities he had driven, including the Murdochs. I take this just to be the driver keeping in the swim, but a few minutes later the car phone rings with the message, "Car for Mr. Murdoch at 8:30. Which Murdoch it is I don't ask, though feel myself faintly brushed by the wings of history. The driver, incidentally, is the first person I've spoken to who is actually looking forward to the Olympics. 23rd of May. A party for Her Majesty the Queen at the Royal Academy, where, around 6, we join a straggling queue of notables, the actors the most obvious, though Vivienne Westwood is her usual unobtrusive self. Talk to various people in the queue, one of whom seems to know my plays well, but then congratulates me on my paintings of trees. She's the first of 3 people who confuse me with Hockney, and though he too is at the party, I doubt if he is similarly confused with me. Inside, the place is less crowded than one had expected, and with the room so tall it's almost airy. We are directed into one of the emptier rooms where HMQ is due to pass through, but are then pounced on by some young man who asks if he may introduce a slightly bewildered Duke of Kent. We have an awkward few minutes, but the day is saved by Clive Swift, whose son Joe has just won a medal at Chelsea. His Royal Highness knows about Chelsea, and so brightens considerably. Meanwhile, lurking by the door the Queen is due to come through is Kate O'Mara, and when I next look, lining up to meet Her Majesty are Ms. O'Mara, along with Joan Collins and Shirley Bassey, the impression being that anyone can get to speak to the monarch, provided you're pushy enough. But it's all very casual, so much so that Rupert doesn't even see the Queen, though she's distinctive enough, dressed in white and glittering with jewels, determinedly animated and smiling, which, since she's been at it for 2 hours already, is an achievement in itself. We go on through the rooms, talking to all sorts of people, Jim Naughty, Nigel Slater and David Hare, who claims that the best conjunction he's seen so far is George Steiner talking to Joan Collins. Come away at 8 o'clock, with HMQ still at it, and the policeman in the forecourt very jolly and eating ice cream. 1st of June. John Horder dies at 92, who, after a succession of bad doctors at university and in New York, was the physician who restored my faith in the medical profession. It was partly because he listened, as doctors have learnt to do since, I hope, but which in the early 1960s they hardly did at all. Kind and in some respects saintly, his care for his patients brought on regular breakdowns, and he was no stranger to depression. Famous as Sylvia Plath's doctor, he always reproached himself that he did not see her suicide coming. What he thought of Ted Hughes is not recorded. Once, examining, as he was often called on to do, my back passage, he said, "No, I can't find anything that concerns me here, but," and his finger all the while up my bum, "it's always nice to see you." 27th of July. A flying visit to Norfolk, where I'm to read at the Holt Festival. Rather than hang about all morning, Rupert sensibly gets us off to look at 2 churches at Warham, both medieval but with one done up in the 18th century. As we look round the first church, which has 3 fonts, there is some sort of exercise going on in the air, with planes filling both sky and church with thunderous noise. The Olympics, Rupert suggests, that unlonged-for day having at last arrived. Not particularly memorable, one church does have a noteworthy memorial. Richard Henry Burden Cattle, M.A., Rector of the Warhams, 1928 to 1947, Captain of the English rugby football team, 1900, Chaplain to the forces at Gallipoli, 1915. This tablet is placed here in remembrance by his 7 daughters. It's a novel by Ivy Compton Bennett. 4th of August. I thought I would list the various names people have for me. In the local post office, where I go every morning for the papers, I am Mr. Allen, though Zyman, with his film star looks, just calls me Alan and occasionally pats my arm. The English lady from Kent in Shepherd Foods, who wears a burqa, calls me Mr. Bennett, and because it's the way she's been brought up, and I'm older than she is, won't say Alan. My mother would give me a clip. In the coffee shop across the road, where I get my daily decaf latte, it's Sir, though one of the several discussion groups outside refers to me as that man, as in, hello, that man, which has an undertone of the parade ground to it. In the greengrocer's I'm Mr. B, and to the elegant lady who used to own it and who's lived round here longer than I have, my dear. To Sam Frears lower down the road I'm just Bennett, and when I occasionally see another neighbour, Dom Cooper, I'm called out to as A.B., which is what he and the other history boys called me. At the stage door of the National, I am young man, which reminds me that the doorman of Durrant's Hotel once called Alec Guinness young man, thereby forfeiting his tip, though he might have expected to have it doubled. Our fair-haired bin man always bellows, "Alan," above the noise of the rotor. "Still on your bike?" I'm grateful to be so generally greeted, and put it down to having that kind of face, as my dad was the same. Still, I doubt anyone ever said to him, "Hello, you old cunt," as is occasionally said to me. 20th of October. Another speaking engagement, this time at Settle High School, which is just down the road, to raise funds for their newly opened library. As usual, I follow my reading with a question and answer. The first question being, "Mr. Bennett, in the light of the Jimmy Savile revelations, will you be changing the plot of The History Boys?" "No, of course not," is the answer, though the supposed parallels had not occurred to me. I point out that Hector's fumblings with his pupils are inept, to say the least, and that the boys are all 17 or 18 and far more sexually sophisticated than Hector, who is in many ways an innocent. The notion that the plot of a play should be modified in the light of subsequent events is also an odd one. 16th of October. The 50th anniversary of the Cuban Missile Crisis, which at the time I never expected to live to see. We were in America with Beyond the Fringe, the first hint of trouble coming when we were playing Washington. Some of the younger members of the Kennedy administration took us along to the press conference at the White House when the existence of the launch sites was first revealed. I remember nothing of that, struck only by how glamorous Kennedy was, how swiftly he came to the podium, and how he flirted with the women journalists. I had never seen such charm. By the time we got to New York with the show, the crisis had hotted up, with all four of us just wishing we were back at home. Not that that would have done us any good. We also stayed together most of the day, with Peter Cook always avid for news, following each new development and often on the phone to London. On the crucial night, as it was thought, I stayed with Dudley Moore in his Midtown apartment. This he later embellished for chat show consumption as my having hidden under his bed, which, since it was seldom unoccupied and often the scene of tumultuous activity, would hardly have been a sensible precaution. By the opening night it was thought the crisis had passed, whereas in fact it was just coming to a head. A siren went off in the middle of the show, and dead silence ensued. But it was only a fire engine, and the relief meant the audience laughed even more. None of this, though, was as memorable as after the assassination the following year, when on Thanksgiving I remember walking through a Manhattan that was empty and wholly silent. 11th of November. T.S. Eliot I only saw once, sometime in 1964. It was on the old Central Station in Leeds, long since demolished, which was the terminus for the London trains. I was with Timothy Binion, with whom I'd been at college and who, in 1964, was a lecturer in Russian at Leeds University and was also teaching me to drive. In the early 1960s, there had been a long overdue attempt to reactivate the slot machines which all through the war years and after had stood empty and disconsolate on railway platforms, a sad reminder of what life had been like before the war. Now, briefly, there was chocolate in the machines again, and cigarettes too. It had taken 20 years, but austerity was now seemingly at an end. One beneficiary of this development was a rudimentary printing machine to be found on most mainline stations. Painted pillarbox red, it was a square console on legs with a dial on the top and a pointer. Using this pointer, and for sixpence or a shilling, one could spell out one's name and address, which would then be printed onto a strip of aluminium foil, which could be attached to one's suitcase, kit bag or whatever. Astonished to find such a machine actually working after decades of disuse, Binion and I were printing out our names, watched by a friendly middle-aged woman who was equally fascinated. It was at this point the train came in, and after most of the passengers had cleared, there came a small procession, headed by the friendly lady, whom I now recognised as Mrs. Fletcher, a customer at my father's butcher's shop, followed by her daughter Valerie, pushing a wheelchair with, under a pile of rugs, her husband T.S. Eliot, all accompanied by a flotilla of porters. It was only when this cavalcade had passed that the person we were waiting for made her appearance, namely the current editor of the London Review of Books, who at that time worked for Faber and Faber, and whose titular boss T.S. Eliot had been. T.S. Eliot died early the following year. Timothy Binion, having produced a definitive biography of Pushkin, died in 2004, and now Valerie Eliot has died. I only met her a couple of times, though was persuaded to attend her funeral, if only because, through her family coming to our shop, I had known her longest, if in some respects least. She used to claim that she remembered me as a boy doing my homework in a corner of the shop, an unlikely recollection and a slightly distasteful one, reminiscent of Millet's fairly odious picture of Christ in the carpenter's shop. Had I ever chosen to do my homework in the shop, it would have got short shrift from my father, who would have seen it as showing off. What Valerie Eliot did do, though, was to send me the notes her husband had made on the inside of his programme after their visit to Beyond the Fringe. An amazingly vigorous quartet of young men, their show well-produced and fast-moving, a mixture of brilliance, juvenility, and bad taste. Brilliance illustrated by a speech by Macmillan, Cook, a sermon, Bennett, and an interview with an African politician, Miller, who otherwise reminded us of Auden. Juvenility by anti-nuclear bomb scene, anti-capital punishment scene, and the absence of any satire at the expense of the Labour Party. Bad taste by armpits and Lady Astor speech. Still, it is pleasant to see this type of entertainment so successful.
Thanks for listening. For more, go to lrb.co.uk.
You're listening to a London Review of Books podcast.
11th of January. The doorbell goes around noon. I'm expecting Anthony Croller, the photographer, so don't look through the window, and open the door to find what I take to be a builder with a loose piece of flex in his hand and what could be a meter. He says he's working at a house nearby, but needs to check our drain, which may have a hairline crack. He makes to come in, but I say that if there is any work needs doing, we have a builder of our own, and in any case, my partner deals with all that. He then claims to have spoken to my boyfriend, who says it's okay. I shut the door on him and telephone Rupert, the so-called builder meanwhile banging on the door. Rupert, of course, has never spoken to anyone, so I go back to the door where, as soon as I open it, the caller gets his foot in the door, literally. Bridget, who's downstairs, now comes up, and at the sight of a third party he takes fright, retreating to a white van waiting opposite with its engine running, which drives off so quickly I fail to get the number. Thinking about it afterwards, where he went wrong was in not being ingratiating enough or trying to explain what the drain problem was, and graduating straight to the frenzied banging on the door. Your boyfriend didn't help either. Like all crooks, he was affronted when his honesty was questioned, if only because it implied a criticism of his performance. 29th of March. Richard Griffiths dies. We've been away for a couple of days, so are spared the unctuous telephone calls that always come from the tabloids on such occasions. We are sorry to be the bearer of bad tidings, or we hope we're not intruding on your grief. Outside his family, the person who would have known him best as an actor at the National, and who would have been most acquainted with the logistic difficulties caused by his bulk, was his dresser. No one will think to ask him, and I've never known him gossip about the actors he's dressed, myself included. But he would have had an angle on Richard and how he coped with his life that is unshared by any of the obituary writers. Richard had an unending repertoire of anecdotes, and an enviable spontaneous wit besides. I was working with him at the time when Henry VIII's flagship, the Mary Rose, was being laboriously raised from the depths of Portsmouth Harbour. This was being done by means of a cradle, when suddenly a cable snapped and the wreck slipped back into the water. "Ah," said Richard, "a slight hiccup on the atypical journey from grave to cradle." 7th of April. The morning spent paying bills: British Gas and Electricity, Thames Water, Yorkshire Water, Camden Council, Craven District Council, and Mr. Redhead, the coal merchant in Ingleton. Many of the bills are overdue, about which I'm unrepentant. The only one I pay promptly and with no feeling of resentment is Mr. Redhead's. It wasn't always so. Before the public utilities were privatised, one paid bills more readily, not just because they were considerably cheaper, which of course they were, but because one had little sense of being exploited. Now, as I pay my water bills, for instance, I think of their overpaid executives and the shareholders to whom the profits go, and I know, despite the assurance of all such companies, that they are charging what they know they can get away with. Competition has not meant better service, nor has it brought down prices, with some corporate behaviour close to sharp practice. British Gas, for instance, regularly admits to send me a first bill, but only a reminder, which has no details about consumption. When challenged, they say this may be because bills have been sent online. But how can this be, as we have no computer? If one telephones and manages eventually to get through, one is dealt with by someone always charming and even-tempered, and very often Scots, who promises to look into it. But when in due course the bill comes again, it is still with no details and coupled with threats of court action. So, whereas once upon a time I paid my bills as Auden said a gentleman should, as soon as they were submitted, these days I put them off, paying sometimes only the third or fourth time of asking, or when I am assured, rhetorically I know, that the bailiffs are about to call. I am no crusader, but I wish there was a consumers' organisation which could coordinate individual resistance to these companies, setting up non or late payment on such a scale that it would put a dent in the dividends of shareholders and the salaries of the executives concerned. This was written a few hours before I learned of Lady Thatcher's death, and it's an appropriate epitaph. 3rd of May. I'm reading Neil MacGregor's Shakespeare's Restless World. It's very good, even overcoming my A.L. Rouse-generated prejudice against reading about Shakespeare. I hadn't realised at Richard Griffith's funeral in Stratford that both Shakespeare and his father had been buried either in the church or the churchyard, the whereabouts of the graves now unknown. So when, waiting for the service to start, I go out for a pee under one of the yews in a sheltered corner of the cemetery, I may well have been pissing on Shakespeare's grave. More decorously, Richard's massive coffin was resting where presumably Shakespeare's coffin rested, a notion that would have pleased him, though at the service it goes unremarked. 16th of July. A book review in the LRB by Jonathan Coe of The Wit and Wisdom of Boris Johnson, edited by Harry Mount, and it kicks off with some remarks about the so-called satire boom of the early 1960s. It recalls John Bird's The Last Laugh, the Cambridge Footlights review of 1959, which I saw, and while recognising that it was too radical to be very funny, claims that it was undoubtedly a strong influence on Peter Cook, one of the original cast members, implying, I think, that in Beyond the Fringe, staged the following year, Peter was pushed in the general direction of satirical comedy. I don't think this was quite the case. rather that John Birch's show confirmed Peter's reluctance to have anything to do with any subject, be it satire or not, which was not funny. Co-instance is Peter's lines in Civil War, the sketch that opened the second half of Beyond the Fringe. When Dudley Moore voices disbelief that a 4-minute warning would be enough in the case of a nuclear attack, Cook drawlingly retorts, "I'd remind those doubters that some people in this great country of ours can run a mile in 4 minutes." I feel both small-minded and obsessive in being able to recall this after more than 50 years, but the 4-minute joke was not Peter's but mine. His more characteristic contribution to the sketch and its uproarious ending was when, in accordance with official instructions on what to do in the event of a nuclear explosion, Peter got into a large brown paper bag. Coe also says that in Beyond the Fringe, the tensions and contradictions inherent in the movement were already visible. This is certainly true, one of them being that one had to be quite defensive of one's own material, lest it be usurped by colleagues. Peter, who was by far the most prolific of the four of us, was already in 1960 established as a successful sketch writer for the reviews in the West End. This meant that at that time he had no wish to offend an audience and shied away from sketches that did. It was only later in his career that, as his humour became more anarchic and audiences in their turn more fawning and in on the joke, he ceased to care. Showbiz dies hard, and in these toothless stand-up days, I think Peter might just have liked Jeremy Hardy, but would have drawn the line at Stuart Lee. 18th of August. Watching the run-through of the touring version of People at the National, I reflect that there isn't much swearing in my plays. I imagine the characters in a play by Mark Ravenhill, say, get through more fucks in the first 5 minutes than there are in my entire oeuvre. The first time I wrote fuck in a script was in my second play, Getting On, and Kenneth Moore, who was the star, and swore all the time himself, refused to say it on the understandable grounds that it would reduce the takings at the matinees, and since he was on a percentage, this mattered. The boys swear quite a bit in the History Boys, but then boys do. If I hadn't made them swear, they'd be less credible. The headmaster in the play swears occasionally too, and with more feeling, and I've had letters about that, so there are still standards to be upheld. Headmasters don't swear. I'm surprised, though, these days at what audiences are prepared to take on stage, but I feel they don't want to take it from me. I'm not that sort of person, and I understand them feeling that. It's what I've thought all my life. 1st of November. Never having worked in the Olivier, coming in for the dress rehearsal for tonight and tomorrow night's National Theatre Gala, I immediately get lost and end up clambering about in the band room. The dressing rooms, when I reach them, are cells arranged round a central well, with the actors often shouting across to one another from their uncurtained cubicles. Coming in this afternoon, Maggie Smith said, "Oh, God, it's like a women's prison." She didn't just mean any women's prison, but the penitentiary that used to stand on the corner of Greenwich and 6th Avenues in New York. Relations of the inmates used to gather on the sidewalks to shout up at their incarcerated loved ones in a performance that was almost a tourist attraction in itself. Opposite my dressing room across the well is Judi Dench. One story down are Alex Jennings and Penelope Wilton, with the next dressing room dark, the window slightly ajar, and a thin skein of smoke ascending. Michael Gambon. I envy them all. Since appearing regularly on the stage, as most of them do, this occasion is almost routine. I haven't acted on stage for 20 years and am petrified. That the extract from the History Boys isn't until 10 minutes before the end makes it no easier. Still, the dress rehearsal goes well, after which Nick Heitner rehearses an elaborate curtain call that grows out of Francis de la Tour's final stage manager's speech, plays from the habit of art. I'm genuinely proud that it's my words that end this remarkable show, even though I wish I didn't have to perform in it.
Thanks for listening. For more, go to lrb.co.uk.
You are listening to a London Review of Books podcast.
6th of January 2014. Though I've learnt never entirely to believe in a film until it actually happens, it does seem likely that this autumn we will be shooting The Lady in the Van. This is the story of Miss Mary Shepherd, the elderly eccentric who took up residence in my garden in 1974, living there in a van until her death 15 years later. Maggie Smith played Miss Shepherd on the stage in 1999, and all being well will star in the film, with Nicholas Heitner directing. To date I've written 2 drafts of the script, and I'm halfway through a third. The house where the story happened, 23 Gloucester Crescent in Camden Town, is currently lived in by the photographer Anthony Croller, though many of my belongings are still there. This afternoon I go round to start the lengthy process of clearing out some of the books and papers so that it can be used for the filming. I first saw the house in 1968. Jonathan Miller lives in the same street, and Rachel, his wife, saw the "For Sale" sign go up. It belonged to an American woman who kept parrots, and there were perches in the downstairs room and also in its small garden. Slightly older than the other houses in the Crescent, like many of them it had been a lodging house, so every room had its own gas meter and some had wash basins. I did most of the decorating myself, picking out the blurred and whitewashed frieze in the drawing room with a nail file, a job that these days would be done by steam cleaning, though then I was helped by some of the actors in my first play, 40 Years On, which was running in the West End. One of the actors was George Fenton, who was doing the music for the film, and another was Keith McNally, the proprietor of Balthazar. 15th of April. Watch 5 minutes of Have I Got News for You, with Nigel Farage the guest, and Ian Hislop and Paul Merton their usual genial selves. I never quite understand why they're happy to sit on a panel with the likes of Farage, Boris Johnson, Jeremy Clarkson et al. Their reasoning would, I imagine, be that this gives them the opportunity to have fun at the expense of Farage and company, and so they do. But the impression an audience comes away with is that actually nothing much matters, and that these seemingly jokey demagogues are human and harmless, and that their opinions are not really as pernicious as their opponents pretend. And even if they are, what does it matter, as politics is just a con anyway? Whereas Johnson, the bike apart, doesn't seem to me to have a moral bone in his body, and the batrachoidal Farage likewise. So where's your sense of humour? It's only a joke. 18th of May. Once upon a time, when one saw an old couple walking along holding hands, the thought was of Darby and Joan. Nowadays one just wonders which of them it is who has Alzheimer's. 15th of July. Asked by Yorkshire Tea if I would like a quick jaunt to King's Cross Station to have my face modelled in cake and put on a plinth in the forecourt. It's not a distinction that is to be conferred on me alone, though Yorkshire Tea does not specify who my fellow modèle en gâteau might be. The late Freddie Truman, I would guess, Michael Parkinson possibly, and Alan Titchmarsh, who's so amiable he might even do it. A candidate for patisserie posterity would once have been that son of Yorkshire, Jimmy Savile, who seems made for marzipan, but not now. No cake for James. 7th of August, Oxford. To Oxford and the Holywell Music Room, where Bodley's librarian emeritus, David Vasey, and I have a conversation about our time at Oxford in the 1950s. David and I were first aware of each other at the scholarship examination in Exeter College Hall in January 1954. The hall was bitter cold, but both of us managed to bag places near the open fire, where, sitting next to him, I envied his handwriting, which, unlike mine, was already adult and fully formed. He just remembers how much I wrote. I was halfway through my national service on the Russian course. David was a couple of years younger, and having won an exhibition, went off to Kenya as a second lieutenant in the King's African Rifles. As undergraduates, neither of us was entirely happy, both remembering how inadequately we were taught, and how long it took us to learn how to teach ourselves. I briefly became a fairly hopeless tutor myself, eking out my research grant with pupils from Exeter and Magdalen, where I was appointed a lowly junior lecturer, and thus a member of Magdalen Senior Common Room. It was a daunting community, with A.J.P. Taylor, Gilbert Ryle, and C.S. Lewis regularly met with on high table. I didn't have much small talk, but what was the point, as one seldom got a word in with Taylor, and had I had anything to chat to Ryle about, it would have been like chatting to Mount Rushmore. The food was delicious, but meals could be a nightmare. I remember once we had mince pie, but not, of course, the common individual variety, but a great dish of a pie, from which, having been handed a silver trowel by the scout, one had to cut oneself a tranche and manoeuvre it onto one's plate. Next came another scout, bearing a silver Bunsen burner, and a ladle, which a third scout filled with brandy, which one then had to heat over the burner until it produced a wavering blue flame, whereupon one poured it over the pie. A fourth scout then appeared, carrying a pitcher of cream, with which one doused the conflagration. It was a lengthy process, and one which deprived me of all appetite for the end product, particularly since, as the lowliest member of Common Room, I was served last, while Taylor, Ryle, Lewis et al., having long since finished, looked on with ill-concealed impatience. If anything cured me of wanting to be a Don, it was this. 24th of September. Opened the paper this morning to find that the Dowager Duchess of Devonshire has died. Has eventually died, I nearly wrote, since she was virtually turned to stone a few years ago, and was only alive because of the loving care of her long-standing PA and friend, Helen Marchant, who kept her, smitten as she was, still looking as grand and handsome as ever, with nothing of the invalid about her, and, her silence apart, no hint of dementia. Nor did her home, the old vicarage at Enza, the old vic as she called it, have anything of the sick room about it, with nothing to suggest anything was wrong. Everybody called her Debo, but I was privileged not to do so, feeling when I first got to know her that our acquaintance was too brief for such familiarity, so ended up calling her Ms. Debo, while I was Mr. Allen. The darling of the Spectator and a stalwart of the Countryside Alliance, she was hardly up my street, but when she wrote asking if I would write a preface for one of her books, I could not have been more flattered had she been Virginia Woolf herself, and I was soon eating out of her hand. Once the request was made, I knew there was no refusing, saying that the only woman I'd come across with a will of comparable iron was Miss Shepherd. Thereafter, Debo signed all her letters to me D. Shepherd. I favoured postcards, looking out for any of grubby back streets, and sending them as yet another unsunned corner of the Cavendish estates. She was tough, kind, and above all fun. The last time I saw her, when she was still herself, was in September 2010, at a reception at the Garrick for the launch of her book Wait for Me. She was 90 then, but still sturdy, and she could not be restrained from climbing onto a chair to address the party, and not a plain wooden chair either, but an upholstered job on which she balanced precariously while she talked to a room which by that stage in her life she could no longer see. By all accounts, the funeral was as brisk and sensible as her life, with no elegy, and the hymns old favourites that made for a good sing. Not wanting to set sail on a sea of cellophane, she banned all wrappings for the flowers. Unattributed, I lifted a detail of her life for my play People. Years ago, a neighbour in London, Josie Baird, who'd worked at the British Museum copying their jewellery, was asked by Chatsworth to do the same for them. Debbo told her to nose around the house to see if she could find anything worth reproducing. Josie opened a drawer and found some beads wrapped in old newspaper. "Oh, yes," said Debbo, airily, I'm sure. "It's the rosary of Henry VIII. 6th of October. The first morning of filming for The Lady in the Van, and I sit in what was once my study, the room now bare and cold, the walls plain plaster, just as it was when I first saw the house in 1968, though I've no memory of being shown it by the estate agent, which is an early shot in the film. Alex Jennings is playing me, and looks remarkably like, with no hint of the outrageous blonde there sometimes was in Cocktail Sticks when he played me on the stage. Now Sam Anderson, ex-history boy and star of Doctor Who, does the opening shot as a Jehovah's Witness. "Does Jesus Christ dwell in this house?" Alex Jennings. "No. Try the van." 25th of October. At noon comes Paul Hoggart to record some impressions of his father, Richard, whose memorial meeting is at Goldsmiths next week. He talks about his and his brother's childhood in the shadow of the uses of literacy, and how anyone meeting them would generally kick off by remembering what an impression the book had made on them, reminding me that on first meeting Simon Hoggart, I had done just that. I first read The Uses of Literacy in New York in 1963, not out of any sociological interest, but from homesickness. Marooned on Broadway with Beyond the Fringe, for me the book was a taste of Yorkshire, and more particularly of Leeds. It wasn't the Leeds I knew. We lived in Armley, which had some slums but was otherwise boring and comparatively genteel. Hoggart's Leeds was Hunslet, poorer, slummier, and an altogether more straitened environment, with Hoggart brought up by his grandmother and various aunties, in that respect not dissimilar to the upbringing of Carl Miller. Forget P.G. Wodehouse. For a working-class boy, aunties can be no bad thing. Before I read The Uses of Literacy, had I had any thoughts of writing, my own childhood, safe, dull, and in a loving family, was enough to discourage me. My life, it seemed to me, was not conducive to literature, but it was reading Hoggart's close account of his growing up in Hunslet that changed my mind. Many years later, Hoggart wrote asking to interview me for a TV series he was doing. To my lasting regret, I turned him down, thinking, as I often do with interviews, that I would at last be found out. So I wrote back saying how much his work meant to me, but we never met, though he would often send me copies of books. Paul Hoggart tells me that late in his life his father felt he was a failure and that he ought to have been a novelist. Sad though this is, I can see why, and how a book as romantic as The Uses of Literacy could lead on to literature, as reading it did with me. It has some wonderful Hardy-esque moments. Hoggart at one point standing on the edge of Holbeck Moor, the moors of Leeds, it should be said, as much cinder patches as haunts of heather, and looking across to see the great bulk of his school, Coburn High School, lit up in the dusk and freighted with all those hopeful souls like himself, passengers on a liner waiting to sail away to a better future. I quoted to Paul Hoggart something I'd come across the day before in one of D.J. Enright's commonplace books, Injury Time. Richard Hoggart has written of the scholarship boys of his and my generation, like homing pigeons to a loft we knew only from hearsay, we headed for the humanities, and above all, for literature. I'm happy to have been one of those pigeons. 28th of November. We travel regularly on the East Coast Line. It's hugely expensive, as what line isn't, but that apart it's a very good service. Generally punctual, the staff, some of whom we've got to know, cheerful and obliging, and sometimes engagingly silly, making train travel as pleasant as it can be these days. For the last 5 years the line has virtually been nationalised, with its profits going to the public purse, and there is no economic reason why this state of affairs should not continue. But just as in the last months of his government John Major made haste to privatise, disastrously, the railways, so this contemptible administration has sold off the line yet again, this time to Stagecoach and Virgin. There's no way this can be presented as being in the public interest. It's putting yet more money in private pockets already well lined from previous deals. It's ideology masquerading as pragmatism. I've always thought Branson a bit of a pillock, and presumably, if they're as gay unfriendly as they ever were, Stagecoach isn't much better. The prudes and the pillock. I look forward to the logo. 16th of December. I've never much wanted a dog, feeling life is quite complicated enough. Rupert craves one, and other people's dogs always like him, as they seldom do me. Today I'm coming along Regent's Park Road past the delicatessen, when a woman stops me, wondering if I would mind holding her dog while she goes in and gets some pasta. It's a dachshund, and harmless looking, so I stand there, holding the lead of this, to me, entirely unsuitable dog as people go by, and whether they're being friendly to me or to the dog or to the pair of us together, stop and chat, as I suppose dog owners do. Except I have to explain it's not my dog at all, and should we ever get a dog, it certainly wouldn't be a dachshund. Though actually the dog is sweet and affectionate, licking my hand and nuzzling me, much in the way Hockney's famous Stanley does, or did. In a short story, the owner would never come back, leaving me and the dog to make a life together. But here she is, having got her pasta, and duly grateful. I knew I could rely on you because you're from the north. Rupert is, of course, delighted by this incident, seeing it as a possible chink in my armour. I think not.
Thanks for listening. For more, go to lrb.co.uk.
11th of January 2016. It's not to disparage David Bowie, but if even a fraction of the tributes being paid to him and his influence were true, we would never have had a Conservative government, or indeed any government at all. Hearing the news on the Today programme this morning, Rupert nearly cries. I met Bowie only once, at John Schlesinger's, sometime in the 1980s, and remember him as a slight, almost colourless figure, who was somehow Scots. A friend calls later and recalls how someone he knew picked up Bowie when he was still David Jones. He offered to come around, bringing his guitar, as he wanted to try out some songs. They had sex, and then he wanted to play, only his host pleaded another appointment and sent him away. How long after this it was that Bowie had his breakthrough, I'm not sure. 15th of January. Alan Rickman dies. In the first week of the rehearsals for The Habit of Art, my play at the National in 2009, Michael Gambon, playing Auden, was taken ill and rushed to St Thomas's. He recovered quite quickly and indeed got out of the ambulance saying, "I know what they're all doing now, sitting up in the canteen recasting," which indeed we were, with my first thought Alan Rickman, I suppose because the rasping quality in his voice echoed Auden's harsh tones. However, because Richard Griffiths was available and indeed anxious to play the part, the role went to him. Emergency casting sessions such as the one Gambon knew we were holding are always mildly hysterical and often very funny, as assorted names, often wildly unsuitable, are put forward, with the actors reacting variously depending on their experience of acting with the person in question. "Sweetie, are we talking about the same person?" "Harold Pinter, can you be serious?" And "she's a bit," and with the tipping of the elbow to indicate drink taken. I've often thought of putting such a session in a play, but unless the names of real actors are used, it wouldn't work. 24th of January. Watch a DVD of Pride, the film directed by Matthew Wokus, based on the support offered by lesbian and gay groups to the miners during the strike in the 1980s. It's one of a trio of British films, the others, The Full Monty and Brassed Off, spawned by the Thatcher era, which benefit from having such a clear-cut political situation and a ready-made villain. Margaret fucking Thatcher, in Bill Nye's words, giving all three films the feeling of being a crusade while still being very funny. I'd like to have written any or all of them. As Rupert says, the 1980s was such a simple world and the villain so plain, whereas these days it's the system itself that seems unshiftable. 5th of February. Looking through a 1981 desk diary from the Metropolitan Museum, chiefly on account of its lavish illustrations, I come across a note of when Mary Kay and her children, Sam and Will, came around to supper. William in particular is very polite, manfully tackling a stew, which he doesn't like, and finishing it. "Thank you very much," he says as he gets up. "I actually prefer my vegetables raw." He also talks of Leonora da Vinci and lists his inventions: the helicopter, the aeroplane, the telescope. "The hand grenade?" Sam says helpfully. "No, Sam," says William patiently. "This isn't included in Loved Nina, but could well have been." 14th of February. Watch part of the BAFTA Awards. The fear is that when one gets to the Last Judgment, notwithstanding the presence of God, it will be like the BAFTA Awards, as long and every bit as tawdry. 22nd of February. The Tories are determined not simply to defeat Labour, but to extirpate it. This has never been part of English politics, and it came in with Mrs. Thatcher. It's why I can never think of her as other than pernicious. 27th of February. Good piece in this morning's Guardian, a discussion between Will Self and Stuart Lee, in which the latter describes the hostile reaction he sometimes has to face from audiences. At one point, a guy got really angry. He said it wasn't the audience's fault they didn't get what I was doing, and I should be better at my job. I thought there was going to be a fight, as he came down to the stage and was hanging about in a menacing way. I had to come out of character and say, "Look, this is a construct." This is true in all sorts of less menacing situations to do with writing. There are plenty of Larkin poems, for instance, in which the poet could add the same footnote: "Look, this is a construct, and I'm not as celibate as I pretend, or maybe even as racist." 5th of March. Harold Nicholson's diary, 9th of November 1947. After reading Pepys. It is some relief to reflect that to be a good diarist, one must have a little snouty, sneaky mind. 15th of March. As I'm coming out after my cancer check-up, there's a beggar sitting opposite the door. I give him a quid, saying that I bet it's a good pitch. He's so set on giving me his spiel, I don't think he even hears. But I'm sure it is a good spot. People who've just got the all clear giving him something out of gratitude, and those who haven't giving him something because they're hoping for some luck in their treatment. 1st of April. It occurs to me, reading the profile of Hartwig Fischer, the new director of the British Museum, that the person ideally suited to front the Remain campaign is Neil McGregor. Much loved, with a TV and radio profile and a charismatic speaker. It won't happen, of course, and in this morning's Guardian, the name of the Duke of Edinburgh is put forward to spearhead the campaign. It's only in the middle of the afternoon that I remember the date, the 1st of April. 9th of April. I'm waiting at the lights by St. Mark's Church when a family, grandfather, son and grandson, cross. The grandfather says he's been trying to explain to his grandson what a loiner is, i.e. someone from Leeds. I say I'm a loiner, but a bad example. That's all right, says the grandfather, we're from Wakefield. I say I don't know what they call people from Wakefield. Desperate, says the son. 20th of May. On his way round here, Anthony Croller comes across the railway bridge at the top of Gloucester Crescent, where an old lady is feeding the pigeons. Rounding the corner, he finds a man at the edge of the flock of birds who, without any concealment at all, is taking out his cock to have a pee. Croller, outraged at this, shouts, "Here, mate, you can put that away right now." The man, not surprisingly resenting the interference, begins to give Croller some aggro. Croller, a big man, is imperturbable. "You can talk for as long as you like, but you want to pee. I don't. So my advice to you is to clear off," which, cursing, the would-be offender does, with the nearest toilets at the bottom of Parkway, where, as Croller points out, there are also many pubs, which is probably why the man wants a pee in the first place. Through it all, the old lady, bent double with scoliosis, continues doggedly feeding the pigeons. 23rd of May. I don't have much time for moleskin notebooks and the snobbery of stationery. It's quite risky too. Writers who make a fuss about their notebooks are halfway to thinking that their jottings are literature and headed towards posterity. It's also the wonderful world of words that Hector complains about in the History Boys. 25th of May. About the only lie Boris Johnson hasn't yet told is that if we leave the EU, the weather will be better. 27th of May, Yorkshire. The garden is at its best, just plumping out. Plenty of bluebells still, alliums, and a huge bush of borage behind me as I write. My favourite water avens is slowly spreading from the clump we planted near the water trough along the path and between the paving stones. And having thought that, like Larkin, I could no longer hear birds, I'm sitting here with bird song coming at me from every quarter, though from what birds I've no idea. I'd like to line up all the birds concerned, get them to identify themselves and give me an instance of their call. As it is, I know the blackbird and the robin, but that's about it. Stopped in the ticket office at King's Cross yesterday by a Scotsman, who I thought wanted to talk to me about Sophie. Which Sophie, I say? Not Sophie at all. He wants a selfie. 8th of June. I suppose I've managed to die, he thought. After all, I never imagined I could pass the driving test, but I managed that, feeling at the time, he remembered, that he'd joined the human race. This could be much the same, except that now he would be leaving it. "It won't be quite yet," said the doctor. "Of course," he said, but almost as a precaution, he took out his diary. September is kind of empty. I've nothing on then at all. This is hardly a diary entry, though these days thoughts of death are seldom far away. 17th of June, Suffolk. We call at Snape Maltings for some tea. The restaurant on a mezzanine, looking over the interiors and posh fancy goods store on the ground floor. After tea we go downstairs, and while Rupert looks round, I get myself sat down in a purchasable easy chair, where I hear Rupert talking to what I take to be another customer. It is in fact an old man, farmer-like in appearance, who, as he straightway tells Rupert, used to work here when it was still a functioning brewery or malt house. He's obviously a frequent visitor, and the staff greet him and are on friendly terms, and may even encourage him to wander about, to give the place a bit of local colour. He's the sort of character who would not be out of place in something Russian, or a play by David Story. 24th of June. The day after the referendum I spent sitting at the kitchen table, correcting the proofs of Keeping On, and finishing them before going to Yorkshire in despair. I imagine this must have been what Munich was like in 1938. Half the nation rejoicing at a supposed deliverance, the other stunned by the country's self-serving cowardice. Well, we shall see. 30th of June, Yorkshire. Tracy in the village has made a real go of her vintage shop. She has a good eye, her stock is always changing, and she isn't dear. Rupert delights in the place, and whenever we're here pays her a visit. Word must have got round, because she's been approached by one of the TV antiques programmes to figure as one of the shops visited, an offer she's refused. She says that the bargaining that purportedly goes on between the stallholder and the contestants is not quite what it seems, with the programme makers undertaking to pay the stallholder the asking price, the "what's the best on this?" entirely spurious. When we were in Southwold a few weeks ago, I asked Mrs. Shotter if this had affected her always modest prices, and she confirmed that customers these days will make outrageously low offers, half the market price even, because that's what happens, they believe, on television. 10th of July. When we drive from the village to Leeds on a Sunday afternoon, we prefer to come the back way, via East Morton, Elslack, Cross Hills, and then, if we've time in hand, we go the back way, turning off the Bradford motorway to Silsden, then over the top, so that the journey to Leeds is almost wholly rural. Today we pass an idyllic scene, a cricket pitch high on a bluff above East Morton, looking over Keighley and Airedale, where an Asian cricket team regularly plays, and plays very traditionally, with no lurid lycra kit, but in immaculate white flannels and caps. The players seem to be largely taxi drivers, their cabs parked on the road or, as today, by the actual field. With no interest in cricket, we're both of us cheered by this old-fashioned spectacle and the players who go to the trouble to preserve it. It's a tonic. 3rd of August, the date of Dad's death 42 years ago. New counter-terrorism measures announced, with the designated squad of police paraded in grey uniforms, faces half obscured by grey handkerchiefs, and of course armed to the teeth. Their function will be to be on duty and be seen to be on duty at tourist hotspots or any place the public congregate. How long, though, before these strictly limited circumstances become diluted, as generally happens when new powers are given to the police? So it was with the taser, an exceptional resource supposedly, but now in common use. Armed police were once a rarity and are now unremarkable. The earliest use of anti-terrorism procedures was against the 80-year-old who spoke out of turn at a Labour Party conference. This dove-grey force will get bored and start itching for action. How long before legitimate but potentially violent demonstrations come within its purview? No one asks Mr. Hogan how. 16th of August. While waiting for the beans to cook for the salad niçoise, I switch on TV and catch a clip of the always excellent World at War, and it's Speer talking. Speer escaped the death penalty at Nuremberg and ultimately survived for one reason alone: class. He could have been an English gentleman. The person he most resembles is Kenneth Civilization Clark. 19th of August. Genuinely saddened last thing tonight by Rupert saying that Tom Daley hasn't even reached the diving finals in Rio. He's about the only competitor I care about, feeling that for all his lustrous looks he's had a difficult time and come through all the ballyhoo of the last few years. I feel he deserves the CBE, which he won't get, though there's as much sense in using honours less to celebrate than to console. 26th of August, Yorkshire. A lovely morning, and my favourite thing, we sit outside the back door and have our breakfast. Porridge with poached pears, blueberries and bananas in the warm sunshine. The butterflies don't seem to stir until later on, but this year there have been dozens, particularly on the Buddleia. There's a party of Hasidic Jewish boys staying up at the field centre, and it's odd to see these preeminently urban figures knocking about the village, though nobody stares at them or takes much notice. This afternoon, Rupert wishes he had his camera, as Sue up the street is emptying the frames on her beehives, clad in overalls and helmet and all the other gear, and watched by 3 Hasidic boys, equally but differently exotically clad. It would have made a good picture, and one impossible to pose. My first thought seeing Hasidic Jews is always how hot they must be. In the evening they play what Rupert describes as loud Israeli music, but which I can't hear. 30th of August. I'm reading Neil MacGregor's Germany, Memories of a Nation, which is very good, and in one sense readable, though in another not. I'm reading, or trying to, the paperback published by Penguin, but it's so cheaply done that the captions to many of the photographs are unreadable without a magnifying glass, and some of the indented quotations in the actual text aren't easy either. It's ironic because the chapter I'm currently reading is about Luther and the preeminence of the book. 7th of September. Ed Kemp rings, thoughtfully it seems to me, to say that his mother has died, aged 91. She was the widow of Eric Kemp, my tutor at Exeter College, and later Bishop of Chichester, though I don't recall meeting her in Oxford, but only in Chichester, where, though she was the bishop's wife, she enjoyed working as an usherette in the theatre, and thus, I hope, scandalising that Trollopian place. 17th of September. Edward Albee dies. We met once, I think, in 1972, when we were seated at the same table at the Evening Standard Awards lunch. I was struck by how stylish and Ivy League he was, like Woody Allen, who wore similarly dapper outfits at that time, slim and neat in a look I always fancied. More striking was that Albee was there in company with his male partner, which was a bold step in 1972, and only the second time I'd come across such an open avowal of a gay relationship, the first time being Christopher Isherwood and Don Bacardi. 19th of September. Long piece in the Guardian sports section about Joey Barton, the difficult and sometimes violent footballer who's been transferred from Burnley to Rangers and is in trouble again. He's obviously clever, though in a slightly psychopathic way, and given to gnomic Muhammad Ali-like utterances. He's rightly proud of his self-education and being smarter than most footballers, while still being his own worst enemy. He habitually uses critique to mean criticise, and would make a good character in something, though not something I'd be capable of writing. 30th of September. I don't know what memes are, or what skanky means. Whether it's worth finding out, I'm not sure. Are they comfortably ensconced in the language already, or are they just lodging there? 10th of October. I remember Pobs, which was the name of bread and milk we were always given when we were poorly as children. And then I see that hyperthymesia is a rare medical condition defined as being marked by unusual autobiographical remembering. 26th of October, the slightly dreaded day of my first public reading of Keeping On at the Union Chapel in Islington. It turns out to be a huge building, seating 900 and often used for pop concerts, while still doing duty as a chapel. It's a vast circular edifice like a pitch pine mosque, with distant balconies and glimpses of stained glass windows, and on the podium, I think, some monumental organ. The reading goes well enough, and there are said to be lots of young people in the audience, and I hope so, but I'm not sure that helps. When it comes to the question and answer, I'm less confident, with "What do you think of Brexit?" the almost inevitable first question. "I deplore it" is the equally obvious answer, but after that I dribble off into silence and inarticulate despair. 2nd of November. On my bike this afternoon and toiling through Regent's Park towards the inner circle, a grey-haired woman labours past me before stopping a bit further on and saying, "You're the first person I've ever overtaken." I excuse myself, blaming my bike and its weight and absence of gears, though hers looks much the same. We grumble about the speedsters who infect the outer circle, coming up behind you silently and far too close, and nowadays in large packs. Insofar as I understand the new superhighway for bikes that is being proposed, I'm not sure that I approve. I'd like more paths opened up in the park itself, if only because I get bored biking dutifully up and down the Broadwalk every afternoon, though at least it's not a route favoured by the speed merchants. 10th of November, Venice. One way of going on post-Trump, though it's hardly a solution, is to live without news. No papers, no TV, no comment. Not hard to do for the 4 days we are here, though much harder for Lynn, our friend, whose inclination I'm sure is to be home in New York, surrounded by fellow feeling. But after that, it's not something I want to get used to, or for the outrage, the disgust, the despair to become blunted. Better raw. Lynn bears it well, not showing what must always be in her mind, momentarily forgotten as a bereavement is forgotten, but there when one wakes and last thing before one sleeps. A background to everything, even Venice. Trudging painfully through the streets, up and down the steps to the bridges, for what must surely be the last time, I think that even this will be at the mercy of Trump's folly. America, as Lynn points out, is now virtually a dictatorship, with Congress and the presidency both in Trump's hands, and the Supreme Court packed for years to come, if we are lucky enough to be granted years. We wake late this morning and wander past the queues waiting to get into San Marco. No season, even this wet November, uncrowded as once it was. Marvel as always at what a hotchpotch the place is. some of its looted stonework stuck on symmetrically, other bits, the figure of a water carrier for instance, just popped on the front until it finds its proper niche. 11th of November. Find San Giorgio della Schiavone, which is never an easy task, and it's open and empty. The frieze of Carpaccios range round this parish room, well kept now, as once it was shabby, though with the paintings blessedly uncleaned. Rupert notices, as I never have, that one of the monks fleeing the lion has a wooden leg, complete with ferrule, and in the background to the funeral of St. Jerome there's an armadillo, and in the stampeding monks a touch of vorticism. Other visitors arrive, photographing the pictures almost before looking at them, while I park myself on one of the benches, in Venice always happy to sit down, grateful as always for the grace and good temper of the Italians and their friendliness, virtues on which we've so summarily turned our backs. Thankful that I'm old and have no children to leave in a world at the mercy of this lying and bellicose vulgarian. 12th of November. The Curragh Museum has been reorganised so that the paintings, which for me were its chief delight, have migrated upstairs somewhere, so we don't find the anonymous man by a Ferraran painter, of which we have a reproduction in Yorkshire, or the plump ladies with their dogs and crimped urine-dyed hair on their 15th century rooftop. As ever, though, Rupert spots something extraordinary. A classical brooch of an owl, remounted in an 18th century setting, which once belonged to Marie Antoinette. But oh, the people, myself included. The greed at breakfast in our hotel is also dispiriting. One young woman this morning with such a passion for fruit that she piles her plate with melon, pineapple, grapes and kiwi fruit and fills her pockets with tangerines, to the extent that in the process nature itself is demeaned. Hard to be a waitress at breakfast and retain a respect for one's fellows. Some of the well-to-do guests can't wait to get the food back from the breakfast bar to their table, one young man downing a tumbler of orange juice en route, and a boy stuffing himself with sausages before he even sits down. An adventure. When I used to come to Venice in the 1970s, I ate, sometimes every night, at Montin's, now quite a celebrated restaurant, and a short walk from the Accademia. We booked for this evening, except I'm not sure if I'll remember the way. All that remains is that one passed a cinema, long since closed, and took a short cut through a sottopassaggio before turning left onto the quay with the welcome red lantern outside Locanda Montin. In the circumstances, we decide to splash out on a water taxi, the trip only taking 10 minutes or so before the driver calls us up from the cabin to explain that this is as close to the side as he can get. There's a gap between the swaying boat and the landing stage of 3 or 4 feet down across water onto the stone. Rupert manages it first, and with him on one side and the boatman on the other, I launch myself into space, with time enough as I'm flying through the air to wonder why, with a bad ankle and at 82, how I'm going to manage. But it's okay, though even Lynn, who's normally so intrepid, is unnerved by the leap. It's only when we get into Montin's and compare notes that we realise how risky it's been. Still, we have a nice meal, and though Italian food isn't quite the same as it was, in the 1970s I invariably ate Parma ham and melon, followed by liver and sage, neither of them on the menu tonight. 13th of November. As we're packing this morning, Rupert watches a rat on the canal steps of the hotel, just as a huge multi-storied liner slides past, the only one we've seen, though its waterborne high flats hardly make it a vessel of romance. Note how melancholy most of these Venetian entries are, and not merely because of Trump and co. Venice, however ravishing, is ultimately a sad place. 14th of November. A nauseating picture on the front of The Guardian of Trump and Farage together, with nauseating in this case not just a word. It does genuinely make one feel sick. January 12th. At 7 to the National Gallery for Beyond Caravaggio, now in its last week. It's a mixed bag, with far and away the best picture, The Taking of Christ, on loan from Dublin. A superb painting, but hung on the same wall as the National Gallery's Supper at Emmaus. This is nowhere near as good, because the central figures don't compare. In the Dublin picture, Christ, with his downcast eyes, is ascetic and noble, with Judas yearning and troubled. In the National Gallery's picture, Christ, suddenly recognised by the company at supper, and also with downcast eyes, looks plump-cheeked and almost debauched, a grown-up version of one of Caravaggio's grape-eating boys. Not known to me is a painting of Christ by Galli, which shows him pulling open the wound in his side and looking out of the picture with a wonderfully quizzical expression, both sad at disbelief and troubled by it. So many of the paintings I don't like at all. The Gentileschi rest on the flight into Egypt, for instance, and umpteen pictures of gambling and card games, which, even by de la Tour, I find it hard to take. Rupert, as always, looks more carefully than I do, and gets more out of it. A terrific picture by Ribeiro of an old man with the withered and drooping flesh of his arm, exactly done, via his brushwork apparently, though so lifelike it comes a little close to home, as indeed does one of the old man's fingers, which, as Rupert points out, is paralysed like mine. A couple of warders apart, we see no one. Home by 9:15 and a pizza, gluten-free supper. 13th of January. We abandon any plans of going to Yorkshire, as snow is forecast. Some of our indecision to be put down to the over-dramatisation of the weather by the forecasters, who, one feels, long to be part of the news, not just the background to it. On the news, reports of Tony Snowdon's death. I first met him in 1968, when Patrick Garland brought him backstage with Princess Margaret after 40 years on. A friend of Patrick's, he talked mostly to him, but Princess Margaret didn't confine herself to John Gielgud and Paul Eddington, but to her credit wanted to meet the boys in the play, which she did, though I suspect most of them had no idea who she was. In 1984, Snowdon took pictures of me for, I think, the Sunday Times, after the shooting of a private function, the most memorable of which was outside the abattoir in Ilkley, with me sitting sternly on a battered chair holding a cleaver. The background of the shot consists of 3 or 4 huge sides of beef, which Snowdon got the butchers to shift and hang without ever saying who he was or what the pictures were for. The whole exercise done entirely on charm. It's a photograph I've always liked, because it's so unlike, uneasy, fierce, and with me still at 50, looking quite young. He could be quite difficult, though I never found him so, and I always remember that in 1987, on the day Russell Harty was pilloried by the Sun for his patronage of rent boys, Snowdon rang and asked him to supper, a circumstance with which, had they known, the tabloids would have had a field day. He also did the best photograph of Anthony Blunt, a real classic. As always, listening to Der Rosenkavalier from Covent Garden this evening, I feel that, particularly at the end of Act 3, it trembles almost on the edge of music. 22nd of January. Let us continue to flood in after the publication of Keeping On, with occasional gems, including one from a woman in Darwin, enclosing a copy of a photograph taken of her as a child at Scrimshaw's, the upmarket photographer in Leeds. By her feet is a toy, Not one of mine, she says, but indubitably one of the penguins my dad used to make on his fretwork set for sale in Baildon's toy shop down County Arcade. It was obviously bought by the photographer to keep his younger clients amused. I'm absurdly pleased by this, as I'm sure Dad would, more quietly, have been. He had himself been photographed as a child holding a cricket bat, another photographic prop. He thought he was being given the bat and was mortified when it was taken away. This perhaps explains his lifelong dislike of sport. 16th of February. Trump as president's equivalent here would be Jeremy Kyle as Prime Minister. Trump continues to appall. He seems to have no moral compass, and if he has a compass at all, it's fixed permanently on self-seeking. 23rd of February. I go to the chemist in search of Collis Brown, which Boots choose no longer to sell, though why no one can explain. Depending on what one wants, the chemist has always been a theatre of embarrassment, though never so much as when our local pharmacy was on the corner of Sharpleshall Street, now the Italian delicatessen. Then it was run by an old couple, Mr. Alderson and his sister. Mr. Alderson doing the prescriptions with Miss Alderson the front of house. As he was quite slow, there were often half a dozen people waiting, as I was one afternoon, when the slightly deaf Mr. Alderson emerged with my prescription, inquiring in ringing tones, "Whose is the scrotal itch?" 5th of March. My parents seldom quarrelled and differed in very little. Still, if there was one complaint Mam regularly made about Dad, though never outside the family circle, it was that he didn't push himself forward. Mild-mannered and retiring, he was certainly unassertive, and if the complaint came up, it was generally to do with his butcher's shop. No businessman, he was occasionally cheated, diddled, he would have said, by employees, or done down by other butchers in Headingley. His lads, i.e. his delivery boys, were sometimes on the fiddle, so they would have to be sacked, leaving him disheartened or sickened, though seldom with a more vindictive reaction. He would never have gone to the police, for instance. It was on occasions like this that his good nature came into question, and Mam would say, "That's the trouble with you, Dad. He won't push himself forward." But then neither would she. Both of them as bad or as good as each other in this respect, because pushing himself forward would have meant pushing someone else back, and that's what neither of them was good at. 28th of March. Another death, this time David Storey, whom I liked and found sympathetic, though I might run into him only occasionally, and more often than not in Marks and Spencer's. It was always cheering, even if these days he was often shuffling, as much from the medicines he was taking as from old age. But he would call me darling, this ex-rugger player, and put his arm round me, unashamedly affectionate, unashamed of his emotions altogether, as I sat next to him at the funeral of Alan Bates's son Tristan, when he wept throughout. I haven't always felt so kindly, as when he wrote plays in the 1970s, I was very jealous of him, as I believe was Pinter. He could run up a play in a week or two, generally when he wasn't getting anywhere with a novel, and the plays were terrific, particularly The Contractor, which saw a huge marquee erected on the tiny stage of the Fortune Theatre. The Changing Room and Home, effortless they seemed to me to be, particularly under Lindsay Anderson's direction. I met Gielgud when he was rehearsing Home, in which he starred with Ralph Richardson. He sang David's praises. "He's the ideal playwright. Never says a word." 5th of May. Angels in America opens at the National. When I saw the original production at the Cottesloe in 1992, I found I was sitting behind Derek Jarman. I knew Derek slightly since he'd been in the adaptation of Orton's Prick Up Your Ears, and I knew too that he'd been diagnosed with HIV. On my way to the theatre, I'd grazed my hand slightly as I came down the stairs from Waterloo Bridge, and I found myself desperate lest Jarman turn round and shake hands. So I shamefully kept mum until the interval, when I rushed upstairs to the National Theatre office, where I got some sticking plaster, and then came back and made myself known, though whether he shook hands or not I can't remember. I tell the story only as a reminder of the hysteria of that time, to which I was not immune. I have mixed feelings about Princess Diana, but when nowadays her concern for and embracing of AIDS sufferers is disparaged as being of no particular consequence, I very much disagree. It was a kind of courage of which I would have been incapable. 19th of May. I'm reading The Unaccompanied, Simon Armitage's latest collection of poems. They always ring bells, though, like Larkin, he'll often take off at the end of a poem when I don't always follow. There's a lovely funny poem in this collection, Poundland, which is enviably accomplished. Armitage is from Marsden, near Huddersfield, and I take it if he goes to London he'll catch the train at Wakefield, as there are occasional mentions of the prison in his poems. This resonates, as Wakefield has always seemed to me a particularly desolate institution, just at the back of the station, where the inmates, in a refinement of their punishment, must be able to hear the trains arriving and departing, as they presumably long to do. This has got into stuff of mine. Playing Sandwiches, a monologue about a child molester, has him hearing the planes beginning their descent to Leeds Bradford Airport, and imagining the seatbelt sign going on. The monologue, memorably done by David Haig, ending in a terrible wordless scream. 21st of May. Rupert, who is being taught sewing by his professional mother, makes me as an exercise a pillbox hat out of ticking. It's slightly too large, and so makes me look a bit tipsy, but it's lovely, like the hat of a Venetian dignitary out of a Carpaccio. 25th of May. Taking no interest in football, I'm never less delighted when Arsenal defeat Chelsea in the cup final. Arsene Wenger, the only football manager deserving of respect. 3rd of June. I'm putting out the various bins when a posh neighbour passes. "I see," he says, "that you've found your métier at last." Actually, putting the bins out these days requires a diploma in rubbish theory. What can and can't be recycled, or what, in the bin collector's view, shouldn't be, what receptacle it should go in, and what shade of bag. It's a choosy job collecting the rubbish, as evidenced by a small sheet of polystyrene, hopefully put out by a neighbour for 2 successive weeks, and twice rejected by Camden's fastidious collector. 8th of June. With the social services increasingly outsourced and farmed out to private interests, it will, I suppose, be a comfort that in our last moments we will not be alone, and that our hand will be held by someone from the highest bidder. 9th of June. Watched Mrs. May's appearance in Downing Street without a pang of sympathy, whereas even for Cameron one felt a bit sorry. Notable that she keeps referring to our country, whereas an ordinary person as distinct from a politician would say this country. Our, paradoxically, not an inclusive term. 21st of June. I sit in the kitchen all this hot afternoon, idly watching a 1940s film about Caribbean pirates with Tyrone Power. As a boy, I adored Tyrone Power and thought him the handsomest man I'd ever seen. And when in later life I worked with Coral Brown and found out, it wasn't something she boasted about, that she and Tyrone Power had had an affair, it hugely augmented her glamour. That he was gay also came out around the same time, Coral often taking on such ambiguous figures, with Cecil Beaton another example. When I said to Corals I thought Beaton was gay, she remarked, "Not when he was with me, darling, like a rat up a drain pipe." I saw Tyrone Power sometime in the 1950s, walking along St Giles in Oxford. I think he was appearing in Man and Superman at the Playhouse. He was wearing the kind of heavy-shouldered camel hair coat actors went in for, and it was this that made me know I was not mistaken. Though that was the thing about Oxford then, one was always seeing someone famous in the street or on the train, and the glamour persists. Watching the film with the sound down, I still, aged 83, find Tyrone Power a dish. Also watched as I drowse, Her Majesty the Queen opening Parliament, where I marvel most at how fluently she turns over the vellum pages of her text, the next page always fingered and ready for turning when she comes to the end of the one she's reading. I couldn't do it. 28th of June. Someone writes to me reporting a signpost on the canal at Skipton, which apparently reads, "To Leeds," with Leeds spelt Leed''S. I suppose Hawes, Hawe''S, could follow suit, and indeed Cleethorpes. 30th of June, Yorkshire. All this weekend we've kept seeing a pair of grey wagtails, grey-headed with bright yellow breasts, which seem to be nesting in the creeper rather than by the beck, which is what the bird book says they should be doing. Chrissy opposite says she has a couple of yellow wagtails in her garden, but she's much nearer the water. Not sure how common grey wagtails are, I knock on Timmy Hutchinson, Timmy the Twitcher's door, to tell him, so he can put them in his bird column in the village bulletin. 10th of July. A programme currently said to be unexpectedly popular is Love Island, which is similar in format to Big Brother in that a dozen or so good-looking young people are isolated in a luxurious villa on, I think, Mallorca, though one never quite knows where they are as they don't go out much. The premise of the programme is that the participants will, and indeed must, pair off, failure to do so meaning that the unlucky ones have to pack their bags. Lounging by the swimming pool, no one wears much, with some of them far better looking than others, though the men are all too often marred and sometimes almost obliterated by tattoos. With reading presumably prescribed, their days are spent often with the partner of choice, comparing notes and discussing, I don't think it's quite analysing, their relationships. There is, of course, always the slightly illusory prospect of sex, though unless I'm missing something, they seem to sleep in what is virtually a corridor cum barrack room, with no privacy at all. It occurs to me that tedious though the programme is, it has immensely respectable origins, indeed the best. It is, after all, Bloomsbury, though whether in the person of G. E. Moore, E. M. Forster, or the sainted Virginia herself, I'm not sure, whose motto was "Personal relations forever and ever," which, lolling about on the sun-baked lawns, these gorgeous creatures are indeed subscribing to, and possibly finding wanting. Walberswick was always thought to be Bloomsbury-on-Sea, but its ultimate location could now claim to be Love Island, the world's smallest facility, the Love Island Library. 11th of July. A good obituary in this morning's Guardian of Sam Beasley, deceased aged 101. He'd been an actor, which I didn't know, and don't remember him mentioning when I first came across him in the late 1960s as the proprietor of the Port Merion shop, an antique business opposite Pont Street on the road leading to Belgrave Square. The shop's taste, which was, I suppose, his, coincided with mine, so there were always covetable items. Our bed comes from there, one or two embroidery pictures, and lots of stuff that went unrecorded. He was a genial and courteous man with a mellifluous voice, but the first inkling I had that he'd been an actor was when Alec Guinness had him down to Steep Marsh for a weekend. I'd no notion that, as recounted in the obituary, Sam had had a late flowering, and that in his 90s he'd figured in one of the Harry Potter films. The obituary was written by Nicholas de Jong. 14th of July. I'm reading, as a bedside book, The Diary of a Bookseller by Sean Bythell. Simply an account of the customers and the sometimes meagre takings of a bookshop in Wigtown in Scotland. It's gentle, Perling would describe it, occasionally funny and immensely soothing. It's perhaps why I go to sleep with a very uncomfortable bunch of keys in my pyjama pocket. 17th of July. I'm perhaps getting jaded, but listening to the proms I found the two Elgar symphonies, number 1 on Friday, number 2 yesterday, both strident and unmoving, as done by Barenboim and the Berlin Staatskapelle. Then I remember that the last Elgar I heard from Berlin, Simon Rattle and the Berlin Phil doing Gerontius, was equally unsatisfactory, and in the same way. There was all the bombast of Elgar, but none of the lyricism or the melancholy. Both were rapturously received, as again in this morning's Guardian, with Barenboim giving as an encore Pomp and Circumstance No. 1, of which we'd already had too much in his version of the Second Symphony. Nobody ever better at Elgar than the Halle and Barbirolli. A gruelling weekend, in which we've continued clearing out the books in Gloucester Crescent, sorting them into books to be sold, books to be saved, and special books. There will then be a later sorting out of the saved books into the ones to be kept in London, with the rest going to Yorkshire. It's a wearisome business, physically, though I don't do any lifting of the heavy cardboard boxes, but also temperamentally, as one keeps being brought up against one's failures. Failure to read the books for a start, but also failure to turn them to any other advantage. There are loads of books about Houseman, for instance, on which I once thought to base a play, and all the books on Kafka, which, though I did write 2 plays about him, still seem a reproach. Once upon a time I would have saved books because I planned to read them in the future, or use them in something I might write. But now one can't avoid the realization that there is no time to read them, no time to write about or around them. We end Sunday afternoon exhausted, not feeling we've had a weekend at all. How we would have managed without Fliff Carr and Albie, her assistant, I can't imagine. 26th of July. In the window of the Primrose Hill Community Library on Sharpleshall Street is a list of recently dead authors. Tim Heald, Jenny Diskey, A. Gill. Periodically a newly dead name is added until a fresh list is posted. It's hard not to see oneself there, with one day somebody else passing and glancing at it as heedlessly as I do. I'm also in another window as a local author, but that won't save me. Currently engaged with Fliff's help in sorting through the letters in Gloucester Crescent. This is harder than going through the books, as unlike them, letters have to be looked at, if not read, before being assigned to the bin or the Bodleian Library. Some, though, are easy enough, letters from my parents, for instance, in my father's angular script or my mother's more flowing hand. These I dutifully put by, knowing they will be overwhelmingly domestic, trips to Ilkley or to Schofield's in Leeds, news of my brother and his family, and injunctions about not overdoing it. Out of piety and superstition, I can't bin them, but can see no point in conserving them either. Your dad and me are nicely, always the underlying theme. Then there are letters from readers, viewers or, a lesser number, theatre-goers. Individually they aren't particularly informative, though I do seem to prompt letters of reminiscence. My own life has refracted through plays and autobiography, touching off corresponding reflections from readers and viewers. But should I save them all, as posthumous witness to the appreciation of the public? There's no straight answer to this, so some I save and some I bin. Finally, there's a much smaller category of letters from the famous. Umpteen postcards from Alec Guinness, seldom saying much and generally making a date for supper, but demanding to be kept on his account rather than mine. Occasional letters from Gielgud and other theatricals, but with the funniest from various young men, all of them straight, with whom I carried on unrequited flirtations. Revisiting the past like this ought to be revivifying, but I don't find it so. It's simply exhausting. I come back home after a morning's work and doze in the chair for an hour, recovering. 8th of August. The day I was conscripted 65 years ago, posted first to Pontefract Barracks and the York and Lancaster Regiment. The international situation in 1952 was not that dissimilar to today. North Korea had invaded South Korea, or so the US claimed, and most of my platoon were later transferred to the Prince of Wales Regiment and went out to Korea the following year. The campaign was being run by General MacArthur, with North Korea backed by the Chinese. MacArthur was keen to expand the war and take on China directly, and in that sense a Trump counterpart. President Truman sensibly recalled the recalcitrant general, and open war in due course came to an end. Trump, no Truman. 27th of August, Yorkshire. Sit now in the garden in the rocking chair, watching the blue tits queuing up to take their turn on the coconut that Rupert always hangs from the lilac tree. As birds go, they're relatively polite, unlike, say, the occasional bullying blackbird or, a regular visitor, the woodpecker. 29th of August, Paris. A nice experience this afternoon when with Lynn we go into a crêperie opposite the Saint-Germain covered market, hoping for some tea. In the window a solitary piece of cake. The young woman in charge smilingly refuses to serve it to us, as it's part of an experiment that hasn't worked. We say it looks perfectly edible to us, but she says it's destined for recycling. Serving the tea, though, she relents and gives us, without obligation, 2 plates of cakes, presumably part of the same failed experiment. I try some, a piece of plain Madeira and a pear cake. Both are delicious. But she won't charge us, except for tea, and without asking, wraps up the rest of the cake and makes us a present of it. I wish this was an augury for, or rather against, Brexit. All of us are Remainers, which, in the light of her generosity, we feel later that we ought to have said. 30th of August, Paris. Today, a contrary experience. With Rupert at the flea market, I walk down the Rue de Rennes for my lunch at Deux Magots. Nobody sitting inside, the terrace crowded out. I have a croque-monsieur, paying with a €50 note. The waiter, middle-aged, unsmiling, puts down the change on the table, coins and 2 notes. I take the notes, and there's a fractional pause before I gather up the coins, a pause which the waiter, still unsmiling, chooses to interpret as a licence to take the money, as a very generous tip. I'd have felt better about myself if I'd protested. As it is, I come away feeling both cheated and a coward. 12th of September. Labouring along Gloucester Avenue on my bike, I see you run across the road and just miss a car, a moorhen. It's a fair hop from the canal, where I imagine it's come from, and had I not been on the bike, I'd have stopped to see where it was heading. Such city glimpses of the natural world, always uplifting. 14th of September. An inquiry from Morris's agent, wondering if I would like to take part in the video for his new album. The basic premise of the video is that Morrissey is stricken ill in bed and receives a handful of visitors who seek to administer in some way. Mr. Bennett would be among these visitors. No fee is mentioned, but a part of me would like to do it, even if it risks my making a fool of myself. Though videos being what they are, I imagine it would be an almost subliminal appearance. I would also like to know who the other visitors are. I suspect this is one of those occasions when acceptance or refusal would be equally mistaken. I asked for more details, mindful at moments like this of how careful Alec Guinness was to stage manager's life in the later years, thus I'm sure turning down all sorts of offers, readings, voiceovers, guest appearances, whereas Gielgud took work almost on the cab rank principle, doing whatever came along. It's true he did a lot of rubbish in consequence, but some good things too, and above all, kept busy. 22nd of September. My right ankle suddenly gives way, as has happened before, though after no more exertion than sitting in the armchair reading the paper. I anoint it with Ibuleave, swallow some paracodeine, and take a cab down to King's Cross. On the lead train, the mild and soft-spoken conductor uses the tannoy as a flirtation aid, on the last lap thanking the crew by name and not forgetting the lovely Charlotte. He also loves not only Charlotte, but the microphone, which he is reluctant to relinquish, as we round the long bend into Leeds, thanks not merely his colleagues, but also you, the customers, without whom we would be unable to afford our mortgages and our cars, and, well, everything really. Nobody smiles. At home, Rupert is delighted going into the garden this evening to find a large yellow frog, which regards him gravely but does not move. Nor, alas, does it move on the huge slugs that currently infest the place and devour, in particular, the dahlias. 30th of September. Adam Lowe's BBC Two programme on Auden is good, though no thanks to me. He has me reading some of the poems, which I don't do particularly well. James Fenton, who is also reading, does much better, because flatter. There are some clips of Auden I haven't seen, possibly from German television, and it's interesting to see that his face doesn't begin properly to crumple until the mid-1960s. Also note how spry he is in his 50s. The more aware of this, I suppose, because of my current unspry situation. Auden's ears, I notice, have that transverse line across the lobe which, while it does not predestine a person to a heart attack, is often, and quite mysteriously, found among those so stricken. I have it, as did my dad, who indeed died from a heart attack in 1974. There's a name for this feature, but I've forgotten it. Anyway, it seems fanciful, but isn't. 1st of October. Saddened by the death of the actor Ben Whitrow. A bookman, favourite and correspondent of Patrick Garland, he collected the books and articles of Denton Welsh, besides being a subtle and elegant actor, who, as Olivier said, had never given a bad performance. He had written to me recently, delicately as ever, to point out a misprint in something I'd written, and when I thanked him, wrote back, though he must already have been ill and his handwriting faltering, "You said when I last saw you that we should imagine we're immortal. Good advice, I think, and health and happiness in old age is helped if you have a loving companion alongside, as you do." And as he did. 6th of October. With the help of Fliff and her team, we come to the end of clearing out the contents of our old house in Gloucester Crescent. Today we go through the contents of the kitchen cupboards, on what is, I suppose, the last lap. David Burkitt, the estate agent, turns up to take photographs, and he and Kate Miller keep asking me if this is a melancholy moment for me, my final farewell to a house where I lived for nearly 50 years. Not a bit of it is the truth, with the filming of The Lady in the Van 2 years ago more the real conclusion. Now the house looks much as it did when I first saw it in 1968, though then there were perches for parrots in the garden and one in the bay window, with upstairs gas meters in every room, as during the war it had been a lodging house. The date of the house, 1840, the day and the month and the year, presumably the day it was finished, is scratched on the side of one of the marble fireplaces, found when I was stripping off its old paint nearly half a century ago. 23rd of October. Some protests about the graphic violence and torture in the BBC's Gunpowder. What is shown is apparently not unlike the normal fare of Game of Thrones, which, not having Sky, we've never seen. But if a naked woman being pressed to death and a priest disemboweled is not unusual, it seems to me to put a modern audience on the same footing as a 17th century crowd watching the executions. As a child I might have found it arousing, but these days I don't want such images in my head, as once there they're hard to forget. I don't think much of the argument about historical accuracy and the need to face up to the realities of life in what I used to think of as the olden days. 29th of October. A perfect day today, sunny, cold, with the sky at sunset a Proustian pink and blue. Proustian, not because such sunsets occur in the novel, but because they remind me of the covers of the edition of À la Recherche published by Chatto and Windus. 31st of October, Yorkshire. I'm sitting in the armchair by the fire this evening trying to work, when there's a knocking at the door. Before I can lever myself up, whoever it is knocks again, and indeed again before I get to the door. Grumbling, I remember it's Halloween, a celebration that has always passed me by. As in Leeds in the 1940s, there was Mischief Night and Bonfire Night, but not much else. Halloween, like Mother's Day and Father's Day and indeed Valentine's Day, never heard of, let alone observed. Tonight it's a small boy, fair-haired and wearing makeup, but not looking particularly ghoulish. Scarcely have I got the door open before he embarks on his spiel, which is so quick and so aggressive I can't make it out, except it ends with this scowling angelic child saying, "Give me some money now." Well, I say, reaching into my pocket, that's at least direct. Then out of the darkness behind him comes the voice of the accompanying adult. He's Donald Trump. His role explained, and the makeup. All bluster has gone, and the supposed Trump look-alike is wreathed in smiles. He thanks me profusely for my 50p, and the whole gang, all of them Trumps, go off giggling into the night. Holding his or her feet to the fire is an image which is somehow these days thought to be acceptable. The reality isn't, nor the metaphor. 5th of November, Yorkshire. Coming up here a week ago this Saturday, the trains, Virgin, were disrupted on account of repairs, the 2-hour or so journey taking 4. Going back today from Leeds it is the same, and we have to settle for a train that takes us as far as Newark with a promised bus service to Peterborough, another 4-hour journey. Except that arrived at Newark, we find there are no buses, and that the platform is crowded waiting for the next train from Leeds. It's impossibly full, with no seats at all, and the people standing all the way down the aisles. Hobbling on a stick, I may arouse some sympathy because a young man straight away offers me his seat, which I'm reluctant to take because also standing is a woman with a 3-month-old baby. However, she claims she doesn't want to sit down, and indeed remains standing for most of the 4 hours the journey eventually takes, as does the young man who sacrificed his seat to let me sit down. Already dark, there's no indication which way the train is going, until out of the gloom there's an almost celestial vision of the floodlit towers of Lincoln Cathedral, which we slowly pass before drifting across country. At some point a rock is hurled at the train, hitting it just by my window, seemingly doing no damage, but apparently holing another window further down. Or is this another rock? Nobody tells us, and over the tannoy the incident is never referred to, which is in some sense a relief, as an investigation would have meant an even lengthier delay. Hitherto barricaded behind their laptops or scrolling down their iPhones, nobody has been talking much. So if the rock doesn't break the train, it at least breaks the ice, and the passengers begin to talk. The baby, which has been asleep, now wakes up and becomes the centre of attention, laughing and gurgling and charming everybody, even when he vomits over a girl who's asking to hold him, this to great laughter. It's a disparate group. The helpful young man, who it turns out knows the woman from Cumbria who knitted the scarf I'm wearing, a couple of jolly women sitting on the floor, one of whom is carrying a never-explained chandelier, and a man sitting in utter silence who's later recognised as a Tory MP. And outside, of course, it's bonfire night, so there are periodic fireworks. It's like one of those 1940s films, Thunder Rock, in which a carefully assorted group are marooned in a storm and gradually reveal themselves to one another. Rupert also enjoys himself, as having mentioned he has brought a salad for his supper, he's temporarily given a seat so that he can settle down and eat it in comfort. But what's most welcome is that there's no spirit of the Blitz about all this, and not much moaning either. Had Richard Branson dared to show his face on his own train, he wouldn't have had much of a welcome. But then a burly and bullying man who squeezes his way down the aisle saying, "We must all write to the Daily Mail," doesn't get much sympathy either. Notably untouched by and uninterested in anything that goes on are two unsmiling teenagers who scarcely raise their eyes from their screens throughout. As it is, we roll into King's Cross at 10:20, 5.5 hours after leaving Leeds, but still feeling it a deliverance that we are not stuck outside Spalding. I shake hands with my particular deliverer and hobble after Rupert to find a cab, after what, all too often, is just a normal weekend on the railways. 12th of November. Among the books we cleared out of Gloucester Crescent is a Borges anthology bought in 1963. Leafing through it, I find a quotation I've often cited as it rang bells with me and indeed Tom Stoppard. As I'd remembered, it went, "All the books he had ever written filled him only with a complex feeling of repentance." Looking at the salvage book today, I find it reads, "All the books he had published merely moved him to a complex repentance." And the quote is from The Secret Miracle. I don't feel that my misremembrance is better, but I'm certainly more comfortable with it. 20th of November. My bad ankle means that going to Yorkshire I've had to have a wheelchair at King's Cross and Leeds, ordering it the day before, and though there's a bit of palaver over the phone, all of it cheerful and done with the minimum of fuss. The wheelchair handlers are chatty and joking, and one is whisked through the barriers and across the crowded forecourt at quite exhilarating speed. This is a Virgin service. Virgin, a company for which I generally begrudge praise, but the service is first-rate and wholly uncondescending. Whirled along, I'm reminded of a line in the Oscar Wilde parody I put in 40 Years On, when the bath-chair-bound Lady Dundown remarks, "I can walk, it's just that I'm so rich I don't need to." 24th of November. With every day bringing news of fresh improprieties, a part of me regrets a line I cut from the original script of The History Boys. Dakin, the handsome sixth-form seducer, is setting up a tryst with the rather nervous supply teacher, Irwin, who is not reassured when Dakin promises that some inappropriate behaviour might then be appropriate. 9th of December. Suddenly cold, and I take to my overcoat. Black and heavy, it's a distinguished garment, and must be over a century old. A present from my friend, the composer George Fenton. He bought it me from John Pierce, the posh tailor in Maud Street, where he was told it had been made by Prouste's tailor in Paris. It still has some of its original frogging, and a sartorial historian, or archaeologist, could detect where there must once have been an Astrakhan collar. In view of its age and its literary connections, it has to be regularly serviced, replacing a button a work of conservation. I was once doing a book signing with the much-missed Debo, Duchess of Devonshire, and showing off said, My coat had been made by Prue's tailor. "Oh, Mr. Allen," she said, stroking the sleeve, "Prue Taylor. I love her work." 11th of December. Roger Lewis in the oldie calls me trademark lugubrious. I rather like trademark lugubrious. It makes me sound like the latter-day equivalent of the 17th century Praise God Barebones. Trademark lugubrious could be a character out of Ben Jonson. December 20th 2017. Nick Heitner rings, saying he hopes to put on the hospital play at the Bridge Theatre next year, and had I had any thoughts about the title. Off the cuff, I suggest Past Caring, which I'm sure has been used, but will serve if only for the announcement of the season in the new year. As an early Christmas present, Bridget has given us a cow creamer, which she has made. Unglazed, it's chunky and solid, and striped black and white like a bovine zebra. It's a delightful object, a convict cow, and could she be bothered to make more and market them, I'm sure they would sell for a substantial price. As it is, it stands on the kitchen table, waiting to find its or her place. A lovely thing. 31st of December. Because some 25 years ago, The Madness of King George was nominated for an Oscar, around Christmas we generally get a clutch of DVDs listing votes for the next year's awards. Today it's Call Me By Your Name, which has been much lauded, so much so that when we come to watch it, this rather gets in the way. And it's somehow all too easy. Both the 17-year-old Elio and his older lover Oliver are flawless, but with no anguish to their affection. Nor is there any lack of understanding from the boy's parents, his father particularly, with this being singled out as evidence of the film's maturity. It's quite chaste, very beautiful, and it slips down so easily one is left blaming it for its charm. 6th of January 2018. Make some progress on the second part of Past Caring, if that's what it's going to be called, seeing how the build-up to the ending could involve a showing of clips from the documentary that's being shot in the hospital throughout the play. Feel that this must be a breakthrough, as I straight away become nervous that I shan't have the energy to finish it. When I first started writing plays, I used to worry as I got near the end that I might get run over or fall off my bike, and there's a bit of that still. It's a good sign. Names, though, are always a problem. I've changed the name of one of the nurses from Pinkerton to Pinkney, for no other reason than that Miss Pinkney's was a posh, as I thought, dancing class in Armley when I was a boy. I never attended it, but were the house still there, I could limp to it still. 11th of January. The partridges have landed. I once had to give a talk at Hawthornden, the writers' colony near Edinburgh run by Drew Hines. Thereafter, every Christmas, Drew sends us a box of partridges or venison, which, not being especially carnivorous, we find it hard to dispose of. This year, though, Inigo Thomas, having been brought up on such fare, has offered to take them off our hands, and later sends round a brace in a delicious casserole. 7th of February. Nick Heitner rings this morning to say that they'd been talking over the play at the theatre, and the general feeling is that Alleluia, my original title, makes more of an impact than Past Caring, and will look better on the posters. I haven't looked it up, but I imagine Alleluia is a godly way of saying hooray. 9th of February, Yorkshire. By the front door, 2 aconites, which I find the most attractive of flowers. Aconites, snug and tight-bodied in their cosy green frills, always cheer me up, much more than the ragged and anemic snowdrops, of which we have a profusion. 14th of February, Yorkshire. When we had the central heating overhauled, a slightly larger radiator was put in the downstairs loo. It's a small room, the smallest room indeed, and now it's become the cosiest room in the house. Used to the lab not being over warm, I now find it luxurious. In Nancy Mitford's The Pursuit of Love, the Radlett children in their Arctic house used to foregather in its warmest spot, the airing cupboard. With us, it would have to be the loo. 16th of February. To St Paul's, Covent Garden, and the memorial service for the actor Ben Whitrow. Mindful of similar services in the past, when I haven't heard a word, I sit halfway down the south aisle, festooned in my hearing aids, in the lee of a plaque to Flora Robson. But someone must have taken the acoustics in hand, because if anything it's too noisy, and I turn one of my hearing aids off. It's a good service, a model, with none of the speakers, his 2 sons, Richard Eyre and Robert Bathurst, outstaying their welcome, and Ben vividly recalled. Bathurst is particularly good, reading a Betjeman poem about golf, following it up with a very funny and almost better poem in parody by Ben himself. Since I know him chiefly from work, Ben's outspoken and eccentric personality is news to me, with both his sons saying how lucky they felt to have such a characterful and memorable father. Not knowing he was ill, I was shocked by his death, particularly because I'd imagined him playing Ambrose, the retired schoolmaster in Alleluia, which he would have done effortlessly. The vicar ends the service in a way I've not come across before, asking the congregation to get up and give Ben a standing ovation, which we do and which becomes almost Stalinist, as no one wants to be the first to stop clapping. Coming out, I find myself behind Simon Williams, who has been mentioned by his son as one of Ben's closest friends, and am cheered by the possibility that if Ben could play Ambrose, so could Simon, which happily he does. But lovely Ben, the overwhelming feeling. 24th of February. Watching Dad's Army for the umpteenth time, though never without laughing, I realise that the words of Bud Flanagan's title song, Who Do You Think You're Kidding, Mr. Hitler, are the Brexit anthem. We are the boys who will stop your little game. We are the boys who will make you think again. Plucky little England versus the might of Germany is how Gove, Johnson and Fox still see it, and, as they never stop telling us, so supposedly do more than half the nation. 3rd of March. I get so much affection from people. With the snow still thick, I force myself into Wellington boots and venture forth, the first time for 4 days. Coming out of Shepherd's, I'm stopped by a black guy who says how much Talking Heads means to him and shakes my hand. Then, as I cross over, I'm hugged by someone else whom I don't know. I pick my way carefully back, cheered up no end. Later we watch God's Own Country, a film about a young and unhappy shepherd in Yorkshire who takes on a Romanian immigrant and is emotionally educated by him, learning to care as much for his fellow man as he does for his sheep. It's a bleak film, shot somewhere above Keighley, I imagine, the farmhouse comfortless and the weather cold and grey throughout. It's also quite graphic. A lad buggered, I think in Skipton Cattle Market, and pretty specifically too. Hardly a romantic encounter. Even when the young farmer, scarcely named in the film, falls for the young Romanian. Their sex is almost a wrestling match. One encounter in the mud of the farmyard, like Francis Bacon's painting. The bodies, on the few occasions it's warm enough for them to get their kit off, are not glamorised at all, with the English actor fearless in the degree of his self-exposure. God's Own Country stays in the mind as Call Me By Your Name doesn't, with the scenes where the Romanian takes off and abandons the farmer heartrending, as the idyllic French film never is quite. In the days when I might have written a television film like this, it would never have been put on. And even today, epic of sheep farming though it is, I don't see it forming one of the Saturday night film shows they have in our village hall. 19th of March, Yorkshire. A gorgeous morning, the snow all but gone, and though it's windy still, almost warm. Between Rupert getting up and him fetching me a cup of tea, I reread Elizabeth at Rycote, an essay in A. L. Rouse's The English Spirit, published in 1944, and bought, I see from the flyleaf, when I was in Cork in 1963. Rouse figures in it, having walked out from Oxford to Rycote with Bruce McFarlane during the war. Rouse here doesn't obtrude or lay down the law as he does in so much of what he later wrote, but just gives an account of Elizabeth I's visits to the house and of the Norris family who lived there. I leave it open on a chair, hoping that Rupert will read it, Rycote Church being one of his favourite places. Also open on another chair is Richard Hoggart's Promises to Keep, in which, among other things, he mentions not feeling he belongs to the English literary happy family, as I hope neither do I. 21st of March. Reading a book about William Morris and Kelmscott, I come across a reminiscence by Philip Webb, who remarked to W.R. Letherby, "The best of those times was that there was no covetousness. All went into the common stock. And then we were all such boys." This is how I remember my early days working for the BBC in the 1960s. John Fortune, John Bird, Keith Waterhouse and Willis Hall, we were all such boys too, and it seemed such play. Less play was Beyond the Fringe, but that had its sillier side. Dudley Moore had an act, never I think done in public, about a patient in hospital calling the nurse for a bedpan. He had quite plump arms, and a raspberry blown against his upper arm sounded particularly revolting. This was accompanied by increasingly desperate calls of "Nurse! Nurse!" Then, when the nurse eventually appeared, he shook his head. Too late. Another act which he would regularly perform in the wings of the Fortune Theatre to make us laugh when we were actually on the stage was to pretend to take a pinch of something from every orifice of his body: snot from his nose, fluff from his navel, wax from his ears, and shit from his arse, before spitting into the palm of his hand and rolling it all into a terrible pastil, which he would then pop into his mouth with every appearance of relish. Maybe he did do that in public. The Derrick and Clive dialogues with Peter Cook left very little to the imagination, so it's not unlikely. 23rd of March. Barry Cryer brings a good deal of old-fashioned joy into my life, as I'm sure he does for many others. His phone calls always begin, "It's your stalker," after which, without introduction, he tells his latest joke. This morning's was told originally by Walter Matthau, a newly married couple. The husband goes into the bathroom, and there's a dead horse in the bath. "Darling," he calls, "there's a dead horse in the bath." "So? I never said I was tidy." The calls always end as abruptly as they begin, with Barry saying, "I'll give you back your day." 26th of March. When I was a boy in Leeds, this Monday in Easter week was always noteworthy for a performance of Bach's St. Matthew Passion in Leeds Parish Church, which I dutifully attended as one of a party from my church youth club. It was dutiful because half the evening, and more than half, I used to find tedious to a degree, as I never appreciated the beauty or the appeal of the recitatives, and particularly the narration by the evangelist, a single unaccompanied voice never doing anything for me. The performance only came alive with the chorales, which in Leeds was when the congregation could sometimes join in. From year to year, I would forget the opening chorale until the orchestra struck up the long introduction, and then it would all come back and sweep me away. The performance was always conducted by the organist, Dr. Melville Cook, in a fluent, almost boneless style, with which I was familiar as it was also affected by Maurice Miles, the conductor of the Yorkshire Symphony Orchestra. But the uncushioned pews were hard, and the parish church, being Victorian, didn't have much to catch my eye, so that by 9:30 I was aching for the finish, when we could get on the tram home and have some fish and chips en route. 7th of April. One drawback of my new hearing aid is that it enables me to catch how much I shuffle, so that "pick your feet up" and "don't slur" come back to me from childhood. 8th of April. Drew Heinz, aged to me astonishing 103, has died, and tonight I listened to Radio 4's Last Word, and Grey Gowrie talking about her with fondness and perception. Gowrie was at the dinner for the Hawthornden prize-giving, given by Drew, at which various guests, most of them unknown to me, had, if there was a tick on their place cards, to stand up and say what my writing meant to them. A painfully embarrassing memory even today. This was Drew's bullying. She would telephone out of the blue, begging me to come to lunch as often as not that very day. "Just the two of us, I promise." And I would go along to her Mews house behind Charles Street to find the tete-a-tete had turned into a party for 16, with the guests the likes of the American ambassador, Roy Jenkins, Kofi Annan and such. She never seemed 103 or anything like it, and got up for an occasion looked magnificent, and she was a generous woman, publicly and privately, and Gowrie gives an affectionate account. 9th of April. A dream in which a young man with ginger hair picks me up by the novel method of sticking a large stamp-collecting hinge on my back. Whether I end up in his collection, I don't recall. 17th of April. As a native son of the great county of Yorkshire, you will be delighted to know that a pub in the Yorkshire town of Otley is to be renamed the Alan Bennett in your honour, in order to celebrate Yorkshire Day. Fortunately, this bizarre baptism is only for a month. Were it longer, I fear it would soon be reflected in the takings. The body responsible for this kindly gesture is the Otley Pub Club, which campaigns for real ale and against the closure of pubs generally, a cause I find sympathetic without being much of a pub-goer myself. They asked me for a photograph to display behind the bar, but the only one I have is the picture of the four of us on the sands at Filey in 1939, with Dad in his raincoat and bowler hat, Mam and my brother laughing, and me looking uneasy. For Mam and Dad to find themselves in a pub seems as unlikely as me turning up there, which they want me to do. Instead, I send them a drawing of myself. Cheers! The temporarily denominated pub is called the Crossed Pipes. 4th of May. A review by Elaine Showalter of a biography of the photographer Richard Avedon, in which I am mentioned as one of his sitters. Sitting it was, too, and in acute discomfort, as Avedon chose to pose me perched on the branch of a tree in Hyde Park, one leg on either side, and so not unreminiscent of the predicament Corporal Jones is always getting himself into in Dad's army. If the resulting photograph is rather strained, it's hardly surprising. 6th of May, Yorkshire. I'm waiting downstairs while Rupert puts the finishing touches to himself before we go out. It's an ancestral scene, as Dad was always ready to go while Mam would still be diddling her hands under the tap upstairs. Idly I turn the TV on, and it's a rather dull western with Randolph Scott, who is in the sheriff's office talking to the crooked lawyer. Now Rupert comes down and watches for a minute or two, seemingly much more interested than I am. He comes closer and peers at the screen. Isn't that thing in the corner a rhubarb forcer? 12th of May. Finished reading Lincoln in the Bardo by George Saunders. There's nothing I can think of to compare it with, except Max Porter's Grief is the Thing with Feathers, both of them novels about bereavement, with Saunders' book largely set in the period immediately following the death, aged 11, of Abraham Lincoln's son Willie. While all the stuff about the child is beautifully done, the atmosphere and the ghostly personnel of the immediate afterlife, the Bardo, is both funny and absorbing, much of it written by a series of quotations, most of them, I take it, fictional. He's not afraid of bathos, and conjured up an enormous cast of mostly dead characters, some of them lewd, all of them, I think this is right, unwilling to face the fact that they are dead. I'd like to read a commentary on the book by someone who's read it more perceptibly than I have, and followed Saunders' thought and imagination better than I can. It's not my sort of book at all, but it leaves me wanting to read his other books. Zadie Smith thinks it's a masterpiece and says so on the cover. Certainly it's a new way of writing a novel. 25th of May, Yorkshire. To Leeds this morning in an empty train, with neither of us feeling very clever, but revived by a lovely lunch at Soulanet in Leeds, mine beetroot ravioli, Rupert's a mixture of salads. Home by 4, with the garden looking profuse, hawthorns in particular, the blossom spectacular, real Combray stuff. Supper, and a very funny episode of Friday night dinner. Much in the papers about Philip Roth, with the commentators feeling bold enough to say what they were too nervous to say while he was alive. It's like tying down Gulliver, which now that he's dead it's quite safe to do. At long last he can be pocketed. 27th of May, Yorkshire. In an earthenware pot on the bedroom windowsill, a little posse of homegrown lily of the valley. Through the open window beyond is a flawless blue sky, with the sycamores over the walls still threshing in the wind, and the house full of evening light. In contrast, the Chelsea Flower Show looks to me like hell on earth, with the main concourse as thronged as Oxford Street. The winning gardens seldom appeal, with the ubiquity of concrete always a problem, though not for the judges. As usual, the proceedings are peppered with personalities. It's really just an awards ceremony with floral tributes thrown in. 28th of May, Yorkshire. Baking hot for the Austwick Street Fair, which can normally be relied on for cold wind, rain and even snow. Everyone speaks. I can't think of a more good-humoured occasion, more so even than our own street market at the end of July. Rupert buys a bunch of rough-cut pea sticks and a foxglove plant. I get a slice of Victoria sponge, and we have a cup of tea in the parish room, with the door open onto a field of sheep, and in the distance the hill behind Fazer. I collect the paper from the village shop, where, Seeing a headline about yesterday's lightning strikes in London, a woman says, "I love it when they have it nasty down south." This is the real north-south divide, which HS2 will do nothing to alter, or anything else much. 29th of May. Over the holiday there's been a good deal of rain, and this morning when I set off for the bridge and the first read-through of Alleluia, there's another torrent. It continues apocalyptic all through the meet and greet in the bridge's spacious foyer, the tourist boats drifting sadly past, with the tops of Tower Bridge lost in the mist. The reading goes well. Some laughs, I'm sure, because it's set in the north and is therefore funny. The biggest on a remark I heard in a Pontefract barrack room when I was 18, and in my first week of national service. I hang around afterwards in an effort to humanise myself and not be just thought of as the words, while Nick's closing speech enthuses even me. We may not get it right, but we will get it real. Back home in another tropical storm. 31st of May. Note that I have a persistent and I fear sentimental notion of women's prisons as places of refuge. Open prisons, I suppose I mean, which keep cropping up in my plays as havens of peace, kitted out with gardens, vegetable plots, craft centres, and all unsullied by men. A Lady of Letters ends in a women's prison, with Miss Ruddock saying, "I'm so happy." In Nights in the Gardens of Spain, two characters find love in a prison garden, and now at the end of Alleluia, and slightly to my surprise, there comes another prison garden. It would be nice to think that this vision is somewhere near the truth, but I wouldn't bank on it. 4th of June. We rehearse in King's Bench Street in Blackfriars, and today the actors sit in a circle and one by one tell the life stories of their characters insofar as they can be deduced from the script. Nobody seems nervous doing this, though I'd find it an ordeal. And even today I wonder if I'm going to be called on to give a fictitious account of myself. As it is, the stories they tell are funny and also useful, with Jeff Rawle as a retired and redundant miner, providing lots of documentary background to do with Wakefield and the closing of the pits. Simon Williams fills out his role in a way I had never imagined. An old schoolmaster, perpetually expecting the arrival of an ex-pupil whose identity I had left vague, Simon makes the pupil an Ethiopian boy, to whom he has rashly entrusted his life savings to help the boy establish himself in Addis Ababa, obviously never to return. Another character, Salter, the hospital chairman, played by Peter Forbes, is given a name, Mervyn, which is exactly right, but would never have occurred to me. So, a good practical exercise. Still, I'm not really part of it, treated with too much respect because I'm the author, and also, I'm sure, because I'm old. I was old in 2004 rehearsing The History Boys, though I never felt it quite so keenly as I do now, but then it's 14 years later. 12th of June. As a child, I once sat through a sermon which I thought was about the mission field. It was not an area of Christian endeavour that much concerned me, so I only half listened, probably browsing the prayer book instead. Though half heard, the sermon didn't seem to me to make much sense. It was only when we were on our way home that I was told that Mr. Henderson, later Archdeacon of Halifax, had not been preaching about youth and Asia, but euthanasia, a word I'd never come across. 19th of June, Norfolk. To Wenneston in Suffolk to visit the nursery, only to find much of its trade is now online, so that it's lost its old-fashioned charm. We go on to Walpole, to look at what seems like an unassuming yeoman's cottage by the roadside, but which turns out to be a congregational place of worship, founded in 1676, and with the whole of the interior rigged out as a chapel. It's delightful. Box pews arranged almost haphazardly round the pulpit, the wood pale and worn. Every detail is perfect. The candle holders, the pulley that lowers the wrought iron chandelier, with the central pillar of the chapel a ship's mast. It's an enchanting place, which we're shown round by a neighbour who's one of the congregation. Afterwards, we sit on a bench in the graveyard and wonder that England can still furnish such remote and undiscovered places, but maybe not so undiscovered, as Rupert later comes across a feature on the chapel from his magazine The World of Interiors, written all of 20 years ago. Lunch is egg and cress sandwiches in a nearby cafe. In the days when we used to make our own sandwiches, I always cut the bread very thin and with plenty of butter. But cafe owners, perhaps for reasons of economy, generally cut the bread very thick, doorstops almost, whereas the essential ingredient in a sandwich is not the bread, and the less of it the better. And so we wander on. Nobody else would consider this a holiday, says Rupert. But though we do the same things and often visit the same places, we always have a good time, particularly in Norfolk. 30th of June. On holiday I read and am wholly absorbed by Anthony Beevor's Arnhem. Though I am defeated by much of the military detail, the human side of the action, the troops in the gliders, their fears and all too often their fates, is beautifully told, with some of the bloodshed and killing unbearable. The villains are less the Germans than our own Boy Browning and Montgomery, both of whom come across as vain, self-absorbed and careless, with Montgomery's tactics to do with his personal rivalries, leaving Antwerp uncaptured, for instance, because it didn't fit in with his wanting to outshine his American counterparts. I still find this shocking, having grown up with Montgomery held up as what these days would be called a role model. True, he soon became a figure of fun, easily imitated, and with his public school ethic ripe for parody. But to find that after Alamein he was living on his reputation and bent on enhancing it is still disturbing, and takes him beyond satire. Eisenhower, by comparison, seems almost statesmanlike. 2nd of July. Cuts in my plays seldom bother me, and I'm not the sort of author who defends every comma. However, I do stand guard over my H's, feeling that dropping H's is too easy a shortcut to the demotic. So today at rehearsal, I give a note. Though most of the patients in the geriatric ward are northern in their tone and language, Ambrose, the retired schoolmaster, a part I could once have played, is determinedly abstruse, just as Valentine, the Asian doctor, can be quite technical in his language. Two of Valentine's speeches come out of personal experience. His discussion of peristalsis, which I heard a doctor explain to a student over my naked belly in the old Middlesex Hospital in 1998, and Valentine's last speech to Nurse Gilchrist about the apparently perpetual youth of the bowel, which stems from a casual remark made by a gastroenterologist as he gave a running commentary on one of my several colonoscopies. These medical excursions may seem slightly at odds with their more vernacular surroundings, but fit in with what we are told of Valentine's over-serious character. He's interested in his job, and because he's not English, doesn't mind saying so. 8th of July. The weather continues tropical, today with some clouds, but of the cheerful, fleecy, fast-moving variety, silly, light-minded clouds, not the sullen, heavy stuff that might mean business. No relief either from football fever. Dig deep, dare to dream. Football is coming home. Dad, from whom I, like my brother, derived my lack of interest in football, stinking sport, always had to feign some enthusiasm behind his butcher's counter, though in genteel far-headingly the customers were seldom soccer mad. By the time of the 1966 World Cup he had retired, though he saw the extra time in the final, but only because he was waiting for the wrestling, which didn't count as sport. 11th of July. Odd coincidence today. I'm doing the Guardian quick crossword while watching Parliament on TV. I'm nearly finished with one clue left that I can't do. 15 down, two-wheeled transport, was in low spirits. At which point some MP asked the Minister, Liddington, about street crime, particularly criminals on mopeds, which is, of course, the answer. The first preview of Alleluia, and also England's semi-final with Croatia, and the TV on in the foyer by the stage door. The early goal happens before the performance begins, and this eases the tension, as it's assumed England has the upper hand. Whether this affects the mood of the audience, I'm not sure. It can happen. The news of Munich came in the interval of the first night of Dodie Smith's Dear Octopus, turning what had seemed a flop in the first act into a triumph in the second. No such dramatic turnaround tonight, when the audience are friendly and favourable from the start, laughing a bit too much and wanting it to be a comedy, but settling down to the play when it becomes plain that it's tougher than that. I sit with George Fenton, who's a calming presence, disclaiming any credit for the music which carries the play along. Driven back home, I find the streets empty. What potential revellers there were, having taken their sorrows home. 27th of July. Julian Smith, the Chief Whip, is MP for our constituency in Yorkshire. I don't have a vote there, so it's no business of mine that his latest foray in subverting pairing arrangements on one of the Brexit votes has passed unnoticed in the local paper, the Craven Herald. It purports to be independent Conservative with a small c, but it's often with a capital C too, and even when it sits on the fence, it's seldom on my side of it. Normally, Mr. Smith's activities in the constituency are extensively reported, often with flattering photographs. Not, however, on this occasion. 28th of July. In the evening we watched Stuart Lee doing his stand-up in Southend. He makes stand-up almost a moral pursuit, predicting an audience's reaction, or lack of reaction, to his material in a way that makes the usual and more popular stand-ups seem crude and obvious. He's fearless, undeterred by an audience's failure to respond, even welcoming it so that he can analyse it, tracking down the missing laugh until the audience laughs at itself. Irving Goffman would have liked Stuart Lee, though the more accessible material put out by the other and more vapid stand-ups derives in part from Goffman's observation of small behaviour. It's austere stuff is Stuart Lee. He's the J.L. Austin of what is now a rather sloppy profession. 1st of August. Asked to a Yorkshire tea on Yorkshire Day, which is today, at Bishopthorpe Palace near York, the purpose of which, presumably blessed by the Archbishop, is to bring about one Yorkshire devolution with an elected mayor. This is, apparently, now the settled will of the people of Yorkshire. Since the settled will of the people of Yorkshire, Leeds happily accepted, was for Brexit, I don't have much time for it, or institutionalising the famed Yorkshire good sense. I suspect, too, it's more to do with business opportunity than the supposed soul of the county. So, no tea and scones for me. 7th of August. It's partly the stringencies of staging and the need to keep the stage peopled that have caused a tendency I notice in my later plays not to let them end without bringing the characters back from the dead. It happens first in The Madness of George III, when the king sits down at the finish of the play and talks to the audience about the perils of celebrity. Nigel Hawthorne didn't care for the scene, so it was amicably cut, but the impulse remained, as it happens again in The History Boys, when Hector resurrects himself to make it plain what and why he taught as he did. In Cocktail Sticks, my father is dead, but still hangs about, and in the play, later the film, of The Lady in the Van, Miss Shepherd clambers out of the grave to give instructions for her funeral and her possible beatification. Now, in Alleluia, death does not prevent Jeff Rawle as the old miner from coming back to abundant life in order to join in the final sing-song. Dead or alive, I'm sure the audience don't care. It's only a play. Nick Starr, the business manager of the Bridge, tells me that the play is 80% sold out. This is almost entirely through word of mouth, as there's been very little advertising and scarcely any publicity. When The History Boys was on at the National, the papers were always featuring stories and gossip about the boys and the play, whereas this play there's been virtually none. But then, these are old people, and old people are of no interest. That is what the play is about. 11th of August. With Rupert away, I take possession of the kitchen table to start putting my tax material in order for my accountant. This is always a wearisome business, and more like work than work. But I go at it all day with the only worthwhile thing I do, releasing a tortoiseshell butterfly that is banging against the window pane. I let it out, but the weather is suddenly cold, so even with this I wonder if I've done the right thing. 24th of August. In A Spy Named Orphan, Roland Phillips' description of Donald MacLean's psychological make-up chimes with what I've always felt about the Cambridge spies in general, Philby accepted, namely that their romance with the Soviet Union partook of patriotism as much as it did of espionage. MacLean seemed to want to hold Britain and the USSR in balance, making a conscious effort to serve both, particularly when in the 1930s the moral interests of the UK were being so ill-served by the government of Baldwin and Chamberlain. I've never been much interested in MacLean, finding him, as Burgess did, something of a bore. But Phillips makes the story and the slow uncovering of his treachery a gripping narrative, and an overwhelmingly sad one. 2nd of September, France. Here for a week in a spacious hilltop house about an hour north of Toulouse. So hot and the house so comfortable, we do very little, venturing out only to drive along the valley to Lauzerte and the Intermarché. It's not, I would have thought, a particularly sophisticated emporium, but it's streets ahead of a similar establishment in an equivalent out-of-the-way location in England. And though there are a few English tourists here, it seems to be just the local store. My first reaction is, why can't we have such shops in England? The second, Brexit, if it happens, will make that possibility even less likely. 4th of September, France. Rupert has been so badly bitten by mosquitoes, reputedly very bad this year, that it necessitates a visit to the local pharmacy. In France this is always a pleasure, where provincial pharmacies are cool temples to tranquillity, gravity and good sense. All the staff look as if they have diplomas, if not degrees, and the pharmacist himself a professorship at the Sorbonne. Rupert is given reassurance and some ointment, but as yet it has had no effect. 6th of September, France. To Moissac, first visited en route to a Lespisiac some 20 years ago. Then it was a dusty provincial town, sliced through by a railway line in a deep cutting, which, when it was built in the 19th century, demolished part of the abbey. Today, though, we hardly notice the railway until in the early afternoon we're in the cloisters and a train sounds its horn, which, echoing round the Gothic arches, sounds like the last trump. Though the abbey now has the obligatory visitors' centre, the town itself hasn't changed much. There are more restaurants, it's true, catering to the many hikers, also known as pilgrims, on the way to Compostela, who look exactly like the eager middle-aged walkers we see at home in the village, where their pilgrimage is to the top of Ingleborough. Still, like most centres of antiquity, the town is not immune to an infection of bad contemporary art, in this case robotic figures in polished steel scattered through the streets. Lunch, salad de chèvre chaud, at the café by the Abbey, is the same as we had when we were here 20 years ago, though with a difference. Then it came as a horizontal dish on a platter. Today the ingredients are the same, but in a deep bowl. Then one could browse. Today one has to delve, and it's not nearly as nice. However, the meal is enlivened by a heavy downpour which gradually drives the outdoor diners inside, with those under dripping awnings sticking it out longest. Not, luckily, us, who are smugly on the veranda. The two glories of the abbey are its doorway and the cloisters, with the church itself bleak and nondescript, as so many French churches are. There are the usual sickly votive statues and virulent 19th century glass, but not much else to interest or delight. I'm sure I've said it in this diary before, but it always puzzles me why this should be so. Does it point to the radical and routine stripping out of the Revolution? But if so, what of the secular monuments there must once have been? The tombstones of local worthies, the flagstones, the memorial tablets. And why are there no great town churches? But I'm a bad tourist, so maybe there are, and I've just never sought them out. 8th of September. Early at Toulouse-Blagnac, we find the British Airways desk not yet open. A queue is formed at the baggage check-in, and a shabby old man wanders along it carrying his luggage in 2 carrier bags. The queue consists of family parties and friends returning from their holidays, with the atmosphere quite lively. The old man stops on the edge of one of these convivial groups towards the head of the queue, and gradually inserts himself into it, meanwhile nodding and smiling as if he's one of the party, a tactic presumably designed to ward off any protest from further back in the queue that he's pushing in, which of course he is. He conscientiously maintains his pretence until the check-in opens, but then the queue splits up among the various desks, and I lose sight of him. Nor is he in evidence when we go through the gate, and indeed seems not to be on the plane. But perhaps that was not part of the performance. His masquerade in the queue intended to persuade himself as much as any onlookers that he too was part of a happy family, returning after a nice holiday. 15th of September. Early in tonight's performance of Alleluia, Sam Barnett makes his entrance on his bike and promptly falls off. "Fuck," he says, loudly enough to be heard by the audience, and certainly by the geriatrics who are now shuffling onto the stage. The audience laughs, assuming this is part of the play, which now proceeds, though not without further mishap. Manish Gandhi, who plays one of the doctors, is meant to hurtle across the stage, pushing a patient in a wheelchair. Tonight he's so precipitate that he collides with the scenery and catapults the old lady out of the chair. This too is taken by the audience as part of the action, prompting another laugh. There is very little one can't get away with on the stage, and even if the audience does spot that there's a problem, this is after all what they've come to the theatre for. On film and TV, any anomalies are eliminated in the editing, but on the stage, mishaps are what an audience wants. Whether it's the silliest of comedies or Pinter at his bleakest, all theatre is theatre of blood. Other untoward incidents in plays that I remember. Someone died in Beyond the Fringe, I hope laughing. A fight broke out in the audience at a performance of 40 Years On between the actor David Buck, who liked the play, and a member of the audience who presumably didn't. In a performance of A Question of Attribution at the National, I was nearly decapitated by a piece of rogue scenery. The History Boys, also at the National, was interrupted by a young man who got up on the stage, sat down beside Jamie Parker, who was playing the piano, and started playing along with him. Jamie, more sophisticated than I would have been, recognised this as an instance of Asperger's, and gently ushered the young man off the stage. This is not to mention the several occasions when Richard Griffiths berated members of the audience for using their mobile phones, and sometimes for sheer inattention. While most of the audience knew that such divergences weren't part of the play, they probably enjoyed them even more. 17th of September. It's London Fashion Week, and Rupert has to turn up at various functions. He goes off to work this morning saying, I think, "I may be late home, I've got to get to Paris." What he actually says is, "I may be late home, I'll get the carrots." 29th of September. The last night of Alleluia at the Bridge. Theatre packed, with the performance a bit overdone, simply because the cast know that this will be the last time that they do it. This doesn't show in the dancing, with Jeff Rawle particularly good. Delicate in his dances with Deborah Findlay, frenetic in the opening number of Act 2. I asked Nick Heitner if he's planning to say a few words at the curtain, but he isn't keen, and I don't press it, though I would have been happy to join him, as after 28 years, this must surely be the last play we do together. I go round afterwards to find the cast drinking champagne and the stage door awash in Quality Street, loads of which have been sent by Nestlé because they're mentioned in the script, though only as part of the contents of a deceased patient's locker. Next time, I must try and think of something more exotic. Tonight, though, next time seems a little remote. 2nd of October. I suppose Alleluia, while not unambiguous, is the closest I've ever come to a political play. Some of this is fortuitous. I've always thought that there's an element of prophecy in plays. Write it, and it happens. With this play, it's been almost embarrassing. Lest I be thought to be trailing behind the facts, I should say that Valentine's trouble over his visa was written months before the Windrush business, and indeed the various scandals in NHS hospitals. I'd originally intended Valentine to be an older doctor, brought out of retirement by the hospital because of a shortage of staff, in which case to refuse him a visa would have seemed even more shocking, though no more so than the treatment meted out to the long-established immigrants who were so callously singled out. If not quite a platform, a play is certainly a plinth, a small eminence from which to address the world, hold forth about one's concerns or the concerns of one's characters, but not to preach. Writing a play, I've never tried to hide the sound of my own voice. It hasn't always been where an audience or a critic has thought to find it, and certainly not always in the mouth of the leading character. It's often a divided voice or a dissenting one. Two things at least are being said, and I'm not always sure which one I agree with. But that is one reason I write plays. One can speak with a divided voice. In Alleluia, though, the last speech is given to Dr. Valentine, an Asian doctor who came here as a young man to study medicine, but who outstayed his visa. So, though he is now a good and qualified doctor, and is English in all but name, he is an illegal. In the course of the play, his deception is discovered, and he is deported. In this final speech, he addresses the audience directly, and if my unmediated voice is in the play, this is it. Me, I have no place. Come unto these yellow sands, and there take hands, only not my hand. And so, unwelcome on these grudging shores, I must leave the burden of being English to others, and become what I've always felt, a displaced person. Why, I ask myself, should I still want to join? What is there for me here, where education is a privilege and nationality a boast? Starving the poor and neglecting the old, what makes you so special still? There's nobody to touch you, but who wants to any more? Open your arms, England, before it's too late. 5th of October. Up early to catch a train to Leeds and a car to Ilkley, where I read at the Literary Festival. Not having written much since, I do much the same performance as I did last year, though I put my cards on the table about Brexit. Ilkley, the audience call out, voted Remain. This is generally approved of, and I finish by reading Dr. Valentine's last speech from Alleluia. Afterwards, I meet a delegation from the Leeds Friends of Dorothy, a society for senior gays, of which I became a patron after last year's festival. They're half a dozen elderly gentlemen, talkative, cheerful, and indistinguishable from their heterosexual coevals, except they're probably funnier. 7th of October, Yorkshire. En route for the cemetery, we pass Coulthard's Field, where there are two herons, not statuesque as herons generally are, particularly in the beck, but dotting about in the grass like outsized curlews. Caravanners sometimes camp in the field over the weekend, so maybe there are titbits to be had, apart from worms. But grave though they are, herons are always cheering. 9th of October, Yorkshire. On departure day for London, we seldom have an outing besides, but this morning we go up to Thornton to see antique dealers Miles and Rebecca Griffiths. They are slowly restoring their ancient house, every week revealing hidden doors and stopped-up windows, with the latest discovery a well. Miles is as curious about his stock as a dealer as he is about the house, and today he shows us a two-plank bed from the old prison on the Isle of Man. Low and only slightly raised off the ground, the bed has another plank for the pillow and is covered in graffiti. During the First World War, the Isle of Man was where conscientious objectors were imprisoned, so the bed has umpteen calendars with the days ticked off, and on the underside, almost hidden, "Fuck the King." As an item, the bed has the simplicity and dignity of Shaker furniture, but I don't think I've ever seen an object more soaked in wretchedness and despair. 20th of October. A letter from my publisher at Profile, Andrew Franklin. His son lives in Greenwich Village and has a friend of a friend who has my face tattooed on his arm, of which Andrew sends me a picture. I'm inordinately pleased by this, and as he strolls down Bleecker Street, I'm more than happy to be on this young man's arm. Later, it transpires that the friend actually lives in Dartmouth Park Hill, so he's more likely to be strolling down Kentish Town Road. Still, you can't have everything. 27th of October. Discover 2 mushrooms growing in a pot of alchemilla outside the front door. They're startlingly white and remind me how I used to scour the fields around the village years ago, where mushrooms stood out from the grass from yards away. The joy was in finding and picking them, as even fried with bacon they didn't have much taste. I often used to give away basketfuls to friends, just as Rupert does with our rhubarb. The point of gardening as much social as horticultural. 5th of November. By and reader to sitting, Andrew Macmillan's Playtime, with the poems always vivid, accessible and honest, sometimes uncomfortably so. Some are close enough to my own youth 70 years ago, when such confessions were not permissible and seldom articulated. Some I wish I had written, or had the courage to write, particularly the failed encounters, with a man sheltering from the rain in a telephone box, or a youth on the train dozing in the seat opposite. Were this Alexandria, not Barnsley, they might be by Cavafy. As it is, I'm already in Macmillan's debt, as the scene in the second part of Alleluia between the ex-miner and the work-experience boy owes a good deal to his first book of poems, Physical. I was sorry to see that Playtime didn't figure in any of the Books of the Year roundups that I've seen. I often find that, though. It's part of not playing Happy Families. 30th of November. Now that Brexit is upon us, I don't find my views have changed at all since the referendum, or been modified by anything that has happened or been said since. It's nothing to do with the economic consequences of the pull-out, which are debatable to say the least, but all across Europe the forces of the far right are gathering strength. This is so in Italy, Hungary, Poland, Germany and France, and even in what one had always thought of as the sensible countries of Europe, Holland and Denmark. They are bringing with them intolerance, xenophobia and anti-Semitism, as often as not disguised as common sense. With all our shortcomings, we are still a liberal society, and if there is to be a struggle with the far right, our place is alongside the liberal and social democratic parties in Europe. The flight into Brexit is still being presented as courageous. It isn't. It's cowardice. 1st of January 2019, Yorkshire. The New Inn, the village pub, always lays on a quarter of an hour of fireworks at midnight, which we can see, if not actually from our bed, then certainly from the bedroom window. Brushing my teeth this morning, I catch a glimpse of my New Year self, and am depressed to see how depleted I'm looking, though not quite as much as Raymond Briggs, who's pretty much my age, and a good documentary on whom we watched earlier yesterday evening. He's almost two-dimensional, thin to a knife blade. Still, he drives, which, after the latest bout of arthritis in my ankle, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do. 7th of January. On the War Memorial at Malham is the inscription, "Live thou for England, we for England died." I don't know if this is a quotation or an injunction that was, as it were, custom-made, but I find it, if only slightly, misplaced, and I don't wholly concur, as the sentiment reduces what was a sacrifice to more of a bargain. We did this for you, now see you do your bit in return by living in a way the dead might have approved, whatever that might be. It's an admonition, which I don't like, but war memorials often take this finger-wagging tone. Do better. 8th of January. My 6-monthly aorta scan at University College Hospital. Due at 12:30, I'm early, so that by 12:45 I'm back home. It's a model service. Today's radiographer, a bearded young man who asks about Alleluia and shows me the screen and how he measures the width of my quite small aneurysms. Good young medics always cheer me up and offer hope, not for my future, but for the world in general. 19th of January. Wake this morning thinking of a line that I've always remembered Burt Lancaster delivering in a costume drama. Caught out after a curfew, he says, "I am Apothecary Manzoni on an errand of mercy for the sisters." What the film was, I've no idea. The Crimson Pirate? Doubtless some LRB reading cinema buff, even sillier than I am, will be able to tell me. 26th of January. We're comfortably ensconced in our weekend first seats at King's Cross when John Bercow comes along the platform. Not quite the elegant, slightly flamboyant figure one sees in the Commons. He's in a scruffy suede jacket and, according to the trolley attendant, sitting in standard class, where he's happy to have a conversation about Brexit and related matters. I'm hoping he will come down the train at some point, when I'd shake his hand and say how much of the country is with him. However, when we get to Grantham, my eye is taken by an old man with an enchanting blonde Labrador, and now Bercow comes along the platform, and the dog makes a great fuss of him, the old man equally delighted. 9th of February. This evening we watched the much-vaunted film The Favourite, which is good if a bit, and perhaps deliberately, casual about period details and language. Letters becoming mail, and a battle I had in the madness of King George, the occasional OK and fine. The film owes something else to ours, beginning slightly as I intended to begin, with the court scene from the cramped perspective of the royal servants. Not looking at the monarch is made something of a feature, though not as specifically as we tried to do, and our film was more physical than this is allowed to be. Cunt occurs quite often, possibly less as a deliberate attempt to shock than to show how down-to-earth these courtiers were. Or it may be just laziness, there being some skill in inventing euphemisms or devising elaborations that get round obscenity. Still, an enjoyable film, if an anachronistic one. For example, the opposition is not a feature of Parliament in the 18th century. A pedantic point. 11th of February. A piece in the TLS by Laura Freeman about how hunger was reflected in the novels of the post-war period. I suppose it's because it's to do with novels, and therefore middle class and upwards, but it hardly relates to my own childhood memories. I have no particular memories of wartime food, and even if I had, a working-class family in Leeds wouldn't have been dining out much, except fish and chips in the cafes of department stores, like Hitchins. Fish and chips, tea and bread and butter, 1 and 9, with Schofields slightly higher up the scale. There was Harry Ramsden's at Guiseley, where we would often have just chips when we went hiking across the fields to Burley and Wharfdale. But what I don't recall is any longing for food or for elaborate food that coloured the everyday. On the contrary, what sticks in the mind is how tasty some very ordinary meals were. The first new potatoes, for instance, so delicious one would save them up until the last when having one's dinner, i.e. lunch. The first strawberries, similarly, gooseberries, plums, all bought and queued for, at the Co-op on Armley Ridge Road. Even the nowadays much reviled spam and corned beef seemed quite tasty to me then, more so than the stewing steak we had regularly, as Dad was a butcher at Armley Lodge Road Co-op. He was either very scrupulous or quite timid, so we never had more than the ration, the meat always overcooked and never the grander cuts. The first proper steak I had was in the army in Cambridge when I was 18, and which shocked me as it was rare, blood never having figured on the Bennett dining table, even in its relatively refined form of black pudding. Some food we did consider too lowly to eat, tripe, for instance, which was a favourite of my grandma, and chitterlings from the same uggery-buggery pie shop down Tong Road in Wortley. Until I started to read the novels and diaries of the period, I naively assumed that the food the Bennets had eaten at Halliday Place was much the same as the food everyone ate in the war, regardless of social status. So I was still capable of being shocked in my 20s when I read in Nancy Mitford's The Pursuit of Love, a novel not, I think, mentioned by Laura Freeman, of the ration-dodging suppers available to the upper and middle classes, and also to delight when the bolter's lover turns out to be a Spanish chef capable, and indeed only too pleased to produce delicious pre-Elizabeth David food for the ravenous Radlets. 13th of February. God's honour, we used to swear as boys. This remembered in the middle of an acute attack of arthritis pain this morning, when I'm marooned on the sofa, cold, thirsty but unable to move. I don't know which way to turn, meaning exactly that. The pills make my mind slide. A letter from Oxford last week asking if I would like to give the Wainfleet lecture. Rupert, who's only half listening and knows nothing of academic distinction. Why, what do you know about ballet? Me. Why should I know about ballet? Rupert. Well, that must be what they want you for. Why? Because it's the Wain Sleep lecture. An inch-bald morning, blue sky, bare trees, every detail plain. 4th of March. I'm rereading, or reading properly, James Stoughton's book on the art historian Kenneth Clarke. I hadn't realised how apposite for these days is Yeats's quite familiar and hackneyed quotation, "Things fall apart, the centre cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loose upon the world. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity." And more immediately, Clarke himself was, I quote, also shocked by the hostility of the townspeople of Petworth towards Petworth Park, and wrote to the Minister of Transport, John Peyton, "I can see what a problem this kind of democratic sentiment poses for the Department of the Environment. It's certainly an argument against government by referendum. I suppose on the same grounds one could argue in favour of selling the contents of the National Gallery and using the site for a gigantic fun fair. I think what had happened was a motorway was proposed through Petworth Park. In these cases, the government have to understand the word democracy in a philosophical sense rather than a quantitative sense. A bit subtle, though, for Nigel Farage. 13th of March. Getting on my bike to go for the paper this morning, I overbalance, possibly because of an outlying gust from Storm Gareth, and fall heavily in the road. I lie there for a minute or two, and it's Adrian, one of the builders from next door, who picks me up. I haven't broken anything, but it's the third time I've come off in the last 6 months, and it leaves me shaken and bruised, and Rupert shaken too when he comes downstairs. Now I lie on the sofa with my right thigh or whatever the outside of the thigh is called, sprained, though pain in one's upper leg is less disabling than pain in the foot or the ankle, which I regularly have. However, sedate though they are, I think my cycling days are numbered. 16th of March. Into my head comes a line from a history textbook of more than 60 years ago. Luther, having affixed his protest to the doors of the cathedral in Wittenberg in 1517, made the sign of a Landsknecht who had delivered a telling stroke. It comes from a textbook, Europe in Renaissance and Reformation, 1453 to 1660, by Mary Hollings, which we used in our history classes under H. Hill. I imagine most of us remembered this quote and trotted it out in school certificate a year or so later. And my only thought now is how wearisome it must have been for the examiner reading it again and again. I suppose the Landsknecht's equivalent gesture today would be yes and a raised fist. Rupert says I can't even say yes in the way that I'm supposed to say it. He's deeply embarrassed if I ever say anything like that. 17th of March. More days on the sofa. I watch 3 coins in the fountain and remember an Italian actor who had a brief vogue in Hollywood in the 1950s, Rossano Brazzi, notable in our family because he was always mispronounced by Auntie Kathleen as Rosy Brazzano. 25th of March. British Gas has seemingly relocated, as this morning I find myself sending my usual King's ransom to Northampton and Blaise Pascal House. 30th of March. The magazine Rupert edits, The World of Interiors, is consistently good. The houses interestingly chosen and from across the world, and with every issue, some of them mammoth, a real treat. Occasionally, though, they do parody themselves, as today. Tormented by the dearth of chic shower curtains, Lisa Fine resolved to plug the gap. And now a big hole in this year's diary, when in April I was found to need an open heart operation, leaking aorta, aneurysm and blocked artery. With no symptoms to speak of, it came as a complete surprise and knocked me out for 3 months, with the diary unreadable and illegible. Blame the anaesthetic.
So you did keep writing it then?
Well, I did, but it literally was absolutely. You couldn't read it, and you couldn't. If you could have read it, it would have made no sense. It's extraordinary how apparently I didn't make any sense for about 2 weeks. I didn't think I was in London. I thought I was in Yorkshire. I thought Rupert had deserted me, and it was awful. Really terrible. I think if I had known and been given the choice, I wouldn't have had the operation. But presumably it did me some good. I don't know. 4th of July. A letter from the Philip Larkin Society, reminding me that I'm an honorary vice president, which I was unaware of. I've never been an enthusiastic member, partly because Larkin wasn't particularly keen on my stuff, or keen on my being keen on his, which I am. Amos, Kingsley, was very much of the same mind. It wasn't this, though, that put me off. What made me dubious about the society was the degree of enthusiasm felt by the members, with all the poetic locations pinpointed and Larkin clasped ever more tightly to the bosom of Hull, along with his sister and his cousins and his aunts. The risk is admittedly slight, but I am fearful of such detailed posthumous scrutiny. I don't want to be hullified, though I hope I wouldn't do what Larkin did and have my diary shredded when the breath has scarcely left my body. These days, when in the circumstances I'm not getting much done, well-wishers think to comfort one by instancing what one has done already. This is no reassurance. One's back catalogue is more of a tribunal. One is arraigned before it, and the current work, or lack of it, judged. 7th of July. Sam Barnett has been on the Pride March. 4.5 hours. I wouldn't have agreed to be homosexual if I'd known it was going to take that long. 30th of July, Yorkshire. Thunder, which is somehow old-fashioned. A quotation from Edward Gibbon. I will not suppose any premature decay of the mind or body, but I must reluctantly observe that two causes, the abbreviation of time and the failure of hope, will always tinge with a browner shade the evening of life. 1st of August, Yorkshire. A couple of years ago we planted some Lychnis coronaria by the back gate, and in our prolonged absence this summer it has seeded itself in the stone trough by the back door, with a lone outpost in a crack between the paving stones. I love its piercing pink, first seen a whole bed of it round a tree in the garden of Great Chalfield Manor, a National Trust house in Wiltshire. When I inquired for it at a garden centre, it was dismissed as a weed. Never tire of Dad's Army, which I must have seen 100 times, and in particular the Vicar and the Verger. The petulant His Reverence and the toadying Mr. Yeatman are an inspired pairing. 3rd of August, Yorkshire. We put flowers from the garden on Dad's grave on the day he died 45 years ago, and I have a vision of the pair of them. Dad in his shirt sleeves and waistcoat, Mum in her shiny straw hat, both of them never able to keep their faces straight when being photographed. In the back garden, butterflies cluster on the buddleia, mostly red admirals, which look black from behind, with the cabbage whites preferring the catmint. Good remark by Francis Bacon, the painter. No point in being both old and shy. He did have a lot of really good sense, Francis Bacon, underneath all the, the knockabout and whatnot. He was asked why he didn't take the CH and the OM. He said, I couldn't. So ageing. Anyway, 7th of August. Lying on the sofa with my aching ankle, I remember that the first time I came across arthritis was in the film East of Eden, seen at the Odeon, Oxford in 1955. Jo Van Fleet played James Dean's mother, with what I suppose were arthritic hands, which she kept touching. I'm not sure I knew what was wrong. She was a brothel keeper, but I wasn't sure about that either. 20th of August, a conversation. Me, I've not been well. I've had a heart bypass. Them, well, you're a writer. That's just what you need. 1st of September, Yorkshire. Driving the back way home from Settle, we run into the Lauchland cows, around 40 of them, swaying along the lane en route to being milked. They're undeterred by the car, sidling past on both sides, though with the windows open they display varying degrees of interest, some shoving their heads in and sniffing round, though without finding much to detain them. None moves, the overall impression being that their lives are more absorbing than ours. Cows and I go back a long way. Our earliest association when I was 6 years old at the farm near Pateley Bridge, where we were unofficially evacuated. I used to help feed the calves. I had a bucket of slops, which the calf would lick to bits. but I wasn't strong enough to get its head out of my bucket, and had to summon the help of Mrs. Weatherhead, who put up with no nonsense. Milking, though, I never managed. 21st of September. Read the second volume of memoirs by the Wigtown bookseller Sean Bithell, which is as absorbing as the first, though it's harder to be as patient as Bithell is with some of his hangers-on. Eliot, a real pain. One entry particularly interests me. Once, when I was clearing books from a house near Kirkcudbright, I spotted a set of very small spiral library steps. I asked the woman whose books I was buying if it was for children, to which she replied that it had been custom-made for Jimmy Clitheroe, the diminutive star of radio and television during the 1960s. She and her husband had helped clear the contents of his mother's house after they had both died. He had lived with her and had died from an accidental overdose of sleeping pills on the day of her funeral. I bought Jimmy Clitheroe's library steps from her for £20. Years ago, when I still lived in Gloucester Crescent, Camden Town, the bell rang one afternoon, and on the doorstep was Morrissey, who was briefly living round the corner. We hadn't met, but his opening question was as abrupt as it was unexpected. "Did you know Jimmy Clitheroe?" I hadn't, and only occasionally heard him in what was then the wireless on a Saturday dinner time. Morrissey, though, seemed to regard the pair of us as contemporaries. It turned out that the diminutive comedian was only one of the stars that interested the singer. The more tangential, the better. On another occasion, also on the doorstep, his opening question was, "Does the name Avis Bunnage mean anything to you?" So reading Sean Bithell and Ever Helpful, it occurs to me that though the singer's preoccupations may have moved on in the intervening years, a possible home for Clitheroe's bijou library steps might be with the Pope of Mope. 11th of October. Sam Frears rings to say that Michael Neve has died, and I sit in the front room and think about him. He was a great chronicler, a remembrancer, recording stuff one had said and funny remarks, so that one felt a bigger personality or a more three-dimensional one. He was unpredictable, dangerous, and liable to let cats out of bags, but a great enthusiast and an appreciator. He had gusto, an almost Elizabethan zest and enthusiasm. Generous-spirited and magnanimous, he made his friends into legends. He was totally indiscreet. Anything you told him could be guaranteed to go, instantly to the rounds. Anything to do with sex, he would tell anybody. It was fatal. Anyway. 19th of October. A day when, had either of us been well enough, we would have gone on the march, which, thanks to Oliver Letwin's amendment, turned out marginally more hopeful than I was expecting. Looking for a book to read in bed, I take down, as I think, Jeff Dyer's The Missing of the Somme. It seems less chatty than I remember, and it's only when I come to the end of the first chapter on the Thiepval Arch that I realise it's not by Jeff Dyer, but, though equally good, the Memorial to the Missing of the Somme by the late Gavin Stamp. Today, with Brexit once more in the balance, the end of the first chapter seems apposite. How curious, but how significant, that one of the finest works of British architecture of the 20th century should stand not in Britain itself, but on the opposite side of the English Channel. And up comes another appropriate quotation, though from someone unlikely to be a Remainer, Philip Larkin. And gravitating with it to this ground, which he once heard was proper to grow wise in, if only that so many dead lie round. put them together, and it's another reason why we should not leave. We belong with our dead. 16th of November. As I grow older, I see less and less reason for varying my wardrobe. It's true that, without being particularly clothes-conscious, I've by now accumulated enough clobber to last me the rest of my days. I'm occasionally short of a shirt, but a tie never. Even so, I'm slow to ring the changes, and find myself wearing the same tie for weeks at a time. I must have 20 or 30 ties, most of them from the charity shops haunted by Rupert, where one can still find the plain-coloured, narrow ties I've always gone in for. The one I find myself most often wearing, though, looks like and maybe is an old school tie, silk seeming, but actually terylene, in navy blue with yellow stripe. It still carries its ancient cash's name tape, identifying the original owner as one Justice. Maybe it was his house tie or his colours. Either way, not a badge of identity to which I'm entitled. I once worked with the actor Barry Justice, but I've no reason to think my tie was his. Still, it bestows on me a not unpleasing air of false pretences, though its main message these days must be that here is someone old-fashioned. In the two plays I've set in schools, 40 Years On, 1968, and The History Boys, 2004, the boys all wore school ties, which very few of them knew how to knot, the few who did coming up with a Windsor knot. At my own far from aspirational grammar school, this style was frowned on, and may even have been forbidden. Significantly, it's a fashion I associate still with footballers in mufti. 27th of November. Jonathan Miller, who died this morning, would have been the first to joke and grumble about sharing the ultimate limelight with a TV chef and an Australian poet and critic who was almost as articulate as he was. But there would be no jokes about the chief rabbi, who could imply that his flock might be daft enough to consult their consciences before not voting Labour. They were daft enough. The practitioners of organised religion were always high on Jonathan's list of undesirables, with whom he was ever ready to engage in argument. But he liked Anglican hymns, as long as he was far enough away not to take in the words, so it's not unfitting that his funeral should be in an outpost of the Church of England. Ours was a not unrivalrous relationship, with neither particularly generous about the other's work. Whereas a play or whatever on TV would invariably prompt a tipsy telephone call from Peter Cook with congratulations that one had got away with it yet again, Jonathan and I were less indulgent, tending to ignore each other's efforts. I never saw one of his operas, and I'm not sure he ever saw one of my plays. He did try, though, which is more than I did, and en route to the premiere of The History Boys, a traffic jam enabled him to abandon the car and the attempt in the middle of Waterloo Bridge. Still, I wouldn't even have tried. I learnt quite early on in our friendship not to discuss what I was working on, lest it turn out he knew more about the subject than I did, or seemed to. It was always difficult to tell Jonathan anything, only to remind him of it. Talking to Jonathan found its way into my work. Mr. and Mrs. T.S. Eliot saw beyond the fringe and said that Jonathan reminded them of Auden, and as such he crops up in the preface to my play The Habit of Art. Whiston was the first person to go to Iceland, did you know that? And Christopher Columbus didn't discover America. Whiston did. That was Jonathan. Now that he's gone, I feel remorse as well as sorrow. But jokes apart, it was a question of survival. I needed to write. Jonathan needed one to listen. December the 13th, London. It's a gang, not a government. Sure, he smells, but you can get used to anything. Diary selections from the pandemic year, March 2020 to March 2021, by Alan Bennett. 1st of March. Thanks to arthritis, I'm now much less mobile than I was. Gone are the days when I could jump on my bike to pop down to the shops, so static semi-isolation is scarcely a hardship, or even a disruption of my routine. Himself no slouch when it came to work, George Steiner once asked a Soviet dissident how he got through so much. House arrest, Steiner, house arrest. Alas, so far as work is concerned, I haven't yet noticed much difference. The only medical scourge I've had any experience of is TB, or consumption as it was called then. The Sherwoods, a family that lived next door to us in Armley, Leeds, in the 1940s, lost their youngest son to TB, which then infected his father, who also died. Unsurprisingly, this left my mother perpetually anxious lest we catch it. Mrs. Sherwood was a good cook, and often invited my brother and me to sample her dishes, which we were strictly forbidden to do. On one occasion, though, I succumbed, with Yorkshire pudding, and foolishly saying so at home, it was as if I'd signed my own death warrant. TB was to blame for other more bizarre prohibitions. We were never allowed to wear open-neck shirts, for instance, lest the cold go to your chest. Sharing a bottle of pop with other boys was another death trap, as was not wearing a vest or drinking unaired water. TB was pretty well eradicated or controlled long before my mother's death, but she never ceased to think of it as the killer it had been in her youth. Always one to diddle her hands under the tap, she would have found the precautions against the coronavirus only common sense. 18th of March. The York Theatre Royal's tour of The Habit of Art, the play about Auden and Britain, which did well last year and was due to be revived for a festival in New York, has had to be cancelled. I write to the cast apologising and saying that one person who would not be washing his hands every 5 minutes is W.H. Auden. 20th of March. With Rupert now working from home, my life is much easier, as I get regular cups of tea and a lovely hot lunch. 24th of March. Photo in The Guardian of a homemade sign at the entrance to Malham village, telling, or rather entreating, the hordes of tourists to go home. In our village, 20 miles or so away, the car park is full and the place far busier than on a normal Sunday. So far from social distancing, some of the visitors practically link arms. Still, it makes a change from brawling over toilet rolls. 26th of March. Around 6, Nick Heitner rings, highly excited. Piers Wenger, controller of BBC Drama, has just rung him saying that though current restrictions make mounting any TV programme difficult, he thinks it may be possible to do a new version of the Talking Heads monologues from 1988. Nick is ringing me, unnecessarily, for my permission. He comes round later, and we thrash out some of the details in a conversation with him standing on the other side of the street. 10th of April, Good Friday. We have agreed that the cast and crew in the Talking Heads remount should do so for a token fee, with any profits to be given to the NHS. I'm somewhat staggered to find that this amounts to £1 million, probably more. It's no skin off my nose, as I never expected the programmes to be repeated, but the financial sacrifice for some of the cast and crew will not just be notional. Astonishing though it is, it passes without notice. Good Friday, when this year Pontius Pilate is not the only one washing his hands. 16th of April, a card from Tom King with news of the tattoo of me that he had put on his arm, pictured in the diary published in the LRB of 3rd of January 2019. The tattoo remains popular, though bizarrely, one person thought it was of Henry Kissinger. It also makes for an amusing conversation during intercourse. This suggests the intercourse might be less than fervent, my name in itself something of a detumescent. 28th of April. The most one can hope from a reader is that he or she should think, here is somebody who knows what it is like to be me. It's not what E.M. Forster meant by only connect, but it's what I mean. These days, only connect means bumping elbows. 7th of May. Sometime in the afternoon, Alex Jennings and his wife Leslie call by, and we have a socially distanced chat on the doorstep, me sitting on a stool, Rupert standing behind me. They bring me a birthday present, as yet unopened, having just taken something similar to Nick Heitner, whose birthday is today. Mine is on Saturday, and Alex's the day after, which is perhaps why we all get on so well. All Toryans, some would say. Nick rings later with a progress report on Talking Heads. He's full of praise for the helpfulness of the EastEnders technicians, on the set of which at Elstree the monologues are being filmed. 15th of May. I've never been that fond of my hands. Now, much washed, as we are told, they scarcely bear looking at, shiny, veinous, and as transparent as an anatomical illustration. Far from the matte, solid, sensible instruments one has always hankered after. More artistic, I suppose. An old lady's hands, lying idle in a lap somewhere. 1st of June. Coming to the end of English Pastoral, James Rebank's second volume. It's harder to read than A Shepherd's Life, with the central section about the onset of factory farming not easy to take. Thankfully, though, in his own life at any rate, the tide turns and Rebanks regains his grip on traditional farming, and with it offers some hope, without it being fine writing, as so much pastoral writing is. What it is, though it's self-serving to say so, is a commentary on the last speech from 40 years on. Were we closer to the ground as children, or is the grass emptier now? 20th of June. When, from 1944 to 45, we lived in Guildford, we often ate, or had to eat, the truth of it, in the British restaurant there. This was a government canteen with pretty basic self-service school dinner type food. As a child, I found eating in public a delicate area, and I was always embarrassed when my parents patronised the place, though it was presumably all they could afford. It didn't take much to embarrass me, but I was still at primary school, whereas my brother was at Guildford Grammar School, then, as now, quite a posh school, so with more reason to be self-conscious than me. Guildford was not short on cafes, the nicest, and in no way embarrassing, the Corona down the High Street, with a revolving drum of coffee beans in the window and an intoxicating aroma. Another was the Good Oven, where the scones were a particular favourite. In Leeds there would always have been a dietary supplement of fish and chips, and even in Guildford there were fish and chip shops, but they used oil, not the beef dripping on which we'd been brought up, and to us oil smelt disgusting, and was yet another score on which down south proved a disappointment. 10th of July. Isolation, such as it is beginning to rob me of speech. I had to call the optician today to explain how I'd broken the strut of my glasses and found myself so much at a loss Rupert had to take over. He didn't find this at all strange. I do. 17th of July. I've watched the recordings of the Talking Heads monologues, but because of social distancing, I've not been able to attend rehearsals or meet the performance or the directors. I send them thank you notes and good wishes, and today comes a lovely card from Martin Freeman, whom I don't know, but who is so good about the monologue he did, A Chip in the Sugar, that I want to write back and thank him, thus making it like an extract from a lady of letters, a thank you letter for a thank you letter. I'm so pleased with it, I carry Martin's card about with me in my pocket, like a hand warmer. 24th of July. A piece in the TLS in which Mary Beard rereads and reassesses Fergus Miller's The Emperor in the Roman World, 1977. A stocky, heavy-headed young man, I used to see him at Oxford, seemingly always on his way back from squash. I knew at the time he was formidably clever, and from a distance, with me it was always from a distance, fancied him rotten. On reflection, it was partly his name I found so glamorous, but at this age, and with him dead, I think I'm allowed to say that. Though I must have been envious, because half a lifetime later, I note that when Mary Beard offers some criticism of his hit volume, I'm not entirely displeased. He looked not unlike the Welsh actor Ioan Gruffudd. 3rd of August. I never thought I'd say it, but I wish we had a stair lift, as famously advertised by Thora Hird. I come downstairs in the morning and don't go back until I go up for my bath before supper. All this has happened since I had to give up using my bike. Stairs are painful and slow, my bones audibly grinding, with my right leg and ankle worse than my left. I'm not sure if exercise makes it better or worse, though I can only just make it round the block every evening. We won't ever get a stair lift for aesthetic reasons, but how long I will be able to continue walking is an open question, and a pressing one. 4th of August. Rupert goes upstairs to do his Pilates on Zoom. His teacher is round the corner, but she's currently with her husband in Canada. Still, up he goes in his t-shirt and shorts, and it's quite strenuous and makes no difference that she's on the other side of the world. 13th of August. Big rows over A-levels. I'm not sure if I would have benefited if my exam results had been based on coursework. I was a good examinee, but not much of a stayer in class. I needed an occasion before I could perform, and even put on my suit for A-levels, or the higher school certificate as it was then. It was the same at university, and I was shown my college's assessment of me a few years ago. The records are kept in the Bodleian, and pretty ordinary it was. When it came to the test in final schools, I managed to suggest I was cleverer than I was and had these untapped resources, which only lack of time prevented me from displaying. It was all part of showing off, which I could do right from elementary school. 16th of August. Every evening around 8 we walk round the block, literally a 3-minute walk. What in normal circumstances is one of Rupert's good habits is to pick up any stray scraps of paper and put them in the bin. And this evening on the corner of Regent's Park Road, he retrieves a bit of paper which turns out to be a previously used tissue. He is appalled, and we hasten home so that he can bin it and wash his hands. What we have not realised is that it's Thursday, and our progress is hindered by a fusillade of clapping and pan-banging from the neighbours out on their balconies in celebration of the NHS. Rupert can clap, even with the noxious tissue, but I can't, as I need to hold on to my walking stick. It also appears that with me walking in the road, I appear to be acknowledging the applause and even generating it. I try to disavow this by feebly smiling and shaking my head, but this just looks like modesty. It's an absurd and inexplicable incident. 8th of September. One phone call today. A woman inquiring if I've made arrangements for my funeral yet. At least it isn't a recorded voice. 14th of September, Yorkshire. The big sadness today is finding that Jane Manser's second-hand bookshop just off Settle Marketplace has closed, and not for the duration of COVID, but for good. It was a lovely shop, full of unexpected treasures and absurdly cheap. Jane, whose shop it was a friend to the lonely and the eccentric, being herself very devout, though the main influence this had on the stock was the size of the theology section. Some books she wouldn't stock. I once asked her to look out for me any copy of Moby Dick, only to find it was on her blacklist due to its subject. There were exotic finds. A privately printed edition of The Unquiet Grave, for instance, though nothing quite so unexpected as a presentation copy of some art book signed by Anthony Blunt that had turned up round the corner in Age Concern. 15th of September. Much missed these shameful days is Tom Bingham, the ex-Lord Chief Justice and legal philosopher, who would have had Johnson scuttling for cover. Both from Balliol, one a credit to the college, the other not. I don't relish the dilemma of the Fellows of Balliol when they called on to dole out the Prime Minister's honorary fellowship. At least when it comes to his honorary degree from the university, there's a precedent for a refusal, as that was one of the few slights which pierced Mrs. Thatcher's hide. 20th of September. Sent by her biographer, Jasper Rees, a letter I wrote to Victoria Wood, turning down a part in her comedy series. I can't face playing any more men with dusters. I don't mean I want to play Burt Reynolds' parts, only somewhere between him and Richard Wattis, say. Those are the parameters. She was a great woman. Her performance of Let's Do It at the Albert Hall, the stuff of legend. I just hope Noel Coward was still around to see it. I first met her almost epically in Sainsbury's in Lancaster at the avocado counter. Her dinner ladies was often sentimental, but she caught in the part of the handyman played by Duncan Preston the idiom of an old-fashioned working-class man, elaborate, literate, and language-loving, which is or was more typical of the North than the more cliched dialect-rich versions. 25th of September. I am not going to affect the livery of the Times prudery. From a poem by R.S. Thomas. 3rd of October. Reading a piece on universities in the TLS brings back Richard Pears, whose last course of lectures I went to at Oxford in 1957. He was plainly dying, lecturing from a wheelchair and barely audible, with another Don turning over the pages of his text. The subject would have been topical today, the influence of the sugar interest on English politics, not recounted then as it would be now, in a humanitarian anti-slavery tone, but purely factually, and without reproof. I did not know this at the time, but Pears had had something of a Damascene conversion, having been as an undergraduate one of the circle around Evelyn Waugh before turning his back on frivolity for academic life. But the spectacle, and it was a spectacle of someone giving his last breath to the study of history, taught me more than any of the tutorials and lectures that I'd had at Oxford, and which in the last term before schools were about to come to an end. 9th of October. Around 10 this morning the doorbell goes just when I'm in the passage. Often these days I don't get there in time. It's an out-of-work boy, not with the characteristic bag, but just himself. He keeps well back, as I do, but immediately embarks on his spiel that he's from Middlesbrough and on an employment scheme, and do I want anything in the way of dusters or dishcloths. Such callers are familiar, or were until lockdown, and we've long been oversupplied. I generally get away with contributing £1 or two, though this is not easy, as it provokes another spiel about him not wanting charity, and that he's actually selling something. Goods need to change hands. But finding someone on my doorstep who is sharing my airspace, and with coins themselves agents of infection, I don't even attempt to buy him off, and hear myself saying, absurdly, "I'm sorry, but we have the virus," a lie which the boy meekly accepts, turning away before I even get the door closed. It's his abject acceptance that stays with me, not the first rejection he will have had this morning, though maybe none so specific. 22nd of October. I don't always understand the poems in the LRB, or new poems generally, and what catches my eye in the poem John's and Sam's by Steve Ely is not the poem itself, but its footnote, explaining that John and Samuel Smith's breweries are located on the river wharf near Tadcaster, upstream from the former eel fishery of Ullerscalf. It's Ullerscalf I recognise. I know Ullerscalf, or did. I've been fishing there. It was a long time ago, nearly 80 years in fact, but the boredom of the experience is fresh as ever. My father took no interest in sport. Living at one point a stone's throw from Headingley Cricket Ground, Dad never encouraged my brother or me to go to a match and never ventured there himself. Sport apart, though, Dad was subject to crazes. A butcher for the co-op, with Sunday his only day off, he would indulge in various pastimes. There was fretwork when he perched by the fire at his little hobby's fretwork machine, turning out toys, which he sold for a few much-needed pounds down County Arcade in Leeds. There was homemade herb beer, non-alcoholic but highly explosive, which regularly demolished the scullery. Above all, there was the violin, which is unfair to call a craze, as he was self-taught and played well all his life. And then, hopelessly, there was Bullets, a literary competition in the Weekly John Bull, at which he never won a penny. And briefly, there was fishing. Fishing is generally thought of as a solitary pursuit. It's one of its attractions, but not in the Bennett family. If Dad was going fishing, we all had to go, my brother and me, and in a brief interruption to her own craze of lampshade making, my mother. On Sundays we often went hiking, though we never called it that, and it was far from plain from the way we were dressed, my brother and me in our school caps, Mam in her swagger coat, and Dad in his other suit, i.e. not the one with his greasy shop trousers. We never joined in, got the gear, looked the part, and so it was with fishing. Even so, we had no choice but to join with what nowadays would be called the fishing community, and catch the fishing train from Leeds City Station first thing on Sunday morning. Like all trains during the war, this was 1941, it was packed. My brother remembering him and me being pulled aboard while the train was still sliding into the platform. Among the seasoned and seasonably clad fishermen, the Bennett family must have stood out, Mam especially, as there were very few female fishers. She was particularly unhappy, my brother remembers, because with the luggage racks crammed with fishing tackle, maggots drizzled down on the anglers' indifferent heads. Our Sunday outings weren't purely scenic. In summer we picked bilberries on Ilkley Moor, in the autumn blackberries at East Keswick, and very occasionally, and more gingerly, mushrooms. In theory, fishing could have been added to this productive list, but not the way Dad did it, and certainly not at his chosen location at Ulleskelf. The Wharfe is a pretty river, and in its upper reaches, at Burnsall, say, or Bolton Abbey, spectacularly so. Lower down, though, south of Harewood, in the flatlands of East Yorkshire, it drifts between muddy banks and rhubarb fields and is a pretty dismal waterway. But then, so is Leeds' local river, the Aire. No fish there either, but at least there was Kirkstall Abbey. At Ulleskelf there was nothing, and on the rare occasions when Dad managed to cast his line as far as the middle of the river, his bait was spurned by the few fish which infested its murky depths. On the 3 or 4 trips we made, there was never a solitary bite. Meanwhile, Mam sat glumly with her woman's own, while my brother and I read our comics, the float never twitching. Steve Ely's poem, or its footnote, talks of an eel fishery at Ulleskelf, but we knew nothing of this, and had Mam known that we were likely to run into one of these mysterious and dirty creatures, that would have put paid to fishing straight off. Though the train was always packed, I don't remember seeing any other fishermen by the river. Perhaps Dad was fishing in the wrong place and was too shy to ask. But these few visits were enough to stamp this patch of South Yorkshire as almost uniquely dismal. It has its historical connections. Towton, the decisive battle of the Wars of the Roses, is not far away. A few years later at school, I would learn that Cawood Castle, now owned by the Landmark Trust, was where Cardinal Wolsey was staying before he was taken back to Leicester, disgrace and death. 8th of November. Watched the slimmed-down service from the cenotaph, with her HMQ keeping a beady eye on the revamped choreography. I'm distracted, though, just as the ceremony is starting, when Rupert sees a fox in the garden. It's a tiny garden and has walls without that making it a walled garden, but with no obvious means of access for foxes. Fast asleep, the only sign of life the occasional twitching of an ear. Maybe it's the distant gun salute that wakes her. I think it's a vixen, but she reveals herself as plump and well-fed, possibly pregnant. She hangs around for a bit, shoving her white nose through the trellis on top of the wall before disappearing next door. Meanwhile, the wreath-laying has started, which I'm always impressed by. In the unlikely event of my being asked to lay a wreath at the cenotaph, I'd have to decline, if only because I couldn't walk the few steps backwards it requires. Not the least of the Queen's achievements is that she can still do this in her 90s. 26th of November. A new biography of Graham Greene. Not read, like I have to confess most of his work. I've been put off by the Catholicism showing through and his frequent rare interviews. A darling of the Sunday papers in the 1960s, he was always said to be retiring, while in fact being avid for publicity. Any misgivings I had was confirmed the only time I met him in 1977. I had a play running in the West End, The Old Country, with Alec Guinness. Wordy, I think it now, and thin on plot. It was an account of a Foreign Office defector now living in Soviet Russia who was being tempted home, possibly to face the music. It had good reviews, though journalists and even some critics persisted in taking Hillary the spy to represent or be based on Kim Philby. This had never been my intention, with Auden more the model, and Exile the subject, though the misconception doubtless did the box office no harm. In the course of the run, various luminaries came round after the show to see Alec Guinness, with him telling me to come myself one night, as Graham Greene would be in the audience. I duly turned up, but remember little of the conversation. There wasn't much conversation to remember. My abiding memory only that Green's was the limpest hand I'd ever shaken. Nor did he say a word about the play, for or against. It may be that, as a friend and persistent advocate of Philby's, he had, like some of the newspapers, misidentified Alec as Philby. Whatever it was, I thought it was a graceless performance. However, a few nights later, another visitor wiped away the memory. This was Coral Brown, funny, gossipy, and who'd even liked the play, relating it to her own experiences in Moscow, where she'd met Guy Burgess, and giving me, ready plotted, another play in An Englishman Abroad. 1st of December. A card from a friend, Paul Fincham, drawing my attention to a passage in Kilbert's diary, which I thought I'd read. New Year's Day, 1882. I went to London by the midday mail. Reached 23 Gloucester Crescent at 3 o'clock. Katie ran down to open the door, prettier than ever. The monk was gracious, and he came forward with a smile and an embrace. The baby Mary is charming, blue eyes and fat rosy cheeks, quite a window. She will be very pretty. With its innocent delight in little girls, these were Kilbert's nieces, it's a characteristic passage from the young Victorian clergyman's diaries. But unless the street numbers have changed, and I don't think they have, 23 Gloucester Crescent is my sometime house, and the home too of the lady in the van, who wouldn't have liked the children at all. Mark Bostridge tells me that Kilbert must have been visiting his younger sister, Emily Window, and her family. It's nice to think that Kilbert once called at the house, and he joins a list of visitors that includes Barbara Streisand, Kenneth Williams, John Gielgud, Vincent Price, Morrissey, to which can now be added the name of the Reverend Francis Kilbert. 9th of December. I'm sorry that this year's diary dwells so much on my physical incapacity. Farewell to the bike has to some extent meant farewell to the health that went with it, and my life is increasingly medicated. I'm blessed in my passage through the therapeutic jungle by Louise, who's an ideal pharmacist, cheerful, funny, and unbegrudging. It's a busy pharmacy in Camden Town, with its quota of recovering addicts and ancients like myself, to whom Louise dispenses not merely medicaments, but much-needed good cheer. I'm happy to acknowledge the part she plays in my well-being. I must cost the NHS a fortune, and I'm glad that through Talking Heads we were able to repay some of that, if only a little. Johnson never fails to call it our NHS, though this offers no assurance that he won't sell it out, but one hopes that now he's lost his chum across the water, there may be less of that. 15th of December. There were those in 1914 who believed that war was just what was needed, as a cleanser and a salutary shock. England would be the better for it. And as we wait for the result of the final Brexit talks, the heirs of these fools are still with us. 24th of December. In the late afternoon we watch carols from King's, which isn't the customary festival of 9 lessons and carols, perhaps because of COVID, or it may be that the BBC or even King's has got nervous about overdoing religion. The service used to have a dramatic shape, beginning with Isaiah and ending with the Nativity and St. John. Now, or today anyway, no 9 lessons, but an anthology of devotional stuff, well meant, but telling no tale. This may be to do with the enforced absence of the congregation, who normally are allowed to join in for the more rousing carols. Christmas is a time for repetition, the repetition part of the ritual. The congregation isn't bored with Christmas, only the programme makers. 31st of December. My year ends when Rupert takes me up to one of the health centres in Camden, which has been kitted out as a vaccination centre. Though neither of us knows quite where it is, we realise we must be getting close from the number of 80-year-olds and carers making their way off the Kentish Town Road, all on the same errand. Rupert isn't allowed in, and I go fairly briskly through a series of waiting rooms before reaching the vaccination room. It's busy, but quiet, and notable considering the presence of so many aged patients, for the absence of chuntering. Everyone, not surprisingly, seems in good humour. My only complaint is that since I'm isolating with my partner, it would seem sensible to vaccinate him too, but then not all the staff at the centre have been vaccinated either. 18th of January 2021. I've worn pretty much the same outfit since this business began, only varying it as the weather's got colder to put on a thicker pullover. This has something to do with not yielding to circumstance, and reminds me of fellow conscripts on the Russian course during my national service in 1953. It was a very relaxed unit, and we did not have to wear uniform except on ceremonial occasions, and were issued with official civilian clothes, though one could wear one's own choice of outfit. One colleague refused this better option and insisted on wearing the army issue kit, reasoning that to wear one's own clothes was to give the military something, the wear and tear on the clothes, to which it was not entitled. The army civvies were ill-fitting, itchy and unbecoming, and came from a depot at Woking. A Woking suit, no smoking suit, was one of the cabaret turns we did at the time. 4th of February. Slightly wish I'd lightened my chuntering about arthritis with a reminiscence of my great-uncle Norris, included in an earlier memoir, but no worse for that. Uncle Norris was, I think, Grandpa Peel's brother, and was a wine and spirit merchant by profession. He ended his days in Stafford House, an old people's home in Halifax, but very cheerfully, as he was convinced, and never missed an opportunity of telling you, that he was about to become a millionaire. Why? Because he, Norris Peel, had discovered the cure for arthritis, and once this was made known, an arthritis foundation in America would make over to him their entire funding. The cure consisted in cutting off the feet of one's socks and wearing them as anklets. This is what Uncle Norris had done, and he'd never had arthritis, so it must be a cure. He had written to many of the notables of the day to tell them the good news. A mixed bag: Winston Churchill, Semprini, Wilfred Pickles, Val Doonican, and he would show you a sheaf of their acknowledgments. He's batchy, Dad would say, meaning he's balmy, but it certainly kept him happy. 27th of February. The hair is getting to be a problem. As children, my brother and I had our hair cut at Mr. Shaw's, the barber on Armley Moor Top in Leeds. It was a wearisome business, after school when the shop was always full. Mr. Shaw, who was bald, never condescended to talk to us children, who in any case were wrapped in everybody's and picture post, and even the occasional Lilliput. When we lived in Headingley, it was Mr. Oddie on Shire Oak Street, another bald and taciturn fellow, but with classier magazines, in particular Britannia and Eve, notable for illustrations of bare-breasted ladies driving chariots in the genteel porn that was the speciality of F. Matania. My dad had his hair cut on the same parade as his butcher's shop in Meanwood, though never to the satisfaction of my mother, who claimed he came home looking like a scraped cock. She meant a plucked fowl, but had no thought of being misunderstood. Today's barber is my partner Rupert Thomas, who, while professing to admire my abundant locks, manages to make me look like a blonde Hitler. He was also wondering if you could save the offcuts in case they might find a market on eBay. 11th of March. It should not be forgotten that with his customary foresight and good judgment, one of the first acts of the current Prime Minister was to hasten to the side of President Trump, whom he then shipped across the Atlantic to meet Her Majesty the Queen, and that it was the now much abused Speaker, John Bercow, who ruled out any thought of Trump addressing a joint session of Parliament. His reward was to be refused the customary peerage on retirement by the Prime Minister, who happily doled out peerages to umpteen millionaires, all of them donors to the Tory party. And so we go on. Diary for 2021 by Alan Bennett. 31st of December 2020. My year ends when Rupert takes me up to a depot in Peckwater Street in Camden, which has been kitted out as a vaccination centre. Though neither of us quite knows where it is, we realise we must be getting close from the number of 80-year-olds and carers making their way off the Kentish Town Road, all on the same errand. Rupert isn't allowed in, and I go fairly briskly through a series of waiting rooms before reaching the vaccination room. It's busy but quiet, and notable considering the presence of so many aged patients for the absence of chuntering. Everyone, not surprisingly, seems in good humour. My only complaint is that since I'm isolating with my partner, it would seem sensible to vaccinate him too. But then, not all the staff at the centre have been vaccinated either. 15th of January 2021. Channel 8, London Live, can be relied on for 1940s films, many of them rubbish. Today it's the Chiltern Hundreds, which isn't rubbish, but a well-plotted light comedy written by William Douglas Hume, with the legendary A. Matthews, Cecil Parker and David Tomlinson. I know the play well, or should, having been in it at school in the Tomlinson part. After a succession of female roles, including Katharina in The Taming of the Shrew, my voice had broken at long last, and this was the first male role I was allowed to play. I say I know the play well, but in those days I just used to learn my own part, and that not very well, plus a rough acquaintance with my cues, and no sense at all of the plot or direction of the play. I don't think I ever understood what The Taming of the Shrew was about. My co-star in the Shakespeare, and who played Beecham in the Chiltern Hundreds, was John Scaife, a friend whom I lost sight of after university, and only this last year discovered had become a distinguished molecular biologist at Edinburgh, but died young, in the 90s, from AIDS. 17th of January. Rupert returns from a walk with Owen, his brother, and his nephew, Freddie, aged 5, worried because he'd been unable to resist giving Freddie a kiss. Freddie is still at infant school. Had Rupert been vaccinated when I was, we would not be concerned. 18th of January. I've worn pretty much the same outfit since this business began, only varying it as the weather's got colder to put on a thicker pullover. This has something to do with not yielding to circumstance, and reminds me of fellow conscripts on the Russian course during my national service in 1953. It was a very relaxed unit, and we did not have to wear uniform except on ceremonial occasions, and were issued with official civilian clothes, though one could wear one's own choice of outfit. One colleague refused this better option and insisted on wearing the army issue kit, reasoning that to wear one's own clothes was to give the military something, the wear and tear on the clothes, to which it was not entitled. The army civvies were ill-fitting, itchy and unbecoming, and came from a depot at Woking. A Woking suit, no smoking suit, was one of the cabaret turns we did at the time. 26th of January. Yorkshire is inescapable on TV at the moment, which doesn't make it easier not being able to go there. Yorkshire Tea is currently to blame for an admittedly slightly ironic advert about the county's supposed superiority, to which I've never particularly subscribed. I'm happy, even proud, to be a freeman of Leeds, especially since, unlike much of the rest of the county, it was not in favour of Brexit. I hope our favourite restaurant in Leeds, Sous le Nez, will survive lockdown, and we miss the occasional kedgeree at Betty's in Ilkley. But there's no shortage of programmes about rural Yorkshire, and I've lost count of the number of sheep having awkward births in frostbitten fields. Still, it hasn't quite got to the state of Dorset after Hardy, when the county started playing itself as depicted in the novels. 4th of February. Slightly wish I'd lightened my griping about arthritis with a reminiscence of my great-uncle Norris, included in an earlier memoir, but no worse for that. Uncle Norris was, I think, Grandpa Peel's brother, and was a wine and spirit merchant by profession. He ended his days in Stafford House, an old people's home in Halifax, but very cheerfully, as he was convinced, and never missed an opportunity of telling you, that he was about to become a millionaire. Why? Because he, Norris Peel, had discovered the cure for arthritis, and once this was made known, an arthritis foundation in America would make over to him their entire funding. The cure consisted in cutting off the feet of one's socks and wearing them as anklets. This is what Uncle Norris had done, and he had never had arthritis, so it must be a cure. He had written to many of the notables of the day to tell them the good news. A mixed bag. Winston Churchill, Semprini, Wilfred Pickles, Valdonica, and he would show you a sheaf of their acknowledgments. He's batchy, Dad would say, meaning he's balmy, but it certainly kept him happy. 7th of February. Ploughing on with the Francis Bacon biography, a depressing book with irregular critiques of Bacon's work, particularly by David Sylvester, often hard to understand. So much drink in the book that I wonder, had I liked drink more, would it have altered my life and made it more eventful. Not only do I hardly drink, and Rupert neither, but I don't know anyone who does. Peter Cook about the only drunk I've ever known. In New York in the 1980s, I used to like a screwdriver. 2 was my limit, with 3 making me tipsy, which I found delightful. Had I been able to remain in that intermediate state, I suppose I could have been a drunk. One used to see Bacon quite often, as he was a regular guest at George Melly's across the road. The last time was in Paris, when we were having supper at Brasserie Beaufanger. Bacon and his party rose to leave, whereupon all the waiters gathered in the window to watch the great man depart, something I could never imagine happening in London. 14th of February. Watch the beginning of A Matter of Life and Death on BBC Two, where David Niven, having survived his plane crash, comes round on the Norfolk sands. He encounters a naked boy, a goatherd supposedly, a fanciful notion even in the 1940s. I must have seen the film, famed as the first Royal Command performance, when I was 11 or so, when I found the goatherd very sexy. My brother apart, the first naked boy I'd ever seen, and wondered that neither he nor Niven seemed as perturbed as I was at his nakedness. That was, what was the film director of Matter of Life and Death called? Powell, Michael Powell. It was a fanciful notion in the 1940s. The notion of a goatherd is absurd. And the nakedness was also, would be a fair test of the censor at that time. But anyway, I suppose it was thought to be art, I don't know. 26th of February. Reading about Eric Ravilius, as I have to talk in a film being made by Marcia Kinmont, I found a good quote on the Second World War. I regretted, quote, that we were being called upon to fight against something regarded as wrong, without at the same time having the conviction that we were defending a way of life that was right. H.B. Malalieu, in The England of Eric Ravilius. My only contribution is that even today, Ravilius is still somehow a shared secret. 27th of February. My hair is getting to be a problem. As children, my brother and I had our hair cut at Mr. Shaw's, the barber on Armley Moor Top in Leeds. It was a wearisome business after school when the shop was always full, and Mr. Shaw, who was bald, never condescended to talk to us children, who in any case were wrapped in everybody's and picture post and even the occasional Lilliput. When we lived in Headingley, it was Mr. Oddie on Shire Oak Street, another bald and taciturn fellow, but with classier magazines, in particular Britannia and Eve, notable for illustrations of bare-breasted ladies driving chariots in the genteel porn that was the speciality of Fortunino Matania. My dad had his hair cut on the same parade as his butcher's shop in Meanwood, though never to the satisfaction of my mother, who claimed he came home looking like a scraped cock. She meant a plucked fowl, but had no thought of being misunderstood. Today's barber is my partner Rupert Thomas, who, while professing to admire my abundant locks, manages to make me look like a blonde Hitler. He was also wondering if he could save the offcuts in case they might find a market on eBay. 2nd of March. I've written somewhere of one of Dad's words, splother. Today, remember another, jollop. Any sort of liquid mess, like blancmange, say. I'm never sure these words are not Dad, but dialect. Another was tittle me, meaning I don't care either way. Other nonsense words came out of his talking to the cat. Hardy used to say, tiddlywinkum poops trot, he used to. This is one of Hardy's. Anyway, I don't know why I know that. Anyway. 4th of March. I'm too young for this. A boy on TV on his bereavement. The vicar in attendance has a cross tattooed on the back of his hand, which I note without reproof. 11th of March. It should not be forgotten that with his customary foresight and good judgment, one of the first acts of the current Prime Minister was to hasten to the side of President Trump, whom he then shipped across the Atlantic to meet Her Majesty the Queen, and that it was the now much abused Speaker, John Bercow, who ruled out any thought of Trump addressing a joint session of Parliament. His reward was to be refused the customary peerage on retirement by the Prime Minister, who happily doled out peerages to umpteen millionaires, all of them donors to the Tory party. And so we go on. 18th of March. Second COVID jab this morning, done as was the first at Peckwater Street in Kentish Town, with everyone so helpful and considerate. At every turn someone smiling, loving almost. 23rd of March. Asked by The Guardian if I would like to interview Andrew Macmillan, the poet. Though I'm an admirer, I say no, only because if I did, it would be as much about myself as about Macmillan, and how his life has been very different from mine. 24th of March. Rupert asked me about Worship Street, where I lodged in the early days of Beyond the Fringe in 1961. Worship Street is in the East End, near Bishopsgate. It was a Philip Webb building, date 1862, with a workshop on the ground floor and accommodation above, with the lease belonging to Henrietta Roberts, later Dombey, the daughter of Michael Roberts and Janet Adams Smith. What occasioned Rupert's interest was his having been to a very grand house for his magazine, World of Interiors, the expensive decoration of which included several Ben Nicholsons. This reminded me that over the fireplace in the very run-down sitting room at Worship Street was an early Ben Nicholson of cottages in the Lake District, a lovely picture, and a gift from the artist, the Roberts family having been evacuated to Penrith on the outbreak of war and friendly with the Nicholsons. 28th of March, Palm Sunday. Remember this apropos a joke of Jonathan Miller's, who, seeing a woman coming back from church holding a cross made of reeds, said it was literally the last straw. 1st of April. There's currently a row going on about late-night raves on Primrose Hill, where, lacking toilet facilities on the hill, revellers overflow, literally, into the surrounding streets, much to the disgust of the residents. A hooded boy, venturing to take a leak at the bottom of Rothwell Street, finds himself shouted at by Lisa next door and also remonstrated with by Rupert as we are passing. In the middle of pissing he can't stop and is apologetic, zipping up as quickly as he can and hurrying off wailing that there aren't any facilities on Primrose Hill, and so almost a sympathetic figure. 15th of April. Thinking to have something to read in Yorkshire, I send out for the new Philip Roth biography, but it's so heavy I decide it will be too much to carry. It ought to come with wheels and a lectern. Having it on one's lap is numbing, ironically in view of its subject. The blurb describes the book as breathtaking. Backbreaking would also be true. I'm unexpectedly mentioned as being at the Millers when Roth and Mudge, his girlfriend, came to supper sometime in the 1960s. I'd forgotten that Roth was ill, and on Rachel's advice taken to hospital. My recollections of the evening are more embarrassing. Talking to Jonathan beforehand, I'd made a poor joke about Portnoy's complaint being the gripes of Roth. I'm sure I wasn't the first to pick up on this, but it was news to Jonathan, so when Roth arrived, he insisted on telling it to its subject. Maybe he even insisted on me repeating it myself. I've no memory of Roth's response, unamused I would have thought, but remember my own embarrassment as fresh now with Roth dead as it was 50 years ago. 29th of April. On our evening perambulation round the block, we've just ventured back into the Crescent when Rupert spots in a pile of abandoned stuff outside one of the houses a rise and fall French light fitting, white pottery shade, a little battered, but with the counterweight intact. It's a nice find, though, like its ex-owners, we don't need the fitting, but say we did. It's cheering for Rupert, who's in turmoil over developments at the magazine and has pretty much decided to resign. 10th of May, Yorkshire. From being an unqualified admirer of Philip Roth, which I still pretty much am, I feel, as I did about Francis Bacon, that I've been told too much. On the plus side, he's very generous, helping friends down on their luck, dispensing large sums without fuss or self-congratulation. He's always funny, and the book hasn't diminished my admiration for his style or his industry, though it's hard to envy him his back pain, his sometimes disastrous women, and his 2 marriages. I like the sound of his brother Sandy, his mother, and many of his boyhood friends on whom he doesn't turn his back. But it's a fucking big book, which I actually fell over yesterday on my birthday. 24th of May. It occurs to me that the whole course of English history would have been changed had there been in the bedroom on the wedding night of Catherine of Aragon and Prince Arthur the equivalent of a raddler, the dauber who paints the ram so that it leaves a mark when it has served the sheep. Raddle Prince Arthur, and it would have settled whether the prince had successfully slept with Catherine. There would have been no marriage for Henry VIII, and thus no divorce and no reformation. I don't think that has occurred to Hilary Mantel. 29th of May, Yorkshire. I've lost count of the number of times on TV I've seen the sequence whereby a dead lamb is skinned and the skin fitted onto an orphaned lamb, which is then foisted on a bereaved sheep, which is deceived into adopting it as its own. Surely, I think, in a Mendelian misapprehension, sheep will have cottoned on to this subterfuge by now. I don't know whether that's too abstruse, anyway. 30th of May, a poem for Boris, a dead statesman. I could not dig, I dared not rob, therefore I lied to please the mob. Now all my lies are proved untrue, and I must face the men I slew. What tale shall serve me here among mine angry and defrauded young? It's A Dead Statesman by Rudyard Kipling, from Epitaphs of the War, 1914-18. 3rd of June, Yorkshire. A lovely dinner last night. Poached sole, dauphinoise potatoes, fresh broad beans, and some samphire. Rupert was disappointed the spuds weren't creamier, though this was because he was stingy with the cream. It suited me, though, and I cleaned my plate, as he almost invariably does his. 10th of June. Books read. Revelations, the biography of Francis Bacon by Mark Stevens and Annalyn Swan. A Curious Boy by Richard Fortey. Turning the Boat for Home by Richard Mabey. The Stonemason by Andrew Ziminski. Kiss Myself Goodbye by Ferdinand Mount, a lovely book. What is the Grass? Walt Whitman in My Life by Mark Doty. Pastoral by James Rebanks. Philip Roth by Blake Bailey. And William Golding by John Carey. Some of them whoppers. 17th of June, Rupert's birthday. Rupert goes into the office for a meeting with the management of Condé Nast, and after 21 years as editor of World of Interiors, gives in his resignation. Then by the 15:33 train to Leeds. As we are drawing into Wakefield, I say how much once upon a time we would have been looking forward to supper at Soulanet. It's always been closed since lockdown, but on the off chance, Rupert rings and it's open. The food is no different. Delicious fish and chips, and as quick. The waiters come and shake hands. A real birthday present. 29th of June. Write it and it happens, or not. As I'm hauling myself up the stairs for my bath, I remember being wheeled across the stage of the Apollo Theatre in my first play 40 years on in 1968. It was a parody of Oscar Wilde. I was in drag as a putative Lady Bracknell and wheeled by John Gielgud. "I can walk," I said, "only I'm so rich I don't need to." 20th of July. Another hot day, too hot to be out of doors, until, lying on the sofa trying to work in the late afternoon, I hear the rustle of rain. In one of the student flats opposite, a young man has just come out to sit on the balcony. The rain, which is not heavy, does not shift him. He looks up at it, but since he's only in t-shirt and shorts, he probably thinks it doesn't matter, and it's certainly a change. After a while, his toddler daughter comes through the curtains and sits by him, still in the rain. His equanimity is a pleasure to see, and it transfers to the child, as they both sit there unflinching, quite happy in the rain. Maybe he's teaching her not to be afraid of it, though now there is distant thunder, and it's probably this that gets him to his feet. He takes the little girl's hand, and they go through the curtains into the dry. When we go out for our evening walk round the block, all trace of rain is gone. The pavements are dry, and the sky covered in light clouds. It's one of Larkin's rain-ceased evenings. 22nd of July. Reading in the LRB about Emily Dickinson, whom I'd always thought of as a shy little mouse. Shy she may have been, but no mouse, and one who got her own way. In this, lining up with Kafka and Simone Weil, except I'm now told I should say Weil, but I've always said Weil anyway. All three of them mobilised assistance by seeming helpless. 30th of July, Yorkshire. Good exchange with Will Dawson, the young farmer who on Saturday helps in the village shop. Rupert buys a box of matches. Will. No history of arson, I suppose? We have to ask. The only person as quick and as daft is Sam Barnett, but he'd be no good with sheep. 7th of September. We have watched the previous series of David Olusoga's A House Through Time from Bristol and Newcastle, and tonight it's the turn of Leeds. They're excellent programmes, both his commentary and the research, which is sometimes astonishing. Said to be Headingley, I'd have thought this evening's house was more Hyde Park, not far from Cumberland Road, where as a boy I used to go disastrously to Crusader Bible classes. 12th of September. The last few weeks I've been reading Rory Stewart's Occupational Hazards, an account of his time serving in the coalition administration of Iraq. He's a courageous man, though it ought to be a depressing book, as for all Stewart's tireless efforts, returning to Iraq a few years later, he finds little of his labours has survived. Still, for all its wearisome futility, and the dizzying personnel of tribal politics, his account is inspiring. The work is dangerous, bewildering, and hard to tell friend from foe, where he's often deceived. There are dead along the way, and terribly wounded. The deaths and dangers set down laconically by Stuart, though he is as brave and considerate as the best of the military. It's hard to imagine this man, however briefly, as MP for Penrith and a contender with Boris Johnson. But on this evidence alone he would have been a sounder dealer with our intractabilities and a more honest one. 26th of September. The doorbell goes around 6. I'm dozing but get there just in time, and it's two lads, nationality uncertain, but not English. They're already in conversation with Rupert, who's talking to them from his office window 2 floors up. They've come about the room, with on their phone various other substantiating documents. They've been told there is a room available here by a woman who is charging them a fee of £600 for the information. Fortunately, they have not yet paid this, as it's obvious even to them that it's a scam. I suppose there are circumstances in which, had they paid the fee, they could have been difficult, even aggressive, but these two are just apologetic and go away rather sadly, one of them saying, "It's such a nice street. I liked it." It's a disturbing episode, particularly since the woman has provided a gas bill for authentication. Our gas bill, doctored. Why us, we keep thinking. 29th of September. In the evening, we watched the last of David Olusoga's programmes about the house in Headingley, which have been consistently good, and in the information they've turned up, a triumph of research. Tonight's episode covers my lifetime, the war in Leeds, which it rather uncharacteristically over-dramatises, even calling it the Blitz, which, so far as Leeds was concerned, it never was. I know this, if only because as a child, 5 at the outbreak of war, I longed for some action, and literally fallout in the shape of shrapnel. We had one piece, the size and contours of which I can see even now, about 5 inches long on one side and with rifling on the other. Had my brother and I salvaged it ourselves, it would have been more exciting, but I fear it was a swap, with comics the likely currency. There were air raids on Leeds, certainly, and an air raid shelter outside our suburban front door, but compared with the bombing of Sheffield, say, or Hull, Leeds got off lightly. As I wrote in writing home, the city specialised in the manufacture of ready-made suits and the cultivation of rhubarb, and though the war aims of the German High Command were notoriously quixotic, I imagine a line had to be drawn somewhere. In the programme there's one very brief shot of a tram going past Dad's shop at 92A Otley Road, when I would have been inside at the time, and another of Olusoga working in the reference library, which was so much part of my life in my teens. But they were terrific programmes, the best kind of social history. 15th of October. Controversy about the government insisting that doctors must see patients face to face, though without giving them the resources to do so. When I was young, before the NHS started, whether a doctor was thought to be good depended on if he was known to come out, that is, do home visits. In the mean streets around my grandma's off Tong Road in Leeds, did one see a car, it was likely to be a Humber outside a house where the doctor was visiting. In Wortley, the good doctors were Dr. Slaney and Dr. Monies. In Armley was Dr. Gordon and Dr. Dalrymple, who once lanced a boil on Dad's neck, before resuming his Sunday dinner. Charge 2 and 6. 12th of November, Yorkshire. There's one staircase in the cottage, and at the top of it the landing and a resident spider. On duty, hearing one coming up the stairs, it darts off under the bedroom floor. How long it's lived here, it's hard to say, certainly for years, though whether it's always the same spider, I've no idea. How long do spiders live? Doubtless someone will tell me. It's quite large, unthreatening, a familiar rather than a friend, with a shared tenancy of the house. We have an occasional mouse, but not resident at the one location. It makes no web that we can see. It has no name. It is just there. Country life. 14th of November. Some time before lockdown, and with no thought of swearing off fossil fuels, I order some coal from Mr. Redhead, our coal merchant in Ingleton. The coal shed, halfway down the garden, must once have been the earth closet. A change of use I rather regret, as when we were evacuated to Byrill Farm in Nidderdale on the outbreak of war, they were still using an earth closet. It was situated in the orchard, and though as a 5-year-old I fear I thought it disgusting, in retrospect, sojourns here with the door open and Tommy the horse grazing in the orchard seem idyllic. Our ex-earth closet, now the coal shed, must once again be facing a change of use, though still full of the unused coal from before lockdown. This is coal, I imagine my descendants being told. It used to be fuel. Now it's what? A relic? One can only hope so. 16th of November. Deafness can make the world more intriguing. Today, Rupert goes on the tube for the first time since lockdown. I ask how it was. Rupert: busy. Lots of headmasters. What he actually said was, busy. Lots had masks on. 10th of December. Informed by the editors that this is the 1001st edition of the LRB, I am asked for my thoughts, though I'm not sure I have many. On the rare occasions I've come down to the LRB office in Little Russell Street, I found it quite daunting. The staff remarkably young, undergraduate almost, and very bright. They obviously intimidated Mary Kay when she was editor, as seated round 3 sides of a square, the slightest and silliest remark could be overheard, so that Mary Kay, never a stentorian voice, for privacy used practically to mime. In the early days I would get cross because Carl Miller tried to take out my jokes, often through not understanding them. He seldom gave a verdict on the piece, so you were never sure you'd come up to scratch. This withholding of praise persisted after his departure and became something of a house style. Miss Shepherd never said thank you, and nor did the LRB, though it smelt better. One of the most distinguished contributors was Ian Hamilton. Writing about literary marriages, he says somewhere that their frequent break-up can be put down to the wives being insufficiently worshipful. I felt that about the LRB. It was insufficiently worshipful. Hamilton himself was quite stern and sparing in his compliments, so I'm proud that one of my pieces for the paper occasioned a letter of appreciation in his tiny, tiny script. It was as if the writing were like mustard and cress, just beginning to sprout. 5th of January 2022. Sent a brochure for Venice, as we regularly are, in which the Orient Express figures prominently, emphasising the luxury side of the journey and its huge cost. What it isn't anymore is an adventure. Venice by train used to feel like life, crossing the Channel, boarding the Paris train at Boulogne, getting a seat in the dining car before going round Paris on the Ceinture and finding one's sleeping car. It was an international train, headed, I think, for Istanbul, but overnight transformed and in certain sections into something much more domestic. I went first, thinking, rightly, that this meant luxury, but venturing further down the train, one found humbler passengers spilling out into the corridor along with their belongings in bulging cardboard boxes, hens, and on one occasion a goat. When one eventually arrived in Venice, where I'd never been, in the late afternoon, it did seem like an achievement. One came out of the station to find the canals not sequestered away in some tourist area, but there on the steps of the station itself. Venice the only place that lived up to its publicity. On the Vaporetto, one passed the fire station, the gleaming boats ready arrayed, and that seemed wondrous too, that here even the fire engines were in boat form. I stayed 2 or 3 times at the Pensione Accademia, which was still off limits to package holidays and had something of an English vicarage about it. Most nights we ate at Locanda Montin, the sight of its red lantern an assurance that we'd managed yet again to find the way. Always the same menu: melon, parma ham, lamb's liver with sage, and to finish, a huge apple. Venice is the only city I've been in, with the possible exception of Cambridge, where there was nothing to offend the eye, and going in winter as I did in those days, one would find the Piazza San Marco empty. It was at the Pensione Accademia, with its thin walls, that I first overheard sexual intercourse, and the shout of a man coming, "Vengo! Vengo!" 28th of January. Today was Dad's birthday. He was very difficult to buy a present for, not liking his birthday being acknowledged, and remained so all his life. Mam was easy enough. A piece of Staffordshire would do it, cracked probably, or chipped, like all her antiques. Then, when I was in Beyond the Fringe, I reckoned I had enough money to get Dad something he really wanted, namely a decent violin. Leeds had a good violin shop, Barmforth's, so I asked them to pick out 3 violins for him to try without telling him the price. The one he chose was an Italian fiddle, a Degane, with a wonderful sweetness of tone, which he played in the last years of his life. It was then given to the Benslow Music Trust, which provides violins for young players. 23rd of February. I loved jokes and used to be fed them almost on a weekly basis by Barry Cryer, as one of his extensive and distinguished clientele that included Judi Dench and Andrew Marr. He would ring up and, without bothering to say who it was, would embark on the joke. When he'd finished, he'd say, "Well, I'll give you back your day," and ring off. The last joke he told me, only a week or 2 before his death, concerned a couple walking down the street when they spot someone across the road. "Isn't that the Archbishop of Canterbury?" says the wife. "Is it?" says the husband. "Go and ask him," she says. So the man goes over, apologises for troubling him, and says, "Aren't you the Archbishop of Canterbury? Bugger off." He returns to his wife. "What did he say?" "He said, 'Bugger off.'" "Oh, what a shame," says the wife. "Now we shall never know." The regular scenario for many of Barry's jokes concerns St. Peter at the gates of heaven, so that when he finally arrived there last month, it can have been no surprise. 24th of February. One doubtful blessing of my new and sophisticated hearing aids is that I can hear every rumble and gurgle of my stomach, as well as the children next door. 18th of March. Geoffrey Palmer's memorial service from St. Paul's, Covent Garden, one of a growing number, I imagine, of those held on Zoom. I'm unexpectedly on the verge of tears for someone who always put a smile on my face in art and life. I once told him that I was hoping to write a play, the first line of which was a woman saying, "My third husband was most unsatisfactory. Sodomy was the bugbear. They seem to have settled at Lytham." He always inquired about the progress of the script, which, needless to say, never got written. Furbank it was rather than Wilde. Geoffrey played Warren, the King's Doctor, in the film of The Madness of King George, with Cyril Shapps as Pepys, who set great store by the King's motions. "Oh, the stool, said Warren. "My dear Pepys, the persistent excellence of the stool has been one of this disease's most tedious features. When will you get it into your head that one can produce a copious, regular, and exquisitely turned evacuation every day of the week and still be a stranger to reason?" One of the pleasures, and indeed consolations, of a memorial service is in looking round to see who's there. Not something that's possible on Zoom. So, ideally, it should be a roving Zoom. Not, I'm sure, that Geoffrey would have thought he was worth the trouble. 28th of March, Yorkshire. We vary our evening stroll, which in my case is more of a trudge, by going up the village to the church to sit in the churchyard. The birds are noisy, rooks and crows mostly, though, unlike London, no seagulls. And here come the bell ringers for their Monday night practice, and quite frail they look too. The key is lost, so the ringers are very happy to chat and gossip while it's located. Someone with Ukrainian relatives is taking in a family, and there's been a dance and coffee morning in aid. Now the church is found to be open, so no key is required. The ringers go up the tower as we walk home, and as we're putting the key in our own door, the bells start. When we first came to the village in 1966, one used to be woken in the middle of the night by curlews calling. This doesn't happen now, though at Bleak Bank Farm they mark where the nests are so the eggs don't get crushed. That wouldn't have happened in 1966. They are spectacular birds, and today we see a pair of them on the top of a wall near Lauchland. They apparently come back each year to nest in the same field. 16th of April, Yorkshire. I used to love anemones. They were colourful, architectural, with little ruffs, and always able to arrange themselves in a jar. They were also cheap, and now a part of the past. Once to be had in Leeds Market for 50p, today, though much leggier than they were, and possibly French, they are nearer £10. 13th of May. On our evening walk, we're coming slowly along past the bookshop, me with my stick, when a skateboarder detaches himself from a group of lads and comes for us at high speed. We don't flinch, though he comes perilously close and fast. Rupert says, quite mildly, "That's a dangerous thing to do," whereupon the boy apologises. However, another of the group then steps forward and says, "Are you father and son?" While it's not a question that requires an answer, it's not friendly either. I say, "Come away," and we walk on. 29th of May. Remember as a child at Halliday Place in Armley, Leeds, when Dad was rubbing his face with a sometimes ill-smelling towel, his face used to squeak. 22nd of June. When in 2019 I had a flutter with my heart and a momentary loss of speech, it must have been around the time of the standoff between Boris Johnson and the Supreme Court, because the young doctor in A&E at UCH, testing my mental capacity, asked me what the word was for closing down Parliament, i.e. proroguing, which I got in one. 7th of July. I am a messy eater, messy altogether, Rupert would say, and getting more so by the day. I'm what my mother used to call a mullocks, and once did a recital in the double cube room at Wilton in a velvet suit but with my flies open. These days I prepare, or am prepared, for meals in an all-encompassing tea towel, as if I'm going to the barber's, and before going out am given the once-over that would not disgrace an RSM. "You look well," people say, and so I should. 14th of July. Rupert gets some testing kits from the pharmacy, and I go through the procedure of a cotton wool stick up one nostril and the same up the other, and then a quarter of an hour or so while we wait for the result. Had Sickert still been painting, this is the kind of scene he would have recorded, a seemingly aimless couple waiting for the result. It's negative, which, since we're both feeling rotten, is a slight disappointment. So hot that even the gulls have fallen silent. At 92A, Dad's butcher shop in Otley Road in Headingley, he had an antiquated fridge which ran on a fan belt. In hot weather the belt overheated just at the time when, should the fridge break down, bankruptcy threatened. With the fridge full of turkeys, Christmas was another perilous period. 22nd of August, Yorkshire. Write it, and it happens. In the monologue The Shrine I wrote for production during COVID, a biker travelling down the A65 dies in a crash, and I imagined incurious sheep gathering to look at the scene of the accident. We are en route down the A65 for the funeral of a close friend, Michael Hindle, my solicitor. Almost at Skipton, we're in a traffic jam. There's been a fatal accident, with an ambulance already there, a police car, and what looks like a body bag. We wait, and as we wait, a herd of cows in a field overlooking the road slowly lines up and observes the scene. 10th of September. I must be one of the very few of the late Queen's subjects to have said, or almost said, the word erection in her presence. It was in 1961, in London's Fortune Theatre, where I was appearing with my colleagues and co-writers Peter Cook, Jonathan Miller and Dudley Moore in Beyond the Fringe. It was a smash hit, with every night the audience studded with celebrities, and accordingly at one performance there was the Queen. My particular tour de force in the second half was an Anglican sermon, which always went well, Less successful, earlier in the show, was a monologue, stand-up it would be called today, on the subject of corporal and capital punishment, both in those days still going strong. Young enough then to believe that theatre and indeed satire could do some good, I was proud of this piece, though it garnered few laughs and was referred to by the rest of the cast as the boring old man sketch. The character I played was vehement in his defence of corporal and capital punishment, while strongly rebutting any suggestion that the thought of either gave him pleasure. On the contrary, I intoned, they produced no reaction whatsoever. They didn't produce much of a reaction from the audience either, and on the night the Queen was present, none at all. To be fair, the management had urged me to tone down the offending sketch, particularly the erection-reaction gag, but rather self-righteously I refused. There wasn't much laughter that night in the rest of the show, which normally went by in gales of hilarity, but with the audience only concerned with what the royal party was thinking, much of it passed in awkward silence. But in those days when she came, I mean, it was very unusual for her to go to the theatre anyway, but with the Queen in the audience killed it stone dead. I mean, the audience, whatever, however well you performed, it would go by in total silence. And then Peter Cook, he made it worse by just before the curtain went up saying, whatever you do, don't say fuck. And of course, as you said, you should never dream of saying anyway. Oh, it was agony. Her party included Douglas Hume, who was the Prime Minister, and half a dozen people who you wouldn't get a laugh out of anyway. So
I imagine Princess Margaret was the opposite, though.
She used to go to the theatre quite a lot. But on the other hand, she was quite... I mean, I think she went to a Stephen Sondheim celebration, and as she was going in, she said, I hate Sondheim. Well, she came to 40 Years On, when she was married to Tony Armstrong-Jones. And he just gossiped with Patrick Garland, who was a friend of his. But she insisted on seeing the boys, who had no idea who she was, because they would have known the Queen if she'd turned up, and chatted to them, and was totally not the picture, that Craig Brown did, which is such a good book. Anyway, it's always been assumed that the late Queen didn't much like the theatre, which can't be said of her successor, who's often to be found at plays, and if it's a comedy, far from dampening down an audience, Charles's presence and his loud laughter helped to get them going. I don't think Her Majesty ever came to any other of my plays, though not, I'm sure, due to my youthful bêtise. Still, when I next wrote about the Queen, it might also have caused offence. This was A Question of Attribution, put on at the National Theatre in 1988, and the first time the Queen had been represented on the stage. This needs to be said. Prunella Scales' seamless portrayal of Her Majesty not only preceded, it also surpassed any that came after. Physically much the same as HMQ, Prue had no claim or aspirations to glamour. She even had a touch of the suburban. The sad thing is that only the National Theatre audience saw and were stunned by this performance. Though John Schlesinger later filmed the play, where HMQ was supported by her corgis, the magic didn't quite transfer. But Prue was the first and the best. In the central scene of the play, the Queen has a long conversation with the keeper of the Royal Picture, Sir Anthony Blunt. He is a long-time Soviet agent, and one of the questions implicit in the scene is whether the Queen knows this. A few years later, I met Lord Charteris, who was the Queen's secretary at the time. "Ah, yes," he said, "I never saw the play, but I gather the issue was whether the Queen knew and whether Blunt knew that the Queen knew. The truth is, they both knew. But that, of course, has not to be said." The scene in question was a pleasure to write. It brought home to me that HMQ, as she was billed in the programme, was a person like no other, a woman who'd been everywhere, met everyone, and to whom nothing comes as a surprise. At one point, Blunt mentions Venice. "Venice? Ah, yes," the Queen remarks. "We were in Venice last year. Unusual place." Though she never saw the play, Her Majesty may have seen the film, supposedly remarking, "Oh no, she's not like me at all. She makes wisecracks. I never do that." But she did, and indeed about the play. When Prunella Scales was being given the CBE and was kneeling before Her Majesty for the ribbon to be put round her neck, the Queen whispered, "I suppose you think you ought to be doing this." A laugh-out-loud wisecrack in anybody's book. We had a real job getting permission. We didn't really get permission. But I went to see, I can't remember his name, but the press secretary. And he said, "Oh no, it's unthinkable. You can't possibly do that. Couldn't you make it Queen Victoria?" I mean, it's absurd, Rob. Anyway, but anyway, Richard Eyre went ahead with it, because he was head of the National Theatre. But we were rehearsing the play when the Queen came to the National Theatre to give it its royal suffix, I mean, to name it the Royal National Theatre. And had she asked to go round, she would have come in on a rehearsal. But anyway, she didn't do, fortunately. In 2006, I had the notion of what upset it would cause should the Queen ever become an avid reader. A long short story, The Uncommon Reader, too, was a pleasure to write. The Queen, dry, quizzical, and absolved from any desire to be liked, is a gift to an author, and the reader throughout is on her side. Had it been Elizabeth I, it might have been a celebratory masque, as Her Majesty comes well out of every encounter, besting her ministers, her courtiers, and even her devoted subjects. I never met the Queen, except once as part of an assembly line, and I'm glad, as I would have been cripplingly shy. For me, she was a creature of myth, and I was happy for her to remain so. My notion of her set out in a speech made by the Queen herself in The Uncommon Reader. One has met and indeed entertained many visiting heads of state, some of them unspeakable crooks, and their wives not much better. One has given one's white-gloved hand to hands that were steeped in blood, and conversed politely with men who've personally slaughtered children. One has waded through excrement and gore. To be Queen, I've often thought, the one essential item of equipment, a pair of thigh-length boots. One is often said to have a fund of common sense, but that's another way of saying that one doesn't have much else. And accordingly, perhaps, I have, at the instance of my various governments, been forced to participate, if only passively, in decisions I consider ill-advised and often shameful. Sometimes one has felt like a scented candle, sent in to perfume or aerate a policy, Monarchy these days, just a government-issue deodorant. I'd first seen the Queen as a boy of 14, when, as Princess Elizabeth, she and the Duke of Edinburgh visited Leeds not long after their marriage. They were staying at Harwood House, which was where the Nobs always stayed before driving through Alwoodley into Leeds. I went over to Alwoodley from Headingley on my bike and joined the crowds waiting by the ring road. Two things struck me: the stately pace of the motorcade, speed, or lack of it, almost the prerogative of royalty, and, a total surprise to me, Princess Elizabeth's complexion, lit up, luminous, and almost unearthly. Unimpressed, "It'll be cosmetics," said my dad, and maybe it was, but it was pretty startling. Dad was there on the other occasion I saw her, in 1966, also in Leeds, but this time not far from our own back door and Mr. Oddie, the barber's. Driving still at the same stately pace through Headingley and past the end of Shire Oak Street. Mam was ill and couldn't come out and wait, but with Dad in his eternal trilby and raincoat, we stood among a fairly sparse crowd. We didn't wave, still less cheer, but what happened was so unlike my father, it nearly fetched a tear to my eye. A second before the royal car came past, Dad took off his hat. Where this gesture came from, I can't think. Royalty, like most public ceremonial, he was wont to dismiss as splother. But somewhere, almost a surprise to himself, he was a loyal subject. And the same, I suppose, goes for me too. 23rd of September. I knew Hilary Mantel was a good writer long before she fell for Thomas Cromwell, and it was a kind of love affair. I read her earlier novel, Every Day is Mother's Day, about a northern social worker, and found its dialogue funny and enviable. Her much-lauded characterisation of Cromwell was harder to take, my feeling being that she hankered after him being Montaigne. For novels about the same period, I prefer C.J. Sansom's Shardlake stories, though finding the 16th century too grim for me, with the block always round the corner. Mind you, I don't like tension. I must be the only one of his readers who found Raymond Briggs's The Snowman too much to take. 9th of October. Susan and David Neve are the authors of East Yorkshire and York, a Heritage Shell Guide, which they sent me this morning. On the lines of the previous volume, for the West Riding, edited by William Glossop, it's splendidly illustrated, while, like the original Shell Guides, being chatty and occasionally eccentric. Glossop reveals that Ivan Novello wrote Perchance to Dream in Howroyd Hall near Barkisland in Halifax, and that the original stage set was a copy of the sitting room in this many-gabled, big-chimneyed house. Not a titbit you'll find in Pevsner, one drawback of which is that he will occasionally snub the enthusiast who's not looking for the expert opinion, hence Betjeman's dislike. No such possibility in the Neves book, which makes one want to clear off to Bridlington this very morning. At home in Yorkshire we're host to some newts, so I'm happy to find a medieval newt carved on the wall of Orton Church. This is thought to be a not-so-enigmatic reference to Robert Aske, leader of the Pilgrimage of Grace in 1536, martyred by Henry VIII, Aske being a folk name for newt. Less memorably, the Neves refer to a railway carriage perched perilously on the cliff edge at Skipsey. Unless there is another railway carriage at Skipsey, It was the one where my brother, my Auntie Myra, and I spent a grisly rain-soaked holiday in 1948. You won't find that in Pevsner either. 22nd of October. One casualty of COVID, and I don't think it's age, has been chronology. These days I'm often confused by what day it is, not to mention the date. Keeping the diary has been a different sort of casualty, as politics become difficult to ignore and Boris Johnson tedious to chronicle. By the time I'd got round to Liz Truss, she'd gone. Though this annual bulletin has never tried to be other than serendipitous, this year's instalment seems particularly patchy, while being a fair representation of my routine. The largest segment is occasioned by the death of Her Majesty the Queen. Some years ago I was one of several writers asked by Radio 4 to record their thoughts on Her Majesty's eventual death. When, earlier this year, the broadcast became relevant, I didn't hear it, leading me to think it might not have been considered appropriate. Happily, I was wrong, and the talk did go out, but I thought it was worth repeating here. November the 6th. BBC 4 broadcasts a repeat of Jackanory from, I think, 2001, with me reading some of Alice Through the Looking Glass. I've no memory of this particular programme, and though I did Jackanory several times, unlike most of the contributors, I didn't always welcome the assignment. The trouble was that Jackanory being technically straightforward, it was thought of as a useful exercise for trainee directors. Read from autocue, the script required no special skill, but one found oneself rehearsing it 3 or 4 times over, to the extent that when one got to the transmission, I actually nodded off. A case of going again, actor asleep.